Thanks very much. Good morning and welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 7th. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under the Order of the Minister of Public Safety, Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as am I. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate you to get back online quickly, and then information's been sent to you. The live stream of this meeting continues with audio only, and presentations and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Councillor Ross reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. And if I could ask folks just to check to make sure they're all on mute, because I can hear some background noise. Of course, as always, we want to acknowledge we're on the unceded territories of traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank them for having care for this land as we work forward, move forward together, building this great city. Really want to take a moment to thank staff for their fantastic contribution to this city, especially during this time of COVID-19. When I talk to other mayors around the country, they're really impressed by what we've managed to do here in the middle of the pandemic. So thank you very much, staff. Can we have the roll call, please, clerk?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, are you on the line? Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, are you on the line? Councillor Blythe.
Present.
And Councillor Kubiang.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. I can ask people to check that they're on mute. I do hear some dishes clanging in the background and some furious typing, so if we could just all be on mute, that would be great. So for the plan for today, first of all, public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via the website and follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments and agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Lots of stuff today on the agenda. 1 presentation, 8 staff reports, if not adopted on consent, 5 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, 6 members' motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. In terms of how we're going to proceed, we're going to go until noon. Then we'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock. We'll go in camera from 1 until 3, and then we'll come back to the remainder of the agenda until 5 p.m. Then we start a public hearing at 6 p.m. after a 1-hour dinner break. We're required to go into camera later this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Can someone move a motion to go into camera?
Moved, Hardwick.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. We'll do yays and nays. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay.
Yay.
Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. We're going to minutes now. Minutes are from the council meeting of June 23rd. Are there any corrections? I don't hear anybody. Can somebody move to adopt the minutes?
So moved.
Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. Yays and nays. All those in favor of adopting the minutes say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great, thanks. That's passed unanimously. We've got 6 batches of minutes, council. So minutes 2 are from the public hearing of June 23rd. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
Kubiang.
Thank you. Seconder?
Hardwick.
Thank you. Yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. And that's passed. Thanks. Minutes 3 are from the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services, June 24th. Any corrections? I don't hear any. Somebody move it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just
Yes.
point of procedure. In my agenda, it has not, it's policy. Did you say policy and strategic priorities? I
did not. I said City Finance and Services. Do I have that incorrect?
Yeah, it says,
Okay.
in my agenda, it says policy and strategic priorities, just if you could seek a correction.
Oh, I'm just reading a script. I just asked the clerks. Is it the policy committee clerks?
Mayor Stewart, it should be policy and strategic priorities.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, my script here is incorrect.
No problem.
Thank you,
I'll
Councillor
move that.
Carr.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
move
you,
that.
Councillor Carr. Seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thanks. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing of June 25th and 30th. Any corrections? I don't hear any. Move adoption.
Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second,
DeGenova.
Carr.
Councillor Carr, thank you. Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Those have passed. Thank you. Minutes 5 are the special council public hearing of June 30th. Any corrections? Somebody move.
So moved.
Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks, that's passed unanimously. Last one, minute 6 are the special council signed bylaw appeal hearing of June 30th. Any corrections? Okay, someone like to move?
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, Councillor DeGenova seconded. Yeas and nays? Yeas?
Yay. Yay. Yay.
Nays? That's passed. Thanks very much. Okay, Council, I'm just going to pull up my screen here because just, again, if you want to hold an item for consent, this is the time to do it. So put yourself on the queue. So we're considering matters to be adopted on consent. We have reports 1, 3, 5, 6, 7 on consent agenda for consideration. Report 2 has speakers and an accompanying transport update presentation. So that's not been included in the consent form. And item 4 also has speakers. So 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Councillor Kirby Young? Do you want to hold one of these?
So I'd like to hold item 2, 2020 Transportation Safety Update. And
Right.
you said that 5 is already held because of speakers. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
No. So 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7 are the ones that are on the consent agenda. So 2 and 4 are already held.
Mayor Stewart?
Procedure.
Point of clarification, 2 and 5 are already held? Sorry, I didn't hear your answer there.
Right. Yes. 2, transportation safety update is held because it has a presentation. And item 4, has a speaker. So those 2 are already held.
I'm inquiring about item 5, alignment of occupancy limits between building and fire. I was just confirming that is also held because it has speakers.
We can hold it now.
I'd like
No,
to hold that.
it's not in my script. Okay, so we'll hold number 5.
Mayor
Sorry,
Stewart?
Councillor.
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, sorry. Unless the speakers have changed since the last email we received, I don't have any speakers on my notes that have been sent to me by the clerk's office for item 4. I do for item 5, so I'm just seeking clarification. I don't.
Maybe there was an error in the script. Can I just check the books?
Mayor Stewart?
Thank you.
Yeah.
The items that's available for consent, it should be reports 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Okay, there's an error on my script there as well. So sorry, Council. 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7. We've so far we've held number 5, and so I still have Councillor Kirby Young on the queue. Did you want to hold anything else, Councillor Kirby Young?
No, I was just clarifying that 2 and 5 are held. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I've got Councillor DeGenova.
Mr. Mayor, to hold, I just wanted to make sure that this was correct, that right now on the consent agenda, number 8 still sits there. I'd like to hold
Number
it.
8. You want to hold number 8? Okay.
Yes, report number 8. Thanks.
Okay. And that wasn't on the consent agenda anyway, I don't think, but that's okay. We'll just, Councillor Boyle.
Sorry, I was just checking if I was muted. I have a question that I sent to staff about Report 6 around any equity data that we might have about who's receiving these grants. I don't need to receive the report. I'm just interested in making sure I get a response on that question.
Okay, so you don't want
future.
Don't want to hold that one up. Okay. Thanks so much. Anybody have a conflict of interest on any of these items? Okay. So would someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communications reports with the exception... Yeah, thank you. We're just holding number 2, number 5, and number 8.
So, Mayor, I do have a conflict, but it's not on one that's being held. It's one that's being held.
It's one that's being held.
Yes.
Okay, and what? Can you just let us know which one it is?
Yeah, so I will be conflicting out number 5, alignment of occupancy limits between building and fire bylaws because of my ownership in liquor primary locations that would benefit
Okay, great.
from this.
Thanks for that. I'll get the clerk to note that, and just to have to excuse yourself from the meeting during the discussion of that one.
So move the consent agenda. Councillor
Okay, thanks. Second. Oh, I think actually I'd heard, you want a second? Because I think I'd heard Councillor Dejanova before, so.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Councillor Carr seconded, so we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks so much, Council. So we have the following items have been approved on consent: the business license hearing panels, the modification of the lease for Aunt Leia's Independent Life Skills Society, the defer 2020 sale of land for taxes, the Vancouver Heritage Foundation grants program report, the Heritage Facade grant on Commercial Street. Those have all passed. Okay, thanks, Council. Okay, so now we're moving on to one presentation today entitled A Climate Emergency Response. And here on the line to present, we have Doug Smith, the Director of the Sustainability Group. And then there's no, this is just a report, receiving this report for information, Council, so, but there'll be plenty of time to ask questions to staff after the presentation. So I can turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Yeah. And actually, Mayor, this is Gil Kelly. I think I'll kick it off with just a couple of brief intro comments.
Okay, great, thanks.
Introduce the other two speakers. Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning, Mayor and Council. Gil Kelly, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. This presentation today is a two-part one. We are presenting you an update on the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We gave you a sort of high-level introductory briefing a few weeks ago. In a briefing session, this is a formal presentation for you in public today on the update there. And secondly, this is our annual update on the Greenest City Action Plan. And today it actually replaces our annual written report, partly because of the COVID recovery complications of getting printed finished materials out, and also because that same staff has been very busy working on the climate emergency work. The materials will be on our website from today's presentation, so that will constitute our annual Greenest City Action Plan update for that. Thanks. Next slide. Would just say that the climate emergency work, as well as the Greenest City Action Plan, are winding their way into a number of early actions coming to you around recovery as part of the Vancouver Plan between now and the end of the year. The climate emergency report itself is a special report coming to you in early November. So today is really a progress report on that piece of the recovery actions. As we noted in our briefing to you, and as you all acknowledged in that briefing, making sure that we're building back post-COVID recovery in a fashion that accelerates our our work toward climate response is a critical piece of that, so that our city is coming back out of this crisis we're currently facing in a much more sustainable trajectory than even we have been so far. So that's sort of underlying thesis of much of the work you'll be seeing in those recovery actions that come to you over the fall. So today we have a two-part presentation. The first part will be done by Matt Horn on the climate emergency update, and you'll see quite a bit of detail here today. Acknowledge that it's not an action today. Time for your questions and so forth and opinions. We'll be bringing back a formal climate emergency action plan at your first November meeting this fall. The second part of the presentation will be done by Doug Smith, our Director of Sustainability, on the Greenest City Action Plan update, which covers overlaps with climate emergency work, but covers a number of other topics, as you know, for the environmental health long-term of the city of Vancouver. So I think at this point, I'll just turn it over to Matt to do the first half of the presentation here. Matt?
Thanks, Gil. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Council. So yeah, as Gil started, we're going to just start with a little bit of context for this update. And I think, yeah, the COVID pandemic is a really good place to start. We know that the pandemic in so many ways has sort of challenged and strained our community and economy. One of the things that it hasn't changed is sort of the urgency and the ambition around sort of what we need to do in terms of our climate emergency response. So we'll hope to sort of share through this update is how we are trying to do that with this work, both in terms of responding urgently and ambition to the climate crisis, but also recognizing sort of the challenges and strains that the pandemic has imposed on the community and our residents and businesses. So this is, I guess, a type of slide you've definitely seen before. It's now updated with 2019 numbers. What it's showing is the community-wide carbon pollution from buildings, transportation, and waste in the city of Vancouver. And so the most recent numbers we've just added, 2019, does have a slight uptick. Our transportation emissions are basically flat, buildings is slightly up, and waste is also slightly up. Those are the reasons for that shift. The long-term trend is still basically the same. We are seeing a downward trend in emissions. So we're moving in the right direction while the population and the economy has grown. Our big challenge is that we're not declining emissions fast enough. And you can look out to the 2030 target we have as a city, and to get to that target, we need to see cuts in emissions about 5 times as fast as what we've seen over the last decade. If we extend it further, it doesn't stop in 2030. We need to continue sort of moving off of fossil fuels and reducing our carbon pollution, and then move to negative emissions in the second half of the century. The Climate Emergency Action Plan, which is the focus of my presentation, is really focused on that next 10 years and getting ourselves squarely on track for the 2030 target. Quickly as well, just sort of a reminder sort of where our sort of main sources of carbon emissions come from in the city, which is sort of what we are trying to target with the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So 56% come from burning natural gas for heat and hot water in our buildings. So it's our biggest source, and we clearly need to sort of be successful on if we're going to be successful overall. The second biggest chunk is from burning gas and diesel in transportation. And then we've got from there, waste is about 5% of our citywide emissions, and the last chunk from electricity at 2%. And just, I guess, an important reminder there, because electricity in BC comes almost entirely from renewable sources, anytime we can switch from fossil fuels to electricity, we see a significant decline in greenhouse gas emissions. So you'll recall from April of last year when you approved the climate emergency response, that report had 6 objectives that we thought sort of aligned our work appropriately with the need to respond to the climate crisis. So they were around walkable, complete communities, active transportation and transit, zero-emission vehicles, zero-emission space and hot water heating, low-carbon materials and construction practices, and restored coasts and forests. So the Climate Emergency Action Plan in November will focus on big moves 2, 3, 4, and 5. The work around walkable, complete communities is critically important to being able to achieve our climate objectives, especially in an affordable way. That work is being advanced through the Vancouver Plan. And then the work around restored coasts and forests, also critically important as we figure out our role in the sort of the transition to negative emissions over the longer term. We haven't been able to advance that as fast as we initially hoped, and we'll be reporting back on that in 2021. So within the scope we're reporting back on in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, again, so active transportation and transit, zero-emission vehicles, zero-emission space and water heating, and low-carbon materials and construction practices. We developed 19 draft actions, which were the focus of the engagement work we did, that we thought in sort of their, collectively, those 19 actions would be enough to put us on track for the targets. We're not going to sort of touch on all 19 actions as part of this update, but we do want to highlight 4 in particular. In the engagement materials, we had highlighted these as game changers, and sort of the main reason for that is we saw those having the greatest potential to reduce carbon emissions within each of those 4 areas. So we did want to draw attention to them, both because of the potential impact. We also know there's going to be concerns around the implementation of those actions, and we wanted to highlight them to give as much opportunity to understand those concerns so we can sort of figure out how to design around those. So within those areas, so within active transportation and transit, the game changer action was to implement transport pricing in the Metro Core. You also see it described as congestion pricing or mobility pricing. Quite a bit of work done in the region several years ago through the Mobility Pricing Commission. We also sort of see leading cities such as London, Stockholm, and Singapore have different versions of transport pricing as part of their overall strategies. And the basic idea being that we apply a charge for vehicle trips, with the objective being to encourage a shift to active transportation and transit. The second is around zero-emission vehicles and implementing what we're calling a zero-emissions parking plan. 2 main elements to this. One would be moving to a citywide parking permit system for on-street parking, and then building into that a surcharge for the most polluting vehicles, so that when someone is purchasing a new vehicle, they are encouraged to choose a zero-emission vehicle as opposed to a more polluting one. Switching to buildings, big move 4 in zero-emission space and hot water heating. The game changer action was to regulate carbon pollution from existing buildings, and really trying to lean on what we think has been a successful transition in new construction towards zero-emission space and hot water heating. And we're sort of the main driver of that change has been through policies such as the Green Building Policy for rezoning and the Vancouver Building Bylaw. But where those limits apply to new construction, we'd be sort of extending that approach and setting carbon limits for existing buildings, and setting those out far enough in advance in the future so that building owners and managers have time to plan for the upgrades necessary to meet those limits. The fifth, also related to buildings, but instead of the use of natural gas in the buildings, is focused on the carbon associated with the materials and construction practices in the building. Examples would be using lower carbon concrete or using natural materials such as wood for construction. And again, I think leaning quite heavily on the success of the Zero Emissions Building Plan and extending what has been sort of carbon requirements for the amount of fossil fuels that would be used in a new building, extending those to have limits on the amount of carbon associated with the materials and construction of those buildings. I'm going to give a quick run through of the engagement work we've done as part of this to date. Extensive work with internal and external stakeholders. Worth highlighting there would be sort of work with other levels of government and also utilities, just because of the overlapping nature of sort of roles and responsibilities in climate change, and trying to find sort of as much alignment as possible with our utilities and with the provincial and federal governments. Our public engagement kicked off in February of this year. It ran through to early March, and then we had to put a pause on that because of COVID. We're able to then sort of start it up again in May to have sort of a sample both pre-pandemic and during the pandemic. We complemented that work with a representative survey of Vancouver residents, and then also prior to the pandemic had an outreach team working to raise awareness around the Climate Emergency Action Plan and some of those engagement opportunities. Lastly, and I'll have one more slide to talk about this, but because of your Climate Emergency Declaration last January, where you asked us to put a stronger equity lens on the climate action work. We established a climate and equity working group earlier this year and have been taking a few approaches to try to incorporate equity more strongly into the climate work. As I said, the Climate and Equity Working Group was established in January, or launched in January of this year. They have met 5 times through the year. It's been a really good opportunity for us to sort of test those draft actions, specifically around how they work or don't work through an equity perspective, and has given us lots of good ideas to how we can improve those as we bring back the final plan this November. We've worked with the UBC Global Policy Project, specifically looking at low-income seniors in the city and how the climate action plan can be designed in a way that sort of works around their interests and some of their specific challenges. And finally, we worked with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives to review the engagement materials for the Climate Emergency Action Plan through an equity lens, and we're hoping to continue that work and get a third-party review of the draft plan as well through an equity lens. So this is some of the feedback we collected through the engagement process, specifically looking at the bundles of actions across the 4 big moves within the scope of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So what we found here, sort of again, looking at the bundles of actions, there's a high degree of comfort with those actions. And that sort of cut across the active transportation and transit, the zero-emission vehicles, the zero-emission space and hot water heating, and also low-carbon construction. We didn't find a lot of change between the sort of pre-pandemic and during pandemic windows of public engagement. So that's sort of the left and right bars in that set. You can see they're fairly consistent, right around sort of 70% comfort with those packages of actions, and fairly consistent across the actions as well. We were also able to test specifically around those 4 game changer actions to understand what the public perspectives on those would be. And a couple of things to highlight here. We were also, for this question specifically, it was included in the representative survey we did of Vancouver residents. So you can see, in general, across the board, the level of comfort, specifically focusing on the game changers, is a little bit lower than it was for the bundles of actions. And then for the transport pricing and for the zero emissions parking plan, the level of comfort does drop down a little bit in the representative survey in particular. We didn't see sort of big shifts between the pre-pandemic and during pandemic windows of the public engagement, similar to the bundles of actions. I guess when we're sort of digging a little bit deeper into that data, where sort of people do have concern or hesitation around these actions, probably coming top of the list would be around affordability and equity concerns. So I guess that does give us some encouragement, because when we tested these actions, we hadn't put sort of clear language around how we would be designing to address those concerns. I think we do have some ideas to how that can be approved, and ideally gives us sort of a better package at the end of the day, and also a package that generates more comfort from our residents. Sorry, just the one last thing I should say on the public engagement is that this is sort of the public engagement process for the Climate Emergency Action Plan is complete at this point. All of these actions, particularly sort of the game changer actions, will require more engagement, and that we'll clarify sort of what that process looks like when we come back in the fall. But this has sort of given us a really good sort of first sense. But as we dive deeper and get focused on implementation, if you're supportive of this moving ahead, there will be a need for more engagement in 2021 around these specific actions. So I'm going to switch gears a bit into how we're trying to adjust the Climate Emergency Action Plan in light of COVID. And as I said at the beginning, the threat from climate change hasn't shifted. We have a very short-term downward blip in emissions, but if we don't sort of wrestle with sort of the underpinning sort of heavy reliance on fossil fuels in our economy and society, we need to do much more with that to sort of meaningfully respond to the threat of climate change. And I think we're in a space where we're well aligned with what the province is trying to do, and you can see a quote from Premier Horgan along those lines. Similarly, we've seen lots of communication from the federal government of wanting to put a strong climate action lens on the work that they're doing for COVID recovery. And I think probably what you'll see here for the next couple of slides is that while we're trying to move ahead, we're also introducing some adjustments things to try to be sensitive to the challenges and strains that so many of our residents and businesses are facing. So the first adjustment is around the investment actions, so things like investments in EV charging infrastructure or active transportation infrastructure. So those are investments we do need to make the transition to a zero emissions community. But we also know that the budget is extremely strained at the moment because of COVID. So a couple of things we're doing as a result of that. One is our work with the federal and provincial governments is trying to encourage them with any economic stimulus investments they make to put a strong climate action lens onto those stimulus investments. We're also working through our capital plan update to see where there are opportunities to fund some of these actions through that process. And then also, wherever possible, we're seeking cost efficiency on these actions. We still are anticipating most likely being a short-term gap between the project costs, the projects we think should move forward, and the dollars to invest. So we're still wrestling with at the moment to try to sort of square that as much as possible. The second main adjustment to highlight is around sort of regulatory and pricing actions, and we feel these are still critical if we're going to have success in the medium to long term in reducing our emissions. And climate change is not a problem we can spend our way out of. We've got lots of evidence locally and around the world that sort of those regulatory and pricing tools are really critical if we're going to have success driving down carbon emissions. We also, as I said, know that many residents and businesses are under pretty immense strains at the moment, so that we need to have a nuanced approach in moving those forward. So what we're trying to do is really place a stronger focus on equity and a stronger focus on training, and also considering a phased implementation where appropriate in those actions in a way that allows us to move forward with the regulatory and pricing actions, but is also sensitive to the challenges that people are facing. Two quick examples to illustrate that. The Vancouver Building Bylaw updates that you approved in April of this year, moving new low-rise residential construction to zero-emission space and hot water heating. I think had a slower implementation timeframe than we were originally anticipating, and also had more support for training for trades to really have the opportunity to make sure they had the skills to participate in that transition. The other would be around the zero emissions parking plan we're looking at as one of the actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and really seeing sort of an opportunity to focus that at the purchase of new vehicles, and particularly through the purchase of new higher-end vehicles, where if someone is in a position of buying a new, more expensive vehicle, it being a more reasonable sort of starting place to have an expectation that be a zero-emission vehicle, and that's where we would focus the start of that plan. A couple here just specifically around Big Move 2 and active transportation and transit, and it's one where we have sort of an interesting combination of challenges and opportunities. So we know the transit ridership is down, and even though it's starting to rebound, will likely remain down for some time. And as per the previous slide, the implementation of transport pricing, we anticipate will be gradual to sort of have a viable pathway to implement that. So those are two challenges that are going to make it more challenging to, I guess, increase the active transportation and transit mode share. We also have some opportunities that can allow us to move a little bit faster. So you've had a number of discussions around near-term opportunities to reallocate road space, and I think the dominant near-term sort of objective there is around COVID recovery and providing more safe space for transportation, active transportation, transit, and also just shopping, going to restaurants, those sort of things. All these things, as we do them, also do help us reduce transportation emissions. And I think across the board, I think there's going to be two things to highlight from a climate emergency perspective. One, the more of those we can do, the better, help set us up, and also really important to be thinking about those as sort of transitions, not just in sort of a 6-month or a 1.5-year window, but thinking about them as sort of longer-term transitions. And that's not to say that every one of those sort of interventions becomes a permanent change in the city, but if they were all to revert back to pre-COVID transportation patterns, once we sort of find a solution in the vaccine to COVID, we won't realize the long-term climate benefits of those transitions. The other highlight, which sort of really does sort of match really well with the road space reallocation work, is working from home. And we've had really like a sudden and very large embrace of work from home because of the pandemic. and while there's been sort of a short-term shift, we know many employers are looking at that as sort of an opportunity for the medium and longer term for some of that work from home to continue. So the Climate Emergency Action Plan will have a remote work action. That's something we've added in that wasn't part of the initial engagement materials. We're also doing some near-term work through the summer with work with local employers around remote work commitments and trying to reduce 20% of more commuting trips on an ongoing basis. So the last piece for my update, I'm going to shift into the accelerated actions status and provide a few quick updates here. So you may recall from the climate emergency response last April, the 6 big moves were sort of the medium-term objectives and the planning work that's been underway over the last year. We also had 53 accelerated actions, which were sort of near-term actions we could move forward on, really trying to sort of build momentum on reducing carbon and around the big move implementation. So there were 53 of those in total. 9 of them are now complete. 30 of them we consider on track, and 14 of them have been delayed. So I'm not going to go through all of them, obviously, but I'm going to touch on 4 here, and 4 that specifically sort of map onto the 4 big moves that are the scope of the Climate Emergency Action Plan for this November. So the first is around the R4 Rapid Bus, so on 41st Avenue, launched in January of this year, 12 kilometers of priority lanes, and sort of has brought sort of a form of rapid transit to that corridor. And we've been able to sort of add, with TransLink, a third capacity on one of the second busiest bus route in the region. So really seeing that as a success to build on for more transit priority work going forward. Around Big Move 3 and zero emissions mobility, we've continued to build out the city's EV charging infrastructure. So we've added 6 new fast chargers in the first quarter of this year. Still continuing to work towards the objective of having a fast charger wherever you are in the city within a 10-minute drive. Also continuing to add level 2 chargers at community centers, and 7 new ones of those added through the end of last year and into early this year. I mentioned this one already, the Vancouver Building Bylaw update for low-rise residential requiring new construction to be zero-emission space and hot water heating. Really important sort of piece both for new construction, but also to set up that transition for existing buildings. That same update helps us reduce waste energy from space heating, so our buildings are more efficient, and also increases alignment with provincial, federal policies and programs. The last one of the most recent ones you've dealt with in terms of climate emergency work is for the mass timber construction. This is enabling mass timber construction up to 12 stories. That's a lower carbon form of construction, and as we start to see those types of buildings, we'll get better performance in terms of lower carbon construction materials. It's going to help us move towards that Big Move 5 objective. The last piece I'm going to highlight before turning it over to Doug Smith is just a quick piece on timeline. So as Gil mentioned at the beginning, this sort of situated within the context of the Vancouver Plan. So there'll be a Vancouver Plan update to Council in September, and the COVID Community Response Plan in December of this year. In terms of climate emergency, we've got the update today, and then sort of our next big milestone, we're targeting the November 3rd Council date to come forward with the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Doug Smith.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much, Matt. That was really good. So when the Green City Action Plan was approved by Council in 2011, it was recognized that public accountability was an important component to ensure our success. Therefore, we provide these annual updates for you. This is our 9th annual update on that progress. So even though the Climate Emergency Action Plan is our current priority, the GCAP work continues. This update is about the long-running sustainability plan and the work being done in parallel with the climate emergency work. The benefits of this work go beyond environmental sustainability, as we also get strong equity and resilience outcomes. While the presentation is an update to our current GCAP program, we are also looking at what GCAP 2.0 will look like through the lens of the Vancouver Plan. And in 2021, we will come back with a complete report wrapping up Greenest City 2020 when all of our data is in from the last 10 years. And I hope at that time to also have a framework for GCAP 2.0 as part of the Vancouver Plan. Next slide. So let's start with some context. As you recall, the Greenest City Action Plan seeks to achieve 3 broad aspirational objectives. We're working towards zero carbon, zero waste, and healthy ecosystems. So each of our 10 goal areas are clustered according to which of these 3 broad aspirational objectives they most support. You've just seen the update from Matt related to our carbon goals on climate, buildings, transportation, and clean air, the sections that are grayed out there. And you'll also be getting a transportation update later on today from engineering. So I'm going to focus my presentation on waste, nature, water, food, economy, and lighter footprint. Next slide. So let's start with our zero waste goal. Our target here is to cut the amount of waste disposed to the landfill and incinerators, measured by tons. And we want to reduce it by 50% from 2008 levels. And while we won't likely hit our target, we're getting close, but we're moving in the right direction. Our progress has been impressive. And it's not just about recycling here. This is about helping people make better decisions about how they purchase goods and services to reduce overall waste in our system. Zero waste is about consuming less, repairing things, sharing things, reusing more, and then recycling what is left over, ideally meaning nothing goes to waste. The last 10 years of our work sets us on a clear path for our 2040 goal of zero waste in our system. Both the city's climate emergency response and the Zero Waste 2040 strategic plan acknowledge the importance of reducing wasted food for the purpose of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and waste disposed to the landfill and the incinerator. So one related example I wanted to highlight is a program called Love Food, Hate Waste. Love Food, Hate Waste is an international undertaking coordinated in Canada by the National Zero Waste Council. The City of Vancouver is a partner in the National Zero Waste campaign. The program includes social media and other online promotions. There's public outreach, distributing print materials through libraries, community centers, and city-owned theaters. And promotional information on reducing waste food is also included in the city's 2020 green bin and garbage collection calendar that we provide to residents. This is a great example of partnering with a national program to have local impact. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to talk about nature. There are 2 goals under Greenest City Action Plan that provide better access to nature for our communities. The first is restoring 25 hectares of natural areas across the city to support improved biodiversity. We've exceeded our natural area target already because of Parks Board's strong rewilding efforts. The second goal is expanding Vancouver's urban forest by an additional 150,000 trees by 2020. With the planting that we are expected to happen in 2020, and it's already happened early in 2020, I think we're actually going to meet our 150,000 tree target by the end of 2020. This photo here specifically is of the Pollinator Meadow at Memorial Park South in East Vancouver. And this project is a partnership between the Park Board staff and the local community. And I want to share a quote that we received from a local residents about this park. I just want to let you know how very much we appreciate the Memorial South Pollinator Garden. My neighbor and I are dealing with serious health issues, and our daily challenge and our routine is to walk the 4 blocks to the Memorial Park and visit the Pollinator Garden. At the moment, it is breathtakingly beautiful with all of its different colored poppies. It is the highlight of our day, and because we seldom walk together now due to COVID, we sometimes send each other pictures of the garden, especially on rainy days, as a reminder that there is beauty not far from our homes. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to move on to our clean water goal. Our clean water goal has 2 imperatives: to protect the quality of Vancouver's drinking water, and to reduce potable water consumption. One example of the current program is large home water metering. New buildings, residential homes doing major renovations have both required water meters since Council endorsed this in 2012. However, in the summer of 2019, Council passed an amendment to require all homes on lots of 0.4 acres and greater to install meters to start metering their water use. There are roughly 220 homes that fall into this lot size that will receive meters in 2020. This program is a great example of our focus on fairness and equity. On larger properties, water use tends to increase by 50% in the summer due to watering lawns and gardens. Starting with larger properties for water meter retrofits helps create a fairness and equity in billing. Hopefully, this will encourage these homeowners to become more aware of their water use and to seek ways to reduce it. Next slide. Local food. The city is working on creating a just and sustainable food system that aims to impact many interrelated outcomes, including greenhouse gas reduction, healthy food access for all, biodiversity, and the local economy. Our target is increasing food assets by 50% over 2010 levels, and as you can see, we have just exceeded that target. I should note that while we have reached our targets, certain food assets contribute more to food security and sustainability objectives than others. And there's still work to be done beyond this simple tally, like developing community food composting facilities and a food hub. I also want to mention the Parks Board Golf Course Kitchens and Sunset Nursery. As part of Vancouver's COVID response, Park Board Golf Course Kitchens at Langara College, or Langara Golf Course, have been used to cook and package thousands of meals for residents in the city's non-market housing. This enables residents to self-isolate and support them through the food insecurity that was deepened by COVID. Some of the food was actually grown by Parks Board staff at the golf course. Meanwhile, a pop-up farm is sprouted at Sunset Nursery. Extra beds have been planted with vegetables and made available to community food programs, providing meals and hampers for folks currently in need. This story demonstrates the value of food assets owned by the City and Park Board as we're able to use them in times of crises. Next slide. Vancouver Economic Commission leads our green economy work with a goal to secure our reputation as a global center for green enterprise. Our target is to double the number of green jobs by 2020. Some of you may recall the Green and Digital Demonstration Program, where businesses can demonstrate their products on City of Vancouver assets to do testing and to improve their marketability. Due to the success of this program, the Vancouver Economic Commission has rebranded and expanded our demonstration program for a more regional impact. This new program is called Project Greenlight and will include other regional institutions, including TransLink, the Port, the City of New Westminster, Fortis BC, and even private businesses like Quadreal Properties. While supporting local businesses, this program will increase clean technology adoption through the challenge mapping process that will lead to demonstration opportunities across the region. Next slide. Lighter footprint is a foundational goal to support Vancouver residents to lighten their personal ecological footprint. An ecological footprint is the amount of productive land and water needed to support the city's lifestyles. All things we grow, we harvest, we eat, everything we manufacture everything that is manufactured for us to use, and everything we process and throw away is all part of our footprint. A great example of a lighter footprint project is called Check Your Head. This is a food justice project done in collaboration with the Broadway Youth Resource Center. It focuses on engaging migrant, racialized, and Indigenous youth. This 2-year project encourages youth to take a critical upstream perspective on food production, distribution, access, consumption, and disposal through economic, social, and environmental justice lenses. The goals of the program are to increase migrant, racialized, and Indigenous youth's knowledge of their position in the food system, to empower youth to lead other youth through conversations on food justice, and to connect youth with each other across cultures through hands-on skill-building activities. Next slide, please. So while we've had some successes across Greenest City, we've also had some continuing challenges. While our greenhouse gases are trending in the right direction, as Matt mentioned earlier, we're not doing this fast enough. We need to continue to be courageous with our building and transportation policies. Our ecological footprint is still too high, and we need to continue working on zero waste, circular economy, and embodied emissions. And related to these is our air quality that continues to suffer due to transportation emissions and building emissions. And you combine this with wildfire smoke to make it even worse in the summertime. One of the worst things about air quality is it also impacts our most vulnerable populations the most. So despite our challenges, we have had some successes in 2019, and it has taken us quite far along the path to what is next, hopefully Greenest City 2.0 underneath the Vancouver plan. We now have, let's move on one more slide. So, as we develop a detailed response to the climate emergency, we're also keeping an eye on 2030 and 2050. The work we're doing will provide the environmental foundation pieces for the Vancouver plan and allow us to improve our integration with other citywide priorities. We will also continue to improve our accountability and reporting by ensuring that we have clear targets and action plans to meet them. All right, thank you very much. We have a number of staffs online from different departments if you have questions, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that presentation. I'm just getting my screen together here. Got a number of councillors on to ask questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Councillor Kirby-Yung, maybe on mute.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you for the presentation. My first question relates to big move number 5 in terms of lower carbon construction. And you had indicated that area as a challenge, with the goal being to, I believe, reduce significantly by 40% compared to a baseline, and currently we're down 9%. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to look at an open parking policy, and if that would contribute to that, recognizing that construction underground concrete parking stalls can be a serious source of embodied emissions.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. That is a really good question, and you've made a really important connection. Embodied carbon is huge, and we do have a reduction goal of 40%. And one of the heaviest or the most intense materials for embodied carbon is concrete. So one of the easiest way to reduce embodied carbon in buildings, especially larger buildings, is to not dig 10 stories underground and put in a bunch of concrete infrastructure to support parking. Of course, the other benefit with that is you reduce the amount of cars on the road, which also reduces emissions and is an affordability issue. Some parking stalls, depending on where you're putting in your building, can be $50,000 to $80,000 per stall. So if we do reduce the amount of parking required across the city, not only are we reducing carbon emissions and reducing the amount of cars and emissions on the road due to the cars, we are also improving affordability. And so that will be a focus on some of the work we're doing with our embodied emissions for sure.
Okay, and that would be building on the initial work in terms of, I think it was mid-July when there was some changes made to the parking minimum requirements with the implementation of satisfactory transportation demand management plans.
Correct, yes. It'll be building on that existing work, and we're looking at how we can be a little bit more assertive with that as well.
Okay. My next question, just keeping moving for time, and thank you for that, really relates to this notion of safe and active transportation. And again, I think you indicated we need to go 5 times as fast in terms of cutting emissions here. And so I'm wondering, in terms of getting people into multi-modes and the fact that transit is operating at reduced capacity with COVID measures, as well as people just being uncomfortable getting back onto transit, how quickly you think we can move in terms of reallocating the road space in terms of that work and the 11% target reduction taken by council?
I'm going to see if somebody from transportation wants to take that one. I'm not sure who's. I'm just looking who's on the call. Lon is on the call. Another option would be to wait until the transportation presentation later on today. I know they're going to cover a number of issues, and probably the COVID impact on transit will be part of that. But
okay, maybe I'll. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. It's Paul Story here. I can answer that really quickly, and we are going to be talking more about that in our presentation after this. But we've been working kind of really hard since the council presentation, or since the council motion on road space reallocation to look at how we can reallocate road space, and particularly with businesses to try to use that road space to advance business recovery.
Okay. Get people using other modes, including micromobility, for example?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And I have a clarification question I'd like to switch to. There was a note in the Green City Action Plan, and 2-part question here. I'll ask a quick clarification one first for speed. There's a note that the goal was to double the number of green jobs by 2020, and I want to get some clarity. We're in 2020, and it said that they had gone up 35%. Was that actually double what we had before?
That's a good question. We've got Brian Buggy on the call here, so I'm going to let Brian step in and respond to that question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. So that 35% comes from our 2017 survey. So as part of the process of our annual updates, we only do a green jobs report about once every 3 years. So that number is a bit out of date. We feel for 2020, which we'll be measuring later on this year to do a final report for early 2021, along with the rest.
I guess I'm just looking for, do we know now or not, just in the interest of time? Do we know yes or no that was a doubling of jobs? Did it meet the goal of doubling the plus 35%? Yes, no, or no?
Oh, the 35% is, the doubling would be 50%. So it's
okay,
roughly
that's great.
33,000. We're not there yet, but we're getting close, and I'm anticipating we'll be very close when we do our next measurement in the fall.
Okay, my last 10 seconds. I just want to know if staff are giving thought to collapsing the Green City Action Plan and the climate report.
I know you're trying to. I know you're trying to sneak it in there, but this is just a verbal presentation and update, so you can email in any questions, and I'm going to move on to Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. So I also have a number of questions, though we'll start off by saying a big thank you to the staff who've been working so hard on all of this. I'm curious to hear more on the transportation pricing piece, as well as the zero-emission parking. I think it was Matt spoke to pricing around new non-zero emission vehicles or something. Can you give us a bit more information on that approach to pricing?
Sure. Actually, Paul, do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Sorry, it's Paul Story here, Director of Transportation. Could you repeat the question around the pricing?
Yeah, I'm interested in, and maybe I'll just send this question in because the answer might take too long, but I'm interested in hearing a bit more both about the mechanisms that we're proposing around transportation or congestion pricing in the core, and also the zero emission parking plan and what I've heard Matt speak to about pricing for higher cost cars that aren't zero emission, that as an equity approach to pricing.
Yes, so we're digging into the details of all of that. If we move ahead with pricing mobility in the core or in the downtown, there's going to be a lot of work in terms of what technology would support that, but it's really about both kind of reducing the amount of non-sustainable travel and more equitably pricing how our roads operate. The details of how that would be implemented would be part of the work that we do over the next few years, and it will be, quite a bit of work to move that ahead and get the right system and technology in place. In terms of the zero emission vehicle parking, there's both kind of an off-street component. That off-street component is really important in new and existing buildings to support zero emission vehicles. But on the street, we're looking at incentives that we can apply on the street to kind of incentivize zero emission vehicles and their use.
Okay, great. I will look forward to hearing more on all of that. My next question is around the mention of shifts in city work because of working from home and emission reductions from there. So I've heard that Fire is doing 24-hour shifts, and their calculations are they've reduced 50% of their commuting emissions because of that. I'm interested to hear more about if we're having conversations with staff and with unions about maintaining some of those types of changes that have resulted in commuting emission reductions.
I know we are, but I think it might be good for Sadhu to comment on that.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Thanks, Councillor. Your question was on commuting and Fire in particular, or can you repeat it?
Fire is one example, but the conversations that we're having with staff and unions about longer-term shifts or maintaining pandemic-related shifts around commuting and work at home or different hours.
Oh yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, as you mentioned, Fire have made a shift, and we're kind of tracking that, monitoring to see how that's working. But generally speaking, we're engaging with our staff through surveys and to understand kind of their desires to continue working from home. We know that there will be a shift on an ongoing basis into the future. And then there's opportunities that come with that, both reduced emissions, but also changing the actual workplace so that we can see reductions in our need for office environments. So like even looking at a cycling shift where you might come in 2 or 3 days a week and you might share a desk with somebody else that comes in a couple days a week. And so we could reduce the amount of real estate that we need to lease, but also enable people to work from home. So those are all things that we're looking at, and we'll be definitely probably not going back to the way it was before, but looking to learn from the pilots we've been doing over the last couple of years and people working from home.
Okay. And I also have a question about how the continuation of Greenest City is fitting within climate emergency and the Vancouver plan. Maybe that's a question I'll send in. I heard something similar from Councillor Kirby-Young. So interested in how those pieces fit together in the long term, particularly seeing how the building and transportation pieces are such huge parts of actually meeting our emission reduction.
Thanks.
Why don't we answer
Thanks very much.
I think that's an important. Doug, can you answer that very quickly?
Well, we're at the 5 minutes, and I really have to move things along today because we have so many speakers. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Carr.
Great. Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this. I just love updates on this. It's one of my favorite things. And I'm also fully supportive of putting climate action at the core of our COVID recovery planning, like Premier Horgan noted in that quote you put up on the screen. Thank you. My questions, number one, in the status of accelerated actions, one of those actions you didn't mention was to install power drops to replace the use of diesel gas generators. What's the status of that project?
I'm not sure if we have our person on the line from our special events team, but I know that we're working closely with the film industry to put together a sort of a pricing program and also looking at other opportunities. We absolutely put in power drops whenever we're doing new construction because that's when it's less expensive, but retrofitting is more expensive. So we are working through it, but beyond knowing that it's underway, I don't have a lot of details at this point.
Yeah, I look forward to getting some more information about that. And I know that working with the film industry is important because they did talk about ways to finance it. So, and hopefully that industry is going to be up and running soon.
Yes.
Great. Okay, second question regarding regulating carbon pollution from existing buildings. And you did note a short-term gap between project costs and the dollars needed to invest. Are we pursuing as a city PACE financing? I know there might be a change provincially, but are we really pushing for that? So we could use, for example, private investor funding like pension funds that are looking for places to invest right now. And in building retrofit seems to be a very popular one for those investment funders.
Yes, PACE financing is definitely one of the things we're looking at. And I've got Sean Pander on the line. He may want to speak briefly about that as well, especially commercial PACE.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. Yes, we are looking at getting authority to utilize PACE financing and doing preliminary research on the market segments that tool would benefit from. We're also beginning a regional dialogue with staff in other local governments, looking at other financing tools that we may not need regulatory changes to enable, and to take advantage of new funding of $333 billion available from FCM for local governments to implement energy efficiency financing programs. So we're beginning that work now, and we'll have a little bit more when we report back in November. And depending on the findings from our initial conversations regionally and that preliminary research on market needs, I anticipate it being a big push next year.
Excellent. I'm hoping for that, and it's great. FCM has got that money available. I'm also interested in us pursuing potentially now with the stimulus funding coming from senior governments, training in the trades that are totally needed in terms of people able to do retrofits for zero and low carbon buildings. So I'm not sure if we're part of that push to get training programs that could mean a lot more green jobs within the city.
Yes, we've actually been funding, partnering with BCIT to do trades trainings for a few years now, and it's been very successful. And I would say that the provincial move towards that was partially stimulated by us doing our work and getting people excited about training the trades. So that's definitely top of mind for us. We need to make sure people can move forward on that.
Excellent. Switching a bit, neighborhood food assets. We've met our target to 50% increase. I'm interested in knowing how much long-term security there is. I know I've been saying this for a number of years now in terms, but long-term security, I think, is needed more than ever. So what's the status on our food assets, neighborhood food assets?
I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I could arrange for an email back to council, or a note back to council with some details on the food assets and long-term security.
And what I can add to that is it's a growing topic of interest within the Vancouver plan. It cuts across a number of aspects there, as you know. And so it's been elevated in the conversation there.
Great. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. So final question then.
We just have 20 seconds left, Councillor Carr.
Actions to install solar dollars in the 2019 budget. How's that going?
We're doing a very comprehensive budget looking at everything underneath climate emergency, including solar opportunities and everything we can do with heat pumps and you name it. So it'll be part of the budget we bring back to you in November.
Excellent.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the update today. A couple of questions. Just curious about the work we're doing with industry, either direct negotiation or advocacy work. I didn't hear a lot referenced around industry pollutants, a lot focus on buildings and homeowners and the public, but we also know that industry is a huge player in terms of pollutants. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Well, if you're talking greenhouse gas pollutants, we do not have a lot of heavy industry in the Lower Mainland. And the main polluters are relatively small. We have Molson's, which was huge, and they're moving. They've moved and shut down almost completely now. West Coast Reductions, Rogers Sugar, and even our own asphalt plant are some of the bigger greenhouse gas producers in Vancouver proper. And all of those organizations are modernizing and updating their programs to minimize their pollution. So from a greenhouse gas perspective, the emissions are relatively low. It really is our buildings and single-family buildings are a big part of that, and our transportation that are our big emission sources. Industry is not too much of an issue. It's a little bit of an issue from an air quality concern, but that's managed by Metro Vancouver, and in most cases, it's well underhand. I would also say that air quality from a pollutant or particulate matter perspective is more of a transportation issue than an industry issue in the Vancouver area.
Thank you for that. My other question is around the goals that were established, looking at the green economy goal. And I'm just curious about, we talked about green jobs, and I had the opportunity to address the Association of Mineral Exploration at BC this year, and around the world, Vancouver is considered a center of excellence for mineral exploration and mining because of the conglomerate of businesses in Vancouver that support that industry. And this is the industry that's providing the minerals and ore for things for solar panels, for electrification. And when I asked this of the Vancouver Economic Commission, there wasn't a lot of recognition of that industry in terms of playing a role into the green economy. And I'm just curious if you could comment on that.
Sure. Most of our industry that we're focusing on are industries that have a direct impact on Vancouver itself. So while a lot of the head offices for mining and forestry companies will be in Vancouver, the actual industry is out in northern BC or other parts of British Columbia that doesn't have a direct impact. So we're not spending a lot of our energy trying to manage or mitigate those sources of industrial inputs. One thing we are doing, though, is looking at our construction materials, which will influence outside sources like concrete and timber, and really support the local lumber industry and the engineering behind the local mass timber industry as well. But those industries they don't have a direct impact on Vancouver, so we don't spend a lot of energy on them.
Okay. I find it interesting. I just comment because a lot of the companies are actually accounting firms, engineering firms, legal firms. They're based in Vancouver providing, supporting, so these are local jobs, and it's producing the ore that's needed for the electrification. But the other questions I have are around two questions. One around how did we establish the goals, and what is the monitoring framework around the goals that you articulated, the 5 or 6 there? And then the second question is just around, in the context of the pandemic, appreciate the sort of the shifting, but are we looking at, given that we've got a funding shortfall, are we looking at deferral of some programming and investments, given that we're struggling and limping along here and still don't have our finances sorted out in terms of how we'll manage? And so I'm just curious, there's two different questions there.
Right. So the goals for Greenest City were set way back in 2010 and 2011, and that was through a year and a half of public engagement and consultation and working with subject matter experts. Our more recent goals associated with climate emergency followed a similar trajectory, but we've done that over the last year, and it's really based on the science for us to meet a 1.5 degree world as per the Paris Accord. So that's where our goals for the climate emergency come in. Regarding the budget, we are absolutely having to reprioritize what we're doing under the climate emergency. And we're going through that exercise right now with finance and with all the different goal owners to try to determine what we can do now versus what we can do next year or the year after and delay things in response to the fact that our financial situation has changed significantly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks. I've got myself on the list. Thanks very much for your presentation and ongoing work on this. I do talk to a lot of mayors across Canada and around the world, and they have a very keen eye on Vancouver when it comes to climate change and our Greenest City efforts. I'm just wondering if your team could perhaps give us a couple of highlights, like things that you think we've really knocked out of the park and are leading on. Are there things that we can really point out to other jurisdictions, policies or actions that we've taken that have really made a big difference?
Absolutely. There's no shortage of things in that list, but the one that jumps to mind right now is our green building policies. I would suggest that maybe next to New York, we probably have the most assertive green building policy in North America. Europe is ahead of everybody in the world, but as far as our new buildings go, we are head and shoulders above the vast majority, well, everybody in North America, every big city.
And what puts us ahead? Like what would you say is the thing that puts us ahead of everybody else?
Well, there's we essentially require, we're getting close to zero emissions for almost all of our new building types. And even local jurisdictions, Burnaby and New West and other local cities, while they're getting close, they're not approaching our levels yet. And we actually inspired the province to write the BC Building Step Code, the new energy step code that came out a few years ago, based on the work that we've done, which we borrowed from Brussels in Europe. So that's one piece I'm very proud of. The other piece would be our transportation system. We do have a really significant mode shift across North America when you look at the amount of people who are taking transit, riding bikes, and walking relative to other cities across North America. Again, Europe head and shoulders above us because those cities were designed for walking. But in North America, we've done very well there.
Okay, that's...
if I could add just really briefly on the first point, Doug Braid, absolutely. But the next big push is on existing building stock and retrofitting for energy. That's the new frontier, and you'll be hearing a lot about that in the months to come. The second piece... Can
you give us a sneak preview of what we have to do, what issues we have to address?
Sean Pander can address that. I would just say briefly on the second point, the big move one, which is walkable neighborhoods, so bringing services and needs closer to where people are and avoid any kind of transport trip other than on foot or bicycle is the next big installment to that transportation piece, and that will come big through the Vancouver plan. But Sean, do you want to address the building retrofits?
Yeah, Mayor, excellent question. We are working on a comprehensive strategy to drive that forward. The big thing relates to the big move, and that's setting greenhouse gas limits for existing buildings. And in the single-family sector, we have good data. The challenge we have is that unlike New York and cities in the U.S. and Ontario, we don't have benchmark reporting data in Vancouver, and therefore setting limits where we understand the implications of that regulation is challenging. So we are pursuing and gathering data. We aim to bring forward, as part of the climate emergency, a recommendation to establish easy-to-meet greenhouse gas limits on existing buildings and then start collecting that benchmark report data and then establish more aggressive targets that give building owners time to prepare their buildings and make a sort of an orderly transition towards zero emissions over time as they look at other investments that they want or need to make.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much. That kind of puts it all in perspective. Maybe just you could give us a sense of that we just passed the world's tallest passive house. Can somebody let us, with this building on Nelson Street, can somebody just give us a sense of what that means in terms of what a lot of people wouldn't know what passive housing is, for example?
Sean, do you want to go for that one again?
Yeah, that approval of that project was really significant. Passive House is the world's sort of most rigid standard or significant standard for reducing heat loss. And given the majority of our emissions, about 75% of our emissions, 70% of our emissions from buildings come from heat loss typically, that really is the fundamental piece of the Energy Step Code, and it's reducing heat loss from buildings. And so having a tall tower like 1075 Nelson get rezoning approval, the thing that does is it's a big enough project that it will drive supply chains and start bringing either the manufacture of super high performance walls and window systems into the market. And by doing that on a large project like this, it will drive down the costs for all projects to do, even if they don't go to Passive House, because they'll have access to the thermal breaks and the windows and the tapes and seals for air tightness and the heat recovery ventilators. It really does help reduce the cost of buildings that want to achieve zero emissions, even if they don't go full passive.
Thanks so much for that, and I'm over my 5, so I'll go on to Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks. Great presentation. Appreciate all the work that's ongoing on this file. A few of my questions have been answered. I guess just touching on a few of the pieces around urban heat islands. And Doug, you earlier mentioned the local food assets have increased by 51%. Is there anything in the strategy to look at focusing some of our green roof kind of mandate towards urban farming and agriculture?
Yes, for sure. We do have a green infrastructure program, which is looking at green roofs and other forms of putting more greenery in the public realm and the private realm as well. And how that material gets realized, whether it's a farm or whether it's just planting or other materials, that's usually dependent on the local owner. We don't have a plan directly right now or as part of the existing Greenest City plan to put more food assets on top of roofs. But we do have a plan that we're working on to put more green space on existing roofs. And as we move that forward, that will lead to more opportunities for more planting or more food production on roofs as well.
So that definitely seems like a 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing for me.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Moving on then, on the subject of heat islands still, and we talk about mechanical systems and contributing to greenhouse gases and stuff. I'm wondering about things like the thermal mass of buildings absorbing heat and dissipating them, increasing the kind of urban heat islands, and similarly with paved surfaces, and if there are solutions we're looking at in those capacities as far as built form and thermal mass and as far as blacktopping surfaces and looking at alternatives.
We are definitely looking at heat island with respect to how we can improve our environment and not increase it, because it's going to get worse and worse every summer. And the best 2 ways to approach that are really to add green space and to add water or moisture to the air. Absolutely reducing the amount of asphalt and large buildings and stuff, that has an impact as well, but without sort of turning our city upside down and tearing up all of our asphalt, the best way to do that is actually more trees, more planting, and water sources. And those water sources can be sometimes there's a roof system called the blue-green roof where you actually have planting, and then there's a tray that covers the whole roof that actually has about 3 inches of water in it, and it provides kind of a natural misting effect in the area within like a block around the building and reduces temperature. So we're looking at options like that. So I don't think we're going to change a lot of our buildings or our asphalt, but we definitely will be adding more green and moisture to our city.
Okay. Thank you for all of those. And I would be remiss in not highlighting the interest, and I think that this is shared by most of council around bringing forward that promised policy around parking maximums. And I know that's something coming up soon, but I think that would really be a big part of us moving forward on a lot of this.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a few ones. Thanks a lot for the presentation. One of them's on the diversion rate of the city. And I'm just wondering where we're at with the construction and demolition waste diversion strategy to try to divert as much of the construction waste away from incinerator.
So I don't have the current numbers right in front of me, but I know that our current program to look at recycling and reducing the amount of demolitions that are happening has been quite successful. And the actual diversion rates associated with that, I believe last time we checked, they were in the 90% area. And but right now they only apply to pre-1940 buildings, or pre-1950. I think we've added a couple years ago. We're still looking at adding new buildings to that recycling or the green demolition bylaw. The trick is new buildings have so much material that we really are struggling with. A lot of it would be like spray foam. Spray foam is used in place of insulation because it's quicker, but it's actually quite nasty. It creates a lot of greenhouse gases. It's a bit of a fire hazard, and it's almost impossible to recycle. So we're looking at how to start managing spray foam before we can, and other kind of materials that you find in new buildings, lots of plastics, before we can move forward on better recycling for those buildings.
So part of our building guideline might be looking at restricting certain materials. Is that what the direction is?
Yes, I think that will happen eventually. It's just a matter of when we'll be able to do the research and continue working with the industry on that. But I do see a point somewhere in the future where we do restrict spray foam or ban it completely from the city of Vancouver.
And then a follow up on the kind of diversion component. We only have one zero waste kind of center in the south of Vancouver. Are we looking at expanding our opportunities to increase the amount of diversion that we can do for public and private material?
I do not have an answer to that question, and I'm just seeing if there's anybody online. Chris Underwood from our Zero Waste team is on the line. He may have something to add to that.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks for the question, Councillor Wiebe. Yes, it is something that we're looking at currently. There's some options that we're considering, and they would need to tie in also with Vancouver Plan work. One option could be a fixed location or a couple of different fixed locations in more central areas of the city, rather than having residents have to drive out to the South Vancouver Zero Waste Center. Given that that's designed for vehicle access primarily. Something, though, that we're also looking at and studying models that are quite successful in European countries is more mobile facilities, something that's, perhaps well-suited to cities like ours where there's a premium in available real estate and something that can be more flexible and more cost-effective and more accessible to those without vehicles as well.
Okay, thanks. One of the big greenest city goals was on the urban forest canopy, and I know heat islands was brought up. I'm just wondering, have we gotten back the number of where we're at with our urban canopy? Understand the importance with heat islands and reducing improving our air quality and other components of natural assets, and just the mental health of being able to be around trees. And I know that Park Board did a lot of work on their equity zones, recognizing the importance of creating initiative areas that were recognizing the equity and the inequity around the city of certain neighborhoods having less access to nature. So I'm just wondering where that work is moving to ensure that everyone around the city has access to green space.
Yes, Park Board Van Play has definitely highlighted the inequity issues and the need for improved canopy. We're definitely not back at our former numbers. I've got Chad Townsend from the Park Board on the line. He may have some updated numbers on that for you.
Hi, thanks for the question, Councillor Wiebe. Yes, we're right in the middle, actually, of doing some LiDAR analysis to update our canopy numbers, but it is correct, and we will see transitions over time as trees fill in. But we're concentrating efforts right now in areas of lower canopy. That was one of the key indicators of our equity initiative zones. One of the three key indicators was canopy cover. But in certain sites, like the downtown east side, we just have very few public space places to plant. And so we're hoping that we can work with colleagues in engineering and others throughout the city to create more sites, basically changing asphalt into tree planting sites for public tree benefit, because there is really only, as you would know from being on Park Board, there's very few sites within parks that we can plant more trees, but we seek more public space. And also in the private realm, we're working with our colleagues in planning to retain and require more trees in the urban realm.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, 3 questions. Who's on the Climate Equity Working Group?
So I don't have those names right in front of me, but we can email those out to all of council. We can do that today.
Okay, that would be great. And then in terms of transport pricing in the core, are there some ways that you can make sure that this won't hurt low-income drivers, or, for example, people that have to use their vehicle in the core for their work?
Yeah, all of the policies that we're working on are going to put through a really rigorous equity lens, and ideally our Climate and Equity Working Group will have input on those policies as we bring them forward. But our intention absolutely is not to put additional burden on people who can't afford these changes. That's why we're talking about any parking changes would be for people who are buying new expensive cars. We expect them to buy zero emission, but if you can only afford an older car, and we're not going to make it punitive or punish you for doing that. And the same thing for transportation pricing. It would be done through an equity lens to ensure that people are not burdened by it.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Last question. Metro had a really interesting report on food security at the last meeting, and it said that only 14% of our food is grown in the region, and that's kind of scary given COVID. And to see how dependent we are on food from California and Florida and all these other places. And when I'm walking around my neighborhood, I see some amazing front yard gardens. And I'm just wondering is there a plan, or could we get a city plan to encourage people to use their front yards for gardens, maybe give them free dirt or have some online lessons or things like that?
So a number of years ago, we did purposely allow gardens in the front yard and vegetable gardens in the front yard to maximize the use of that space. I can definitely work with or speak with Park Board and with our food team in ACCS about how we can further encourage more use of gardening in spaces. I agree with you. I think we need to encourage more local food production. Maybe not in Vancouver as a city. It's going to be tough to grow enough food for all of us, but across the whole region, it would be definitely a worthwhile endeavor.
And we could at least up our percentage a little bit, yes, from 14 to 16 or something. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thanks, Council and staff. That's it for questions. Again, there's no action to take on this. It was an update. So thank you very much to staff. We're going to now move to the reports that were held. And the first report that was held is the 2020 Transportation Safety Update. And I'll just ask the city manager if staff are ready to present.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. We are here and we have a presentation. I see staff are on here. And so we're just going to let the staff from the last item head off and get the next staff team loading the deck here.
Okay,
so,
I'm going to just
over to Mr. Leclerc.
Mr. Leclerc, are you all ready to go?
Lon, you might be muted there.
Can you hear me now?
No. Yep, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make a few highlights just before I turn it over to Paul Storer, our new transportation director, to take us through the presentation. Just 3 things I wanted to highlight. One was that today we'll be sharing the results of our fall transportation survey. This is a survey that we've done for 7 consecutive years. And it does show the transition, for the residents of Vancouver, who generally are making around 2 million trips a day. 53% of those trips used to be in a car. and now that is down to 46%. And that type of shift away from the car to other modes, walk, bike, and transit, is a type of shift that we don't see happening on this scale in any other city in North America. We do feel that that is a result of the Build It and They Will Come, and particularly this trend is in response to, I would say, building out the cycling network and really good, solid investments in the transit system is a really big people mover for our city. Ultimately, we are working, as mentioned, with the climate emergency as to how to reach new targets for 2020, and we'll be reporting to Council in September with that. Second point I just wanted to identify was the scale at which we kind of introduce changes to our transportation system. We're not going to highlight this in the presentation, but in the report you will see some information about this. We receive about, like in a single year, we receive about 6,000 requests for through 311 and the Van Connect app to make changes to our road system and our parking regulations. And it's important because our city is changing, and the demands and the circumstances and issues are evolving in each of the neighborhoods. And so we actually investigate all of those requests. In a single year, we actually initiated over 2,500 work orders that were in direct response to requests from residents and businesses. So that's almost 40% of the requests that came in. We actually did an investigation and found that the change was warranted, and we implemented those changes. And the last thing I just wanted to point out, so the other thing that you also have before you is a report. And this council report is in direct response to a number of initiatives that this council has identified over the last year. This is in particular related to slower, safer local neighborhood streets and around schools. And the report makes some changes to our bylaws and our city policy that will allow us to actually move quicker on this front. This year, or immediately, what we're proposing is some pilots, but assuming that we have successful pilots, that we're looking at the following year to roll out more citywide programs. In particular, a blanket speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour on local neighborhood streets across the city. And after 20 years of trying to work with the so just note that in this most recent go-round, we have some really encouraging response from them in terms of enabling us to implement that. So we're very encouraged by that. So those are just the three highlights I wanted to identify, and then I'll just pass it over to Paul Story to take us through the presentation.
Great. Good morning. Paul Story, Director of Transportation, and I have, as Lon said, I have essentially two presentations we've put together to present this morning. The first one is a report to council on the fall panel survey and an update on transportation in Vancouver, and the second is directly related to the motions council has in front of them to consider today, or the recommendations. So all of our transportation work really comes out of our a strong policy background, and this includes, green city, healthy city strategy, renewable city, but really that leads into Transportation 2040, which is our master plan guiding us moving forward. And Transportation 2040 was built after significant public and stakeholder engagement and support, and was really building off a really successful and really groundbreaking transportation plan, our 1997 transportation plan. So there were kind of three key targets that Transportation 2040 was trying to hit. The first one is really about mode share. So one of the key things that Transportation 2040 was trying to do was to look at the region, to look at how we were going to be growing over the next 30 years, and recognize that we're not growing our road network. So how do we continue to have a functioning transportation system and accommodate the growth? And really this was looking at accommodating a lot of that growth, or all of that growth, through a shift to sustainable modes, so walking, cycling, and transit. So the orange bars here are the motor vehicles, and you can see that's dropping slightly, but more or less staying the same. And all those additional trips would be walk, bike, and transit. And the goals that it set were that half of all trips be walk, bike, and transit by 2020, and 2/3 by 2040 to accommodate the growth in the region. It had two other key goals, which were to reduce the distance driven by 20%, from 2007 levels by 2020, and to work towards zero traffic-related fatalities. So since then, we've had updates to a number of parts of this. One of the key updates was with the climate emergency update last year to advance the 2040 target of 2/3 of all trips by walk, bike, and transit to 2030. So what that means is because we expect there's going to be fewer trips in 2030, what that means is even more shift, I guess, to walking and cycling. And that gives us some real opportunities in terms of the space devoted to motor vehicles to reallocate that to people and to have the road network potentially function better than today. So one of the key ways we're doing this is by looking at how we really use that street space. And private motor vehicles are a really inefficient way to move people around. Typically, we assume a travel lane is going to carry about 700 people, and pretty much everything else is going to carry a lot more people. So we see transit, depending on the type, doubling, tripling, up to 20 or 30 times. If you look at SkyTrain, that amount that 3-meter lane can take. Cycling facilities, we can get 2 or 3 times as many people in the same space. And walking is a really, really efficient use of space. You can get 5,000 or 6,000 people on a 3-meter sidewalk. So in addition to all of the health and sustainability benefits we get from shifting people over to more sustainable modes, we also get a real efficiency benefit to doing that. One of the things that the Transportation 2040 Plan also recognized is that our streets and transportation are really about more than just moving people around. They're also about health and safety of our residents. They're about accessibility and giving people that ability to move around whoever they are. They're about affordability, improving public life, and COVID, amongst a lot of other things, have really demonstrated the importance of resiliency on our streets and our transportation network. So one of the other things that we did coming out of Transportation 2040 was really recognize that we were kind of data poor prior to that. We basically were for looking at mode share in particular, we were relying on a couple of tools, the long-form census and TransLink's trip diary survey, which were really only every 5 years and took a lot of time to process that data. And we were finding that it was really difficult to monitor how we were doing on a more granular basis because we didn't have that, year by year data, and it also took a long time to get the data back. So starting in 2013, we started a panel survey, and what that is it's a longitudinal survey of a spectrum of Vancouver residents, intended to really look at expanding that out to all Vancouver residents and how people are traveling. So in 2030, you can see we started from a place of having about 47.5% of people using sustainable mode, that's the green bar, and 42.5% in motor vehicles. And what we've seen as we've been doing the panel survey every year, and as we've been implementing, more projects to really advance walking, cycling, and transit, we've been seeing that mode share grow by about 1% a year. In addition, we're seeing the trips growing as we would expect. So not only is that mode share growing of sustainable modes, but the overall number of trips are growing as well. When you look at the sustainable modes, walking, cycling, and transit, we can see how each one is kind of taking up that load. So the dark green bar at the bottom are walk trips, and we can see overall, the percentage of walk trips is growing slightly. When you look at the overall growth of sustainable trips, the actual number of walk trips is growing significantly. And for Council's awareness, a walk trip in this case is a trip that is fully walk. So it's walking all the way from, say, home to your destination. A transit trip also involves walking, but a trip that involves walking to a bus stop and taking a bus and walking on the other end is classified as a transit trip. So we're seeing walking grow. Cycling is a big story here. In 2013, we had about 4.5% of trips through the panel survey were cycling trips, which was still quite a good number for North America. But since then, we've essentially doubled in 2019, to a large part due to the infrastructure that we've been building on the street. And transit is the blue bar in the top, and that's grown. Again, it's grown somewhat. The interesting thing about transit is that it's also the one that's really capacity constrained. So we know that as we add service to the system in Vancouver, a lot of that tends to be taken up. But we've seen a good growth in transit as well. So all of this data is, we look at all the other data sources, and when we look at the census long-form data, and this is really just about commute trips, we see very similar patterns. So we see, a good increase in walking, good increase in transit, and then decrease in motor vehicles. And again, between 2006 and 2016, we see almost a doubling of cycling trips. So our second big goal there was about shorter trips and reducing what we call vehicle kilometers traveled. So this is the amount that a typical vehicle or person travels per year. And we, since 2014, we've seen per vehicle about a 16% drop in kilometers driven, and that per capita that reduction is even stronger. So this is all really good info, and then COVID came along, and this has thrown a big shock into our transportation system. So we've already presented to council on some of the things that we're doing to respond to COVID. Kind of since we presented to council, we've been really focused on how we can reallocate road space and particularly support businesses on that. But the other thing that we're working on is how we recover from COVID. So this is a diagram that shows some work we've been doing using Apple data, and this is coming from Apple that they're releasing based on how they're seeing people move around based on their phone data. Again, prior to COVID, we were seeing pretty consistent and good sustainable mode share. Then in March, COVID hit, and we saw that big drop in trips. We also saw a bit of a shift away from sustainable modes, and that was really that huge shift away from transit. We saw transit ridership in the beginning drop by about 80%. So we've been using this and other data sources to keep our eye on what's happening as we kind of move through the pandemic and people start traveling more. We're also looking at surveys and other info that's coming out. So, the Board of Trade did a survey in May asking people, well, what are your plans in terms of transportation? And they found that 36% of Vancouverites plan to drive more because they don't plan on being on transit. But we also see 43% of people want to walk or bike more. And that's really where the opportunity is. And where we're really well positioned in COVID with a well-developed active transportation network to help provide people those options to be able to walk or bike more. We also worked with the University of Toronto on a study that they'd done in Toronto, and we're looking at doing it in a different city. Looking at different neighborhoods and how different neighborhoods, and particularly neighborhoods with more vulnerable populations, are being impacted by COVID. And we're seeing it does really depend on the neighborhood, and it does really depend on what options people have. But overall, we're seeing about almost 20% of former transit commuters were driving, and this was in May. So things change rapidly right now, but 21% we're now taking active mode, so that aligns pretty well with kind of our current mode share our current mode share results. And about a quarter of former transit commuters say they plan to wait until there's a vaccine before riding transit again. So that actually kind of aligns with some reduction in capacity that is happening on our bus system and train systems. We can't pack people in quite as closely as we could before. So we're taking all of this info and using that to try to figure out how we can come back from COVID, not necessarily going back to the way things were, but trying to build back a better, safer, healthier, more equitable, and resilient transportation system post-COVID. So this is a lot of the work that we're doing going into Vancouver Plan and Climate Emergency Response, is looking at what strategies we can use to help us get there. The council direction around reallocating road space is an important part of that. We need to be working with transit to support that ridership recovery, as well as recovery of things like MOBI. Encouraging active transportation. This is both kind of promotion and our work right now that we're doing on things like slow streets. Working with TransLink and others to work with businesses to try to figure out how we can better support remote and more flexible work to kind of keep some of those trip volumes down to avoid overcrowding of transit and to avoid congestion in streets. And kind of slightly longer term is really about advancing our greenways refresh. And we see this as a big part of Vancouver Plan. In terms of Council's direction around road space reallocation, we've been working on that as well. The graphic on the left is one way that we're looking at it. So we're looking at actual area of road space that we have. And we have almost 20 square kilometers of road space within the city. If we looked at reallocating 11% of that, that would be about 2 square kilometers. And we see that about half of the area of streets in the city is local streets, and the rest is divided between arterials, collectors, and laneways. So there's a great opportunity here to look at the streets and figure out how they can be more people-focused and look at opportunities for things like green infrastructure. So this is all going into our report back to Council on a road space reallocation motion and feeding into climate emergency and Vancouver Plan. So now I'm going to move over to the other part of the presentation, which is the transportation safety update. And again, this speaks to the motions or to the recommendations in front of Council today. So I'll talk a bit about the policy and trends, and then I'll walk through the different programs that we're recommending. So as a bit of background, transportation safety has had a long history in Vancouver. The '97 Transportation Plan really, it was kind of groundbreaking as a transportation plan in terms of prioritizing walking, cycling, and transit. And it also looked at safety, and particularly safety and comfort on local streets, and developed the Neighborhood Traffic Calming Initiative. In Transportation 2040, that was really built upon and set a goal of 0 traffic-related fatalities, and really recognized the need to focus on vulnerable road users, particularly people walking and cycling, and safety for everyone. Coming out of Transportation 2040 in 2016, Council endorsed the Moving Towards Zero Action Plan, which amended the Transportation 2040 target to not only be fatalities, but also serious injuries, to have a goal of getting towards 0 fatalities or serious injuries in the transportation system. And it outlined some detailed strategies to achieve that. And this is building off a lot of work that's been happening around the world, branded as Vision Zero, and which really looks at developing strategies to not accept having fatalities or serious injuries on our transportation system, to attempt to eliminate them and increase safe and healthy and equitable mobility for everyone. So particularly fatalities are a very rare event, luckily, on our transportation system. So we often need to look at the longer term trends. And what this graph shows is the increase in population. At the same time, over the longer term, a substantial increase in fatalities that we're seeing on the road system. When we look at injuries and serious injuries, we again are also looking at those long-term trends. And the big story here is we're seeing at least on a per person or per trip basis, we're seeing us at least holding steady on walking and motor vehicle occupant safety. There's some more work to do here, but one of the other big things that we're seeing is cycling. So from 2011, we went from we've gone from we've significantly dropped the number of cycling trips or cycling injuries per trip. And what this is showing is kind of the well-documented phenomenon of safety in numbers. So as we've seen those trips really rise cycling, we've seen a big drop in the likelihood that someone's going to be injured in a cycling trip. And we expect that to continue as the number of people cycling rises. And as I said, our safety program overall really focuses on vulnerable pedestrians and cyclists. A lot of this it's because of these charts. So we see walking and cycling only make up about 2% of all collisions, but it ends up being over half of all serious injuries and over 60% of all fatalities. So in terms of the different programs that we have proposed to Council, the first one is slow zones, and this is coming out of a Council motion in May 2019 that directed staff to identify a pilot program of 30 kilometer per hour speed limits as a demonstration project. And this is important because we know that speed plays a huge part in pedestrian safety. When a motor vehicle hits a pedestrian, if they're going 50 kilometers per hour, there's about an 80% risk of fatality for that pedestrian. Whereas if that speed can be slowed to 30 kilometers per hour, that drops to about 15%. So right now, the speed limit regime on city streets is, under the Provincial Motor Vehicle Act, is that all streets are 50 kilometers per hour unless otherwise posted, and lanes are 20 kilometers per hour. So we also have school zones and playground zones, which are 30 kilometers per hour on residential streets, but they're limited in time. So schools to school days and between 8 and 5, and playgrounds between dawn and dusk. Bikeways, we've gone and we've signed bikeways as 30 kilometers per hour. We've also done some trials on arterial streets and collector streets, including the ones here, Beach Victoria, Hastings, and Prior Street. Overall, we haven't necessarily seen this have a huge impact on speeds just from the signage alone. And that's often because the street's design and geometry doesn't really encourage those slow speeds. So our challenge in terms of implementing lower speed limits on local streets has really been the BC Motor Vehicle Act that requires us to essentially sign every single block as that speed, and there's a huge cost to that. So as far back as the 97 transportation plan, we have been trying to get the ability to provide blanket speed limits on local streets, so to allow us with a lot fewer signs to be able to make local residential streets a lower speed limit. And we've really struggled moving that forward. So we're really excited that with the most recent Motor Vehicle Act amendments to allow pilots with municipal support, the province appears to be supportive of trying out a pilot. So we're really excited about the potential for that. But what we want to do is we still want to go into a neighborhood with and designate all the streets as 30 kilometers per hour with signage. And this is to get that demonstration program in place to understand kind of how it works and how the public reacts to it. And that's going to really help inform the next phase, which is around the blanket speed limit pilot and how we implement that. You know, we think that public acceptance is a key part of making this work. So we think this will be really helpful in terms of doing that. And again, that blanket speed limit will give us an effective way to hopefully be able to go to all local residential streets in the city and implement lower speed limits. So the demonstration location that we're recommending for signage only is within Granby Woodland, and it's the area bounded by Clark and Commercial and First and Granby Highway North. And we went through a process to select the neighborhood, looking at a number of things in all of the different areas. So we broke the city into areas divided by local or collector, or sorry, by arterial or collector streets. And we looked at them in terms of, you know, what are the speeds there already? What, you know, is there a high vulnerable population there? Are there a lot of community amenities? And, you know, is it an area that we can go in and we can relatively quickly deploy a pilot? And, so that's the one that was chosen. So one of the other programs that we are moving forward is the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. So this is really looking at areas of the city that don't, like local streets and local street areas of the city, I guess, that have problems right now with speeds and traffic volumes. So rather than just putting up speed limit signs, to get to that low traffic volume speed level, they're going to require community engagement, development of a plan, and monitoring and evaluation. So they're just going to take a bit longer to get there. And we're proposing to deliver this within existing staffing and funding. The kind of toolkit that we'd be using is everything from speed humps and signage. And again, the speed zone signage is going to be important, to more substantial measures like raised crosswalks, things like curb bulges and medians, and traffic diversions. So we have two neighborhoods that we are planning to move forward with, and these are both really due to existing commitments that we've made to the neighborhoods. So the first one is in the Hastings Sunrise area, bounded by Renfrew, Boundary, Hastings, and First Avenue. And this is an area where the two houses of the neighborhood are really cut off by Highway 1, except with the Adanac overpass that creates this really kind of intense traffic route through the neighborhood. So with Fortis's work on First Avenue in 2018, we closed off the Adanac overpass temporarily because we knew it was going to take a lot of additional traffic as First Avenue was seeing a lot of impacts. And when we removed that closure, we made a commitment to the neighborhood to come back and have a discussion with them about how to manage traffic coming and going from the neighborhood and how to manage that traffic on local streets. So that's the first neighborhood that we're recommending. And the second is within Strathcona, and the neighborhood bounded by Main, Clark, Hastings, and Pryor. And this is an area that we're recommending for a couple of reasons. I guess first off, as we did that analysis of neighborhoods around the city, for the neighborhoods that weren't meeting that 30 kilometer per hour kind of goal that had higher traffic volumes and speeds, it came up at the top of the list. And the other reason is there's a substantial change happening here, particularly with changes to Prior Street and the False Creek Flats arterial. So we're recommending that as the second priority for the neighborhood traffic management program. The third piece I want to talk about is about improving safety around schools. And this is partly responding to a council motion in October of 2019 that staff report back, collaborate with Vancouver School Board and report back on how we can improve transportation safety and active transportation around local schools. So, this is kind of an outline of the school active travel planning program that's been in place since about 2012. And what this is it's a program that staff go out and they work with schools on developing an action plan to make school areas safer and to improve that active transportation schools. So the first phase is about 4 months, and staff go out and work with schools on really understanding the context, what's stopping kids from walking or cycling to school, where are their safety concerns. The next 4 months develops an action plan, and then there's about a year as the different actions are implemented. And these are everything from kind of minor tweaks to construction that reduce speeds or improve access and safety to those schools. And then following the implementation of the action plan, staff go back and work with schools on how that's worked. This also includes things like educational opportunities. So, working with the students so they understand the importance of safe and active transportation to school. We hold events with the schools, and we work with the schools on programs like walking school bus and things like that, and just creating systems so that kids feel safer and more comfortable walking to school. So since 2012, we've gone to about 5 schools a year, 5 new schools a year, and have implemented over 800 action items coming out of that, including about $1 million a year in physical upgrades around schools. So for 2020, we're planning to engage with a total of 24 schools, so 3 new ones, 6 that are in the second year of the process, and 15 where we're kind of finishing off the actions or working with them to monitor the outcomes. In addition to that, we also have additional programs that support schools with promotion, and we're continuing to build up how we work with the school board and how we work with schools on education and outreach around promoting walking and cycling to school. So the big changes that we are recommending to council today are around, the first is a bylaw change. So right now, as I said, school zones and playgrounds, they have 30 kilometer per hour zones, but these aren't effective all the time. In school zones, it's only school days between 8 and 5, and in playground zones, it's dawn to dusk. We're recommending that we amend the street and traffic bylaw to make these 24/7, because we know that schools and playgrounds are places where, kids aren't only there at those times. So we want to focus on these areas as a first place to reduce speeds. Also, as we start to implement 30K on all streets, we want to be sure that school and playground zones are also 30K within those neighborhoods. The second change is a policy change. So we have the annual speed hump program that's been a really successful program that we've been rolling out for over 20 years now. And this has a fairly specific policy around it that requires adjacent residents to take a survey and to get a specific response rate and a majority in favor of those speed humps. Adjacent schools, we've run into a few problems where we haven't been putting in those speed humps because we haven't had a high enough response rate. So particularly around schools, and this reduction in speed is really important for more than just those adjacent residents. It's important for everyone traveling to or from the schools. So we're recommending that as a policy, we remove the requirement to survey adjacent residents, or to survey residents adjacent schools, playgrounds, and within those slow zones. And the last part we want to talk about today is the micromobility pilot. So with the provincial amendment to the Motor Vehicle Act, they also signaled that they were to cities that they were interested in cities bringing forward pilots to pilot micromobility. So what is micromobility? Well, it's kind of all of these small electric devices, a lot of which we're seeing out on the streets. The best known one probably is e-scooters, or as the province is saying, e-kick scooters. But we're also seeing a lot of other things like monowheels and electric skateboards and things like that. So right now they're not legal on city streets, but we are seeing more of them out there. And we're hearing concerns about them, particularly when they're in higher speed traffic, or when they're on sidewalks mixing with pedestrians. So what we're proposing as a pilot is, and particularly the first phase of implementing something in Vancouver, would be to allow privately owned micromobility devices and to operate on protected bike routes and local streets. So essentially where we are already allowing skateboards. This requires council, the province is looking for a council endorsement to move further ahead with this trial. So we're looking for that today, and we're hoping that could launch in 2021. Ideally, it would launch along with blanket speed limit reductions, but probably these things happen at slightly different times. But we'd be hoping to move that ahead in early 2021. So we're not recommending a shared pilot at this point. We've been looking at what's been happening in other cities that have been trying out shared e-scooters, and we're learning a lot from them. So some cities are seeing higher injury rates, particularly for new riders who get on these systems and don't necessarily know how to use them. And they're also seeing conflicts with pedestrians on the sidewalks. So particularly in these cities that don't have other comfortable places to ride them, cities are seeing a lot of the use on sidewalks. And there's a lot of concerns from seniors and people with mobility issues about the conflicts of these devices on sidewalks. From an accessibility point of view, parking is a concern. As they kind of gather, they can block sidewalks. And again, that's a particular challenge for people with mobility issues or vision impairments. There's questions around their sustainability. So we're seeing some of them have a short lifespan, and there might be high environmental life cycle costs. And we're seeing them often replacing walking trips, so not necessarily continuing to a sustainable mode shift. They would seem to have the potential to be part of a really varied multimodal transportation system over the longer term, and potentially have that ability to be kind of that last mile to connect to or from transit. But right now, they really seem to be replacing walking trips. In terms of resiliency, our staff have noted that during COVID-19, a lot of cities saw these kind of disappear at a time that people were interested in using them. So overall, we're not recommending a share pilot. We're recommending starting off with privately owned micro-mobility devices that we're already seeing on the street, evaluating that, and then taking it from there. So overall, the recommendations in front of council are around slow zones. a demonstration in Granby Woodland, and to work with the province on setting the ability for the city to set blanket speed limits. We provided an update on neighborhood traffic management plans, and we're proposing to move those ahead in Strathcona and Hastings Sunrise. There's a bylaw change and a policy change to improve safety around schools and playgrounds. And the micromobility pilot, the goal would be to get council endorsement of that. Then we'd work with the province, try to get that implemented in early 2021 and report back in about 2022. So with that, thank you, and we have a number of staff available to answer questions on all this material.
Thanks so much for your presentation. We have a number of councillors with questions. Clerks, I'll just ask, we do have 2 speakers as well. So I'm just wondering, as it's 1:45 or 22:12, if we might hear those 2 speakers first. Is that something you might agree to, so they don't have to wait until after lunch to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I would move to hear speakers before questions.
Thanks very much. Okay, and we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. So that's passed. So clerks, if we could just signal to the first speaker that they're up.
Ms. Stewart, yes, we'll patch them through shortly.
Right, and you're a little faint, clerk.
Can you hear me? Is this better?
Yeah, you just sound like you're away from your microphone a little bit or muffled.
Do we have the first speaker on the line?
Okay, thank you. Hello?
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. Is this for me?
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry,
okay, so the first speaker is Jonathan Hopkins. You can go ahead.
It's clerks, it's very faint. Can barely hear the moderator.
Okay. Good morning. I am Jonathan Hopkins. Good morning to Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. Thank you for thanks for calling in, speaker. But we can barely hear you, and I just want to ask clerks if they can increase the volume of the speaker for us.
Speaker, can you say something so we can test your audio?
Good morning. Good morning.
That's great. Okay, thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, and then to the clerk, I do have slides. Good morning, Mayor Stewart and members of council. I'm Jonathan Hopkins, not a Vancouver resident, and I'm proud to represent Lime, one of the 2 major scooter companies operating in Canada and the largest provider of micromobility in the world, currently operating in 78 cities this morning, globally, including every city that currently allows scooters during COVID-19. Next slide. My comments today involve the Transportation Safety Report. It proposes a e-scooter pilot that is private only and not until 2021. We strongly recommend a shared scooter pilot to commence in 2020, following the same expedited approach of cities like London, New York, Ottawa, and others. We will explain how this is good for equity, COVID response, car use reduction, and Mobi as the economy reopens. Next slide. So for context, the adoption of e-scooters globally is significant. The list of cities and that are launched or launching this fall includes an overwhelming share of Vancouver's global peers. They include the very safest cities in the world to be a pedestrian, many of the greenest, and the most livable. Next slide. So one of the things that stands out amongst all the different cities exploring micromobility is that none of them have tried that we can find a private scooter pilot first. When we try and look at the reasons why, I think the Globe and Mail story yesterday points out one of the major reasons. Next slide. In order to participate in a private scooter pilot, according to data from the Globe and Mail yesterday, it would take $900 to $3,500 per person to be able to participate. We think that, and that's prices from Urban Mechanic in Vancouver. So we think those equity concerns are a reason why cities don't start there. In fact, London is banning private scooters, but doing a shared pilot first. Focusing on private e-scooters also misses intermodal riders, limits mode shift impacts, in addition to these equity implications. Next slide. Equity of shared scooters is pretty high. Amongst all the major West Coast cities, ridership by people of color on our scooters is 5 to 15 points higher than of the census population in general. Our income distribution closely matches cities as well. Next slide. Ridership, the gender gap. There's a large gender gap in biking. Scooter ridership in the one city where we have data, Calgary, is 42% women, very close to parity. Meanwhile, the gender gap is larger in every other city in Canada than that scooter ridership in Calgary. Next slide.
Point of privilege, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can we pause the speaker? It's Councillor Dominato. The slides are not in context with the speaker, so I think the slides are one slide ahead. I'm just wondering if we could.
There is there's a 20-second delay, I know, on the slides.
Okay.
So that's usually why, and especially since the speaker is speaking quite quickly, I think that's why we're having a
My apologies,
a delay.
Speaker. Okay.
Sorry, I am trying to share a lot in 5 minutes. Car use reduction in slow streets. One of the main reasons we're doing slow streets is the best way to make cities safer is to reduce car use, right? By doing slow streets, you reduce the uses of cars in those areas. Well, one of the things we saw from earlier presentations and our own data from a 5-city global survey is car use has gone up 6%. Purchases of cars have increased. 6% of respondents have purchased cars just in the last couple months of COVID. And 11% are thinking about it. Well, we also know from Portland that scooters reduce car ownership. Crazy stat. In a 4-month pilot, 6% of scooter users sold a car and 16% thought about it. Next slide. A large reason for that, from additional data that we've taken, we found that amongst global cities, 70% of people expected to use a scooter at least once a month prior to COVID. It went up to 21% during COVID, and they expect 27% post-COVID, so a 10-point increase. Next slide. That also shows up, demonstrates how scooters can help out with transit. We know that transit use is threatened because of COVID, and some people won't return until there's a vaccine. Well, we can test the impact of scooters and transit operating together from Paris data when they have a transit strike. Scooter ridership goes way up, and scooter ridership does match, commuting patterns. Next slide. And that's a reason that RATP in Paris and transit agencies in Portland and many other cities coordinate with us when there's transit disruptions, as COVID is doing currently, in order to make sure that we're making the most of all of our multimodal tools and creating a sustainable transportation system. Next slide. One concern that people might have is that, is the use of scooters going to damage Mobi? Well, we know that scooter use actually complements and makes micromobility stronger. For example, in Portland, scooters get 3.7 times as many rides per vehicle as bike share vehicles. But 78% of scooter riders say they have never used bike share in their lives, and 45% say they never bike. So these are new riders. When you look at a fleet of 1,000 scooters and 1,000 bikes, you'd be able to get 711,000 rides in Portland. But the bike share system only contributes 161,000. Given that 34% of scooter riders are riding scooters in Portland instead of cars, 50% are using them to frequently connect to transit, and the total life cycle of a scooter is equivalent to a rider on a bus, then actually increasing the amount of scooter ridership is a good thing.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there because I give you an extra minute because of the technical difficulty, but that's your time. Thanks very much for presenting. I don't see any questions from council. So I'm going to, Councillor Kirby-Yung, just at the last minute there. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentations, a lot of information. I wonder if you can, you had some stats there, and I'm just reconciling what you suggested with our staff report that said that a lot of cities had ceased scooter use during COVID, and you showed that it had gone up. So are you aware of cities that were still operating or that maybe paused temporarily due to COVID but then brought it back with the support of health services? Just trying to tie those two pieces together.
Right. So a number of cities around the world everybody's trying to figure out what to do with COVID. So some cities shut scooters down. I think some companies looked at, okay, maybe we should pause for a second. But after a couple of weeks, the scooters all came back. And that was due to mixed messages from health services. In Calgary and Edmonton, working with Alberta Health Services, scooters have returned, and similar processes have gone on across the world in 78 cities. There was a moment where scooters were just serving in South Korea amongst our company, but they quickly returned in collaboration with health services.
Okay, that's helpful. It's good to know. I think everybody was trying to adapt and figure out how to operate with COVID. The other question that I have is really around concerns that people cite in terms of where the devices are left, if they're left willy-nilly on sidewalks, and how that can be better managed. And I know lots of cities have gone through this implementation. I wonder if you could speak to what best practices are around ensuring use of, sort of parking, or leaving these scooters when someone's finished a trip, as opposed to creating sidewalk clutter.
I think similar to the Vancouver Council, one of my favorite things to do is just to turn to the impartial data. So there's a parking survey report done in North America, taking 5 large cities, looked at parking of scooters, private scooters and shared scooters, and private bikes, and public bike share, and of cars. Found that scooters were misparked less than 1% of the time, and the cities that had the best performance on scooter parking, and they looked at blocks for hours at a time, comparing all these modes, were DC and San Francisco. The DC model has been adopted by Calgary and Edmonton of having optional corrals, and then there's the San Francisco model. Either of those, when they surveyed it, they found no parking violations whatsoever in the areas that they surveyed. These have been tested around the world. Scooters, yes, they are new, but the best practices are pretty clear, and Vancouver can follow in some strong footsteps on that issue.
Can you just clarify for me?
Just 30 seconds left. Just a reminder.
Can you just clarify for me, please, when you said optional corrals, and then you said versus the SFO model, are they doing something different? What are they doing?
So there's optional corrals that paint, like old car-to-go spaces. They paint those and turn those over to scooters. And San Francisco does locking devices. So you lock it up like a bike. And then, obviously, for driving them, best in bike lanes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, 3 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming to speak to us today. I just had a couple of clarifying questions based on what you just shared, and others. So one is, do you have any data on how many, and I'm not sure how this would become available. We heard from city staff that there's a number of people who use private e-scooters and other micro-mobility devices in Vancouver already, and I noted in your comments that perhaps the impression is the reverse, is that there's an equity issue around that. So I think that's a big piece that we'll be looking at today as we move through this topic. I wonder if you can comment on that, and I have one more question.
Speaker?
I should have unmuted, so thanks, Councillor. My previous job was measuring mode share in Seattle amongst all the different modes. Based on that sort of survey, that's very recent, you're looking at less than about 2% that are doing all other things that include, private scooters, one wheels, or anything else like that. My assessment is most cities have less than 1% of people doing this on the private side. Shared, we know, accounts for millions of trips a year in large cities. Similar, you can just look at the bike share comparison. That's true across all North American cities. Scooters, when you have scooters and bike share side by side, scooters tend to get about 3 to 4 times the ridership of bike share. So Mobi is a strong system, gets about 3 trips a day per vehicle during the summer. Calgary gets about 9 trips a day per vehicle on scooters.
Okay. So there are 2 different numbers there, the 2%, but then millions of rides. So I'll look into those numbers so that I can properly understand that, what you've just shared there. I just wanted to note that the Edmonton City Manager called e-scooters non-essential transportation services as a response to COVID, and they delayed putting them back on the road by 4 months. And I wonder if you can offer any context that you have there.
I think that's a great question. I think when we're faced with 2 new things at once, there's a lot of figuring out to do. COVID is new, and scooters feel new. So cities have taken vastly different approaches on that. LA, Baltimore, San Francisco, Portland, many others, Austin, called these essential services. in the same way most cities have treated bike share as essential. Like, no, I don't know of any cities that pulled up bike share. Scooters, when you look at the trip purposes, do the exact same things. They just have higher ridership. So some cities, out of abundance of caution, put a pause on these, but then they saw that we're doing the exact same cleaning procedures as bike share, and they returned them to the streets. We're now operating at 1,500 scooters in Edmonton. COVID is ongoing, but Alberta Health Services finds our methodology to be safe, and
thanks so much.
Everybody seems to be happy with it. Ridership is high.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes for questions.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sure. Councillor Carr.
Yes. Could I move to extend this meeting before our lunch break to hear from the remaining speakers on this subject?
Great. Yes, thanks. A motion on the floor for that. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, we'll do, that's Councillor Bly first there, and do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thank you, Councillor Carr. So that's passed. And we'll move on to our next speaker, clerks. Thank you very much for participating.
So the next speaker is Chris Schaefer. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning, almost good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Schaefer, and I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at Bird Canada. Many of you on Council will remember meeting with me. It was initially in early 2019 when I visited Vancouver City Hall with an e-scooter to test ride. So I know many of you had the opportunity to test ride a scooter at that point. Bird Canada is a Canadian-owned and operated company on a mission to make cities like Vancouver and other Canadian cities more livable by reducing car traffic and related carbon emissions with an affordable, convenient, and eco-friendly shared electric scooter transportation option for first kilometer and last kilometer trips. Today, I initially signed up to speak to Motion 5, the Enhanced Mobility Options to Support Post-Pandemic Recovery through a Shared E-Scooter and E-Bike Pilot Program. That motion submitted by Councillor Kirby-Yung. However, upon reviewing report number 2, the 2020 Transportation Safety Update before us now, I signed up as well to speak to this item because recommendation B, as in boy, recommendation B, also speaks to electric scooters, as city staff have noted in their presentation today. Councillor Kirby-Young's motion number 5 is designed, as you know, to direct city staff to include a shared e-scooter program as part of their work with the province, rather than just privately owned and operated scooters that staff are proposing. I think now, particularly in Vancouver, is a golden moment to explore shared scooter program because of the reallocation of road space towards shared use, because of the Slow Streets initiative, because of climate change work the city is doing, and because of COVID-19 as cities look to come out of COVID-19 with socially distanced, individualized transportation options for their residents. However, the 2020 Transportation Safety Update staff recommendation B, my concern is if it's passed as currently drafted, we'll see Vancouver Council vote to support potentially only a privately owned and operated e-scooter program and not a shared e-scooter program as well, akin to the ones that Bird Canada and other operators like Lime operate in Canadian cities to date, including Calgary and Edmonton. If support exists to explore a shared e-scooter program as supported by groups such as the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, I think the 2020 Transportation Safety Update staff recommendation B needs to be amended to include language that adds a shared e-scooter program. And I think it's important that the Council appreciates this point, that simply directing staff today to include shared e-scooter programs isn't the final vote on the issue today. Council hasn't had the benefit yet of looking at what staff propose in terms of draft bylaw and a staff report on what a fulsome shared e-scooter program could look like. I know, speaking with a number of you on Council, that you have a number of very valid questions, a number of very valid concerns about what a shared scooter program could look like in terms of what staff would have planned to ensure the program is safe, equitable, and considerate of the public realm. But voting no or not voting to amend recommendation B before you on this report to include shared e-scooters, you'll never get a chance to see what staff have to say about what a program for shared e-scooters could look like. So it's, in some ways, it's an easy vote, I hope, to amend that just to include direction to staff to say, okay, come back to us later this year with what you think a shared scooter program could look like. Give us all the details about how you plan a safe program, plans to manage the public right of way, ensure scooters are properly parked, etc. Come back to us with all that detail, and then at that point, you'll have all the information before you, and you'll be able to make a more, I think, informed vote on a potential shared e-scooter program. But not voting to amend recommendation B to include shared scooters, you'll never get that opportunity. The same way if you don't vote on Kirby Young's motion to support it, and I hope you do, because it gives you the opportunity to come back and hear from staff at a later date with all the information before you, and then make a decision to support or potentially not to support at that point the shared scooter program. So in summary, I encourage Council to amend recommendation B in the 2020 Transportation Safety Update with language to include shared e-scooters. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle, over to you. 3 minutes, please.
Thanks. I just have a really quick question around language. Thanks to the speaker for presenting, which is you spoke about a distinction between a private system and a shared system. But just to clarify, the program you would run is still a private for-profit company. It's just a shared system of using the scooters.
Through you, Mayor, Chair, I believe. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Sorry, I can't see anybody right now as I'm on the phone. It's a good question. I'll clarify. So you're right. The companies like Bird Canada are in the business of a shared e-scooter program. And what do I mean by that? It is by a private company for profit, but what a shared scooter program is it's as simple as downloading the Bird app and locating a scooter in the public right of way. And of course, there is a local bylaw and a license agreement that an operator would have with the city to permit the occupation of the public right of way with scooters. What staff are talking about today is permitting individual residents in Vancouver to go out and purchase an e-scooter from a private reseller and ride that scooter themselves like they do their own personal bike. It's not, what staff are talking about is not renting a scooter.
Yep. Okay. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure we're clear. They're both different forms of private, but appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Up 3 minutes, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So I live 9 kilometers from City Hall. If I were to get one of these shared, go to City Hall, go to work on a shared scooter, how much would it cost, ballpark?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll give you a general answer because it can vary depending on the company you're using to obtain a shared scooter. But generally speaking, it can range from $1 to $1.15, $1.30 to unlock the device via a smartphone app, depending on the company, and then it can be some upwards of 30 cents a minute, depending on the company. And so you're looking at the average trip, generally speaking, is in the range of $3 to $5, because these are really designed as a first kilometer, last kilometer transportation option. So when we look at data from the City of Montreal that had a shared scooter program with both Lime and Bird in 2019, 27% of the trips began or ended at public transit, so a subway or train. Folks are really using this as a way to avoid driving a car because they have options then, be it a bike share for part of the journey, public transit for part of the journey. Sometimes it's a shared car option, either ride share or some other form of shared car, and often in cities where they exist, a shared scooter.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Mr. Schaefer. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. I just wanted to check in and see, considering all of these costs, and sorry to put you on the spot, but how much is it to own one of these scooters privately? If let's say, because I understand that that's what the pilot right now is looking at, how much is it to own a scooter as opposed to renting, for $3 a trip?
So thank you, through Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. It was a bit hard to hear you, so I think I'm answering the question you asked, but I apologize if I'm not. I believe the question that you asked, Councillor, was how much does it cost approximately to purchase a private scooter? So one, a citizen and resident in Vancouver go into a store and buy it, not rent one from a company like Lime or Bird. So you're looking at, on average, between 900 to so a lower basic model to more expensive models, upwards of $3,000 or more dollars per scooter. So there is a range, but they're quite expensive to individually own. So for most people that may have invested in a bike already or other forms of transportation, it could be cost prohibitive. The beauty of a shared program that's run in conjunction with the ability for folks to privately use a scooter they may purchase, like they use a private bike that they may have purchased, is that it gives people options, to travel in a way that's more affordable. So for folks that can't afford a private scooter, there's one to rent for a few dollars, and that just makes it more accessible for a greater number of folks that then use all the wonderful bike lanes and other cycling infrastructure that's been built in Vancouver for ways to get in and around their community that doesn't involve a car.
Thanks so much. That answers my question.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I just want to clarify, what was the pricing of a new privately owned scooter that you said there?
Through Chair, it can range. So we've seen costs run from, starting at, about $900. They can run up to several thousands of dollars. There is a wide range of cost of scooters. And so the beauty, as I mentioned, of a shared scooter option is it's much more approachable and affordable for the average person that doesn't want to buy their own.
Okay, and I asked for clarification because I have a son who's interested in scooters, to be quite honest. So we were looking, and I mean, there's a lot available between $400 to $500 Canadian, and so I'm just not sure what are they special? Are they different scooters that we would be considering in this regard that wouldn't be the ones that you can sort of buy online? And I mentioned his age, but I'm looking at ones that are for 18 and older, sort of adult-sized scooters.
It's through your chair. It's a good question. The source for that information that my friend at Lime shared and I'm referencing as well as the Globe and Mail. But you're right. I myself have seen scooter models vary in cost, several $100s to several thousands of dollars. The real difference here is with the shared scooter in particular. It's more affordable, but also it gives, I think, to the benefit of a city. And that's why if I look at jurisdictions in Canada like Alberta and Quebec principally, they have only permitted on roads shared scooters. You can legally purchase a private scooter in Alberta and Quebec, but you can only ride it on your private property. The reason
I'm familiar with that. Yeah, sorry, okay. I just have one more question, and I know that we're considering that the province is looking at allowing private scooters, so we are in a different circumstance in that regard. But I'm curious, what is the rate of return on your costs as an organization? I've seen numbers that sort of $450 for a scooter, and your return might get you to $560 before it's sort of either taken off the road or needing repairs or destroyed. So to me, that means that market share is an extremely important part of your business model in order for there to be a profit. So I wonder if you could just comment on that. That's my last question.
Sure, through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. If I heard it all, and if I didn't, I apologize. But I'll give you the answer to the question. I think I heard you ask, Councillor. So I apologize. It's a bit hard to hear.
Yeah, sure.
The scooter models. There was a study done that's sometimes cited by, and I know it's a concern by staff here. They were looking at a study from several years ago that looked at the lifespan of a scooter, and these were scooters that were purchased by companies early days as they, raced to market to get to most cities before competitors. These were largely off-the-shelf scooter models that lasted in the wear and tear of public use, a few months. Nowadays, manufacturing, testing, iteration in-house, scooters by companies such as Lime and Bird are lasting well over a year, upwards of 18 months. So that reality of a robust scooter model for shared scooter use is facilitating a return on investment that is improved from days prior to what it may have been two years ago.
Thanks so much.
I'm not sure that answers your question. I didn't quite hear it, but sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions from council. So thanks very much, Speaker. I'll just check with the clerks. Is there anybody else? I think that's it for registered speakers on this item.
Mayor Stewart, that's the end of the speakers list.
Okay, thanks very much. And council, then we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back in camera between 1 and 2 p.m. and then return back here to council chamber to finish up the setup.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've gone almost 15 minutes over, and I was hoping that we would come back at 1:15.
Well, my clock says 12:11, so
okay.
Let's do it at let's 1:10. Come back at between 1:10. Okay. In camera at 1:10. Thank you very much, council. Okay. Bye-bye. Great, thanks. So we're just going to continue with the 2020 Transportation Safety Update. And we've heard from our speakers, and now moving to questions from councillors to staff. And Councillor Wiebe, you've got up to 5 minutes. Councillor Wiebe? I don't. Councillor Wiebe, you can put yourself back on the list then. I'm going to move on to Councillor Dominato. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for the update. This is one of my favorite topics, so fantastic. I wanted to ask about coordination with Metrovan municipalities and alignment in terms of dealing with congestion and particularly encouraging residents to use transit, because as we're experiencing with the pandemic, obviously we've seen reduced traffic on our streets, but I think it's largely been because of not having the commuter traffic. So I'm just curious about conversations happening across municipalities.
Yeah, we have regular, sorry, this is Paul Storer here, Director of Transportation. We have regular conversations with municipalities around the region, mostly through the TransLink tables. So we have a Regional Transportation Advisory Committee that we talk about topics like that.
Okay. Right. I think it's really important. We have to be coordinating and planning across boundaries. A couple other questions. On the neighborhood traffic management program, thrilled to see the focus on Hastings Sunrise, but I did want to clarify, and I asked this question by email, just want to confirm that in looking at ADNAC, that you'll be looking at the entire neighborhood bounded from sort of Nanaimo east to Boundary Road and sort of ADNAC northwards towards McGill and the port. And the reason being is that I've heard largely from residents from the BIA a real concern around the traffic flows because of the proximity to the bridge, the port, all the freeway exits and entrances. So will it encompass that full area, that neighborhood?
So our recommendation for the first phase of work in that neighborhood is really that smaller area bounded by Renfrew, Boundary, Hastings, and First. And I apologize, I think we might have gotten our wires crossed in the email exchange, but that's the recommendation for the first phase. That's the neighborhood that we've already started some work on relative to the ADNAC overpass, and we want to complete that work. And with traffic calming and slow streets discussions, it often makes sense to really be looking at areas bounded by arterials, because typically, they have very specific issues that you need to work through.
So just to be clear, it is much narrower in scope than what I'm expressing in terms of, because it's both the sort of Hastings Sunrise on the west side of the Cassiar as well as on the east side of the Cassiar in the Heights.
Yeah, that's
correct. We'll be covering those areas on the north.
Correct. Yeah, it isn't the whole neighborhood that we're proposing. It's that smaller area that we've already started the conversation with.
Okay, maybe I'll move an amendment just to have that looked at in the future. My follow-up question is around in the school zone motion that was passed. I moved an amendment to request that we look at reviewing our policy around school signage on arterials. And I'm just wondering if you have an update on that. You'll recall I've raised questions around, for example, Crosstown Elementary, because they are considered an arterial. It's a small one because of the bus route, but whether we did review that policy and practice around signage.
Hi, Councillor Dominato. This is Winston Chow. I'm the manager of the Traffic and Data Management Branch. Yes, we did receive that motion, and we have looked at that in the report. It touches on it just briefly in terms of additional signage and lower speeds on arterial streets adjacent to schools. We have implemented 30 kilometer hour on arterials, such as Hastings in the downtown east side. And we've monitored those in the past. And what we're seeing is in those cases, and in other locations where we put in lower speeds, that we haven't seen the results in terms of it actually helping to reduce speeds in those areas. And it's kind of similar to in group 2, what we're proposing here, where even in local neighborhoods, we recognize that we need to make some changes, including traffic calming, in order to achieve the lower speeds, as opposed to just installing signs. So with the arterial ones, we are going to continue to look at that. The report does indicate that staff were going to consult with our partners, including TransLink and the VPD, around looking at options on how we can implement lower speeds on arterials and have them work effectively. One thing that has been implemented recently is the speed enforcement cameras, which ICBC manages, and those historically have only done like red light running, but they're now enforcing speeds. So there is one on Hastings and Main, and it will be enforcing the lower speed limit. And so we're going to look at that. We'll work with ICBC and the VPD and monitor how that operates. But if that's proven to be effective, we can be looking at that as a tool, possibly locations to further enforce speed and lower speeds on arterials.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. I have some more questions. I'll send them by email.
Thanks so much. Sorry, just getting my timer back up and going. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I have a couple of questions for staff. I just wanted to make sure in recommendation, I believe it is D, in recommendation D, that would amend the street and traffic bylaw and to remove time of day and time of week restrictions on 30-kilometer-an-hour school and playground zones. I had heard in the presentation that this was only for motor vehicles, but indeed in the May 2019 motion that was moved by a council member, I had moved an amendment that was supported by council to include vehicles in this, including bicycles and cyclists. And it was after a number of different cases that I'd come across and had been sent over to councillors last term and this term, including a pregnant woman who was hit by a cyclist. So I'm just wondering if it does indeed include all vehicles, as council gave direction to staff to move forward with. Thanks.
Hi, Councillor Dejanova. Yes, it would apply to all vehicles on the road.
Okay, thanks very much. And then I also had another question, and that was specifically around, I suppose we'd be looking at the cost of, I suppose, doing these signs over. So what would that be? Would we be looking at doing this, would we have to communicate this with people on the signs, or would the 30-kilometer-an-hour signs be sufficient enough in moving forward, and this would be communicated in some other way? Would there need to be signage that said that this was no longer a playground zone, that it wasn't, from one time in the morning or one type of light to another type of light? Just wondering how we'd communicate that to the public also in regards to D.
So yeah, we're looking at exactly how we would be communicating with the public when we roll that out. We want to be sure that, given that they might be used to the existing regulation or regulations in nearby municipalities, we want to be clear that the speed limit is a 24/7 full-time speed limit. So that will be part of the implementation.
Okay, and I just wondered, because right now things are a little bit tight on the financial side. What would the budget, do we know what the budget at this time is associated to that? I just didn't see that in the report. Just to make sure that if we're asking people to, to slow down, and I support that, I just want to make sure that, we have an adequate budget to do that citywide.
So we haven't specifically pulled those dollar values out, but that's part of the cost that we've put forward as implementing the first slow zone.
Okay, and I'll leave my questions there for now. But thanks very much. Very much appreciate the update and that it applies to all vehicles.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. I seem to be working now. Back over to Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to continue on the budget issue just for 1 second. One of my questions was I see that on page 2 of this report, these projects are going to cost $1.2 million and for all of them, and the money will be reallocated from existing program budgets. Which are the existing program budgets that the reallocations are going to come from?
So it's a couple places. The first place is that our implementation of the safety improvements along rail corridors has been a bit slower than we expected, so there was some funding there that we could reallocate. We also de-scoped some funding from Project Inactive Transportation Corridors, the 10th Avenue work, that we're going to reallocate to this.
Great, thank you. That's good information. Secondly, regarding the school active travel planning program, I'm wondering if that the implementation of the measures there in the schools include training of children in terms of using bikes, safety procedures, which by previous research that I've done has really made the difference in comfort levels for kids deciding to use bikes.
Good afternoon, Councillor. This is Dale Bracewell, Manager of Transportation Planning. We have really been increasing our partnership with the Vancouver School Board and looking actually at both walking and cycling education and training, and just starting with the approach of possibly a train the trainer and really kind of amplifying the opportunity to hopefully eventually get to all the schools, but certainly more than the schools we've been able to engage with on the infrastructure side. So a bit delayed through COVID, but there was a real, I think, an interest and collaboration building with us, and be able to report that back out when things get back to a little bit more of the regular school cycle.
Okay, good. I am interested in hearing about that. I think it was one of my original motions, a term or even more than one term ago, around that. So very happy to see that. And what about, I'm very curious also about the access to bikes. Is that a barrier for kids in some schools, or all schools, but just some kids, in terms of being able to choose to cycle? In other words, the affordability of owning and keeping a bike in repair.
Councillor, I think that with our actual school active travel planner, that's something that we could then follow up with. We do a lot of surveying and work with the parents involved in that community and school. So it might be a case by case, but I think that's something we can take away and have more conversation with on a school by school basis.
Yeah, I'd like to see that happen. We are a city committed to equity, and it'd be great to make sure that every kid who wants to ride a bike has the training and a bike. And finally, in your consultations with the school board, do you do it through staff alone, or is there a consultation actually with trustees around these kinds of programs?
Our program is directly working with Vancouver School Board staff.
Great. Okay. Okay, that's great. Thanks so much. Appreciate the work on this a lot.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Swanson for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Is there still going to be a community consultation around the Adanac overpass like was planned last year?
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're planning to move ahead with in that neighborhood, would be to build off the work that we already did around the Adanac overpass closure.
Do you have any idea when that would be?
A lot of that's going to be dependent.
COVID still screwing it up?
Yeah, a lot of that's going to be dependent on kind of when we can really get rolling with engagement again, given the challenges we're facing due to COVID.
Okay, and in terms of scooters, I've been in LA and seen them littered all over the sidewalk and tried to dodge them as they were driving down the sidewalk. So I'm kind of worried about that, but I'm wondering about helmets. Is there a requirement that helmets be worn on them?
Good afternoon, Councillor. It's Scott Edwards. I'm the manager of Street Use Management. With regard to scooters, I think you've highlighted a few of the concerns that we as staff are continuing to explore with other cities as well as some of the providers, where scooters should be operated. And comparators from cities like Montreal and Calgary are very important to us, and we've learned a lot from those cities. And it's why we're taking an incremental and phased approach for identifying how scooters could be integrated into Vancouver.
Helmets?
I think similar to bikes, I think we would recommend helmets, particularly with the stats that we're seeing for head injuries coming out of many cities. It's actually a much higher number than we see with cyclists.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Okay. Thank you very much. And next is Councillor Wiebe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. One of the ones, and really appreciate the work that's coming with the Greenway plan, is the idea of changing some of our look for e-bikes and others. So I'm wondering where we're at on our pilot for moving forward with the Mobi electric bike program and trying to integrate electric bikes and electric other mobilities into our transit structure because understanding the safety risks.
Yes, thank you, Scott Edwards again. And with regard to discussions with Mobi, it is something that we as staff, again, are engaging with them, and we've talked to their equipment supplier, which is the same supplier for Paris that has an extensive hybrid system, I will call it, which is moving towards half electric and half not, a regular pedal bike. Steps that staff are already taking, we're integrating the opportunity to provide electric connections for future stations with some of our curbside electrical work. And that's sort of the first step for us to be ready for this new phase of e-mobility as we're able to bring it forward.
Okay, but this conversation's been going on for a while, and I know that it would be a bit of a game changer if we could introduce electric bikes when looking at some of the maps you have on the lack of biking infrastructure for further communities to the east. So I'm just wondering, do we have a timeline of when we would hope to have an electric bike share program?
At this time, we don't have a finalized plan with regard to a specific time. I think the first step would be to bring a pilot forward and be able to move that forward. And thus, we're bringing some of those electrical connections because that would allow a smaller number to be able to be introduced. But as for a larger rollout, we don't have a finalized timeline yet.
Okay. My next question is more for planning, is talking about how we've had some community plans that have addressed some of the transportation needs or public realm planning that would improve transportation. And so I'm wondering, looking at Norquay, Marpole, Mount Pleasant, there's a few specific asks that were included in those community plans that haven't been delivered yet. So I'm wondering if part of this strategy is to try to see if we can move forward on some of those plans, like making Main Street not a 99-foot crossing to make it safer, mostly for seniors to try to cross the street as we try to increase the public realm for walking. So I'm just wondering how we're looking at old plans on how we can start to implement some of the public realm planning to improve transportation.
So Paul Story here again. So when we look at our capital plans and our work, one of the key things that we look at is the approved planning processes, the neighborhood plans, and these plans are typically 30-year plans, so it does take some time to roll out all of the improvements. But those are definitely a focus as we look at our work plan.
And the final question is on the accessibility. I know that there's a few opportunities for us to create land bridges like off 2nd Avenue. One would be Kinross Park down in the New River District. Obviously, we're looking at maybe another crossing to come over to False Creek. So I'm just wondering how those get funded and how those are being incorporated and how we can find different ways to move pedestrians and bikes, including, it looks like the new slow zone, that section, it's very difficult to get to the SkyTrain at VCC. without having a bridge going over. And I know part of the Falls Creek Flat Plan showcases that there could be an opportunity to create connection to that SkyTrain station. So I'm wondering how those conversations are happening for kind of the larger capital infrastructure projects to improve biking or pedestrian access, to create more bridges, to make it safer for crossings.
So those are the sorts of things that are definitely part of those community plans. So through the Falls Creek Flats plan, we looked at a bunch of issues there in terms of how you get down from Bluff and how you get across the railway, and all of those are kind of considered as we move ahead with our capital planning and look at things like adjacent developments and where it might make sense to leverage that. But each community plan, we'd be looking at those sorts of barriers to transportation and how we can fix those.
Okay, and then do we have a report back on the streetcar, which might be an opportunity to enhance our transportation plan? Is that coming to council soon? Report back?
So we hadn't been planning a report back at this point, but it is something we're continuing to consider as we move ahead and have opportunities to preserve right-of-way and look for things like maintenance facilities and things like that. So at this point, we don't currently have a report back plan.
But I know that staff did a pretty long report last year, and I think it'd be nice to bring it out to have public discussion on the opportunities, recognizing that in the SNOC planning, it talks about a streetcar and as well as the increased density for the South Falls Creek. So it would be nice to see that kind of incorporated in some of this transportation planning. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much to staff for the update and presentation. I too enjoy transportation conversations. One of the questions I had was around the 24-hour, the change to 24-hour slower speeds in schools and park areas. And I just want to get asking staff to add some color to how we can make that effective in terms of enforcement. And I wrestle with that over speed bumps, but I appreciate past comments from staff where that the speed bumps don't necessarily slow traffic in the same way, but I wonder about enforcement and the motivation to move it to 24 hours. If you could add some more context there.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Bly. This is Winston Chow again. Yeah, that's a good point. We have speed humps in school zones and playgrounds, and those are actually designed for 30 kilometer an hour. So you can imagine, outside of the periods when 30 kilometer hours is in effect, a motorist who may be driving 50K, they're actually going to be met by quite a bit of a surprise when they navigate over the speed hump. And so what we found is that through our studies and our assessments, most in those areas, we're seeing that most drivers are driving beyond 50 kilometer or 30 kilometer hour, and even higher than 50 kilometer hours in those areas. And that's why the speed humps need to be put in. We feel like, as we implement these signs, what we'll be looking at doing is either adding a tab to indicate that it's 24 hours in effect, and maybe even placement of the sign itself, so that's not right where the school sign is.
Yeah, let me just clarify my question, because I perhaps have just, so what I'm hearing from your response, which I appreciate, is that there will be the speed humps as well as the change in the time frame. Okay, I should have been clear with my question. That's basically what I wanted to be sure.
So we won't be removing the speed humps for sure, or not installing speed humps where these are going to be implemented, because we feel strongly that in a lot of these cases we require a physical measure to be in place to ensure the lower speeds are met.
Okay, got it. Just my last couple of questions, I appreciate that, is around the speakers and the micromobility, specifically e-scooters, and flagging that there was sort of a affirmative statement that if we don't look at a shared e-scooter pilot now, we won't get another chance in the future. So whoever from staff can confirm that that's actually the case, and if not, what are we missing here in terms of this moment in time versus sometime in the future?
Good afternoon, Councillor Blythe. Scott Edwards again. So I would have to, I guess, add the comment that in working with the province, I think that they're very open to additional opportunities for cities to work with them to provide additional inputs for future pilots. So at this point, as I mentioned earlier, the city is preparing itself for e-mobility, whether that's e-bikes or other opportunities for these micro-mobility, and the province is open to these ideas in the future. So right now, although we might be delaying it slightly, it doesn't mean that we don't have future opportunities.
Okay, that's helpful. I just needed that clarification. And then the only other thing that I didn't see around micromobility with a shared e-scooter program is around waste. I know that, do we have any data or tracking of how these e-scooters are disposed once they are no longer working? I mentioned that in a question to one of the speakers, that there's indications that they really don't last all that long before they need to be replaced, just because of the high use. And I wonder if we have any data around the waste recycling. What do we do with what happens with these e-scooters when they're no longer in circulation?
Again, Scott Edwards. With regard to this, I've heard from a number of the companies with regard to first the lifespan of the equipment itself, and it has increased significantly since this, what I will call a very young industry, has emerged in the last essentially 2 years, and it has gone from a lifespan of months to what we're hearing now is perhaps double or triple that. And as you heard from one of the speakers, it's more than a year for at least one of the companies. So the life cycle is a concern for those companies. How they do their individual recycling components, whether it's the batteries or the other components, I would have to say that it's evolving a lot, and we as staff don't have a good understanding of that at this point. However, I would hope that they're following guidelines, and it's something that we would ask of them with regard to any equipment that we would partner with them to launch in Vancouver.
Okay, great. Helpful. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Sorry, just unmute there. Council, I'm just asking the clerk to just give us a sense of where the how we're doing for timing. I doubt we're going to finish our council agenda today, so we'll just have to look for extra days to continue this. But just to keep that in mind, and hopefully the clerk will get back to us shortly about when the next day would be. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a question about the public process. In the presentation, we talked about the fact that staff are recommending that we don't go out to the neighbors, the people in the immediate vicinity, to poll them about their opinions on any changes in the neighborhood. I'm, as always, concerned about eroding the public process. So could someone on staff please address that issue directly?
Lon Leclerc here, General Manager of Engineering Services. So the specific policy related to speed humps would still be in place, which is that we would want to poll people who are adjacent to proposed locations where we would put in speed humps. The change that we're asking is only next to schools. And so the reason here is because in locations where we have a speeding problem, and the street has been identified as a street that would really benefit from speed humps, and we poll the neighborhood and we don't get the minimum response rate. So if we only have 1 or 2 residents reply, and they could be in support of it, the existing policy doesn't allow us to install the speed humps. And so what we're asking here is kind of in recognition of the proximity to the school, that any streets that are adjacent to schools, that we not go through the process of polling the residents. And so it's a very small subset, which right now is preventing us from kind of implementing speed humps in really important locations.
Can I make a suggestion then that there may be other ways to poll or to gather feedback without getting rid of the public process around it entirely? Maybe we just need to innovate a little bit in the way that we do that, or suggest if it doesn't meet a threshold. I'm just wondering if, okay, so have you explored other ways of getting public polling around this or related issues?
This is a door-to-door notification that we kind of deliver to each household. So it is
paper.
It's paper, and it's the most kind of invasive we can be, I guess.
Okay, so that so you might explore some alternative ways of gathering additional public opinion other than door to door. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not seeing any other councillors on the queue for questions, so I'd like to move the recommendations and ask subsequently after that. I'd like to propose an amendment, but I'd like to move the recommendations first.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Second.
Okay, thanks very much. And just before, if you want to put yourself on the queue, Councillor Kirby-Young, since you moved it, but just before we get there, I've got a note from the clerk. Who is going to send you an email about kind of our schedule. And if we don't finish today, we'll be the next day we'll be back is on this Friday. So and there'll be an email coming your way just about how things are going to look. So
parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I was going to ask you when an appropriate time would be to consider possibly a motion to just move all member motions on the agenda to deal with tomorrow after the business that we currently have on the agenda of committee. That's usually what happens with motions with speakers, but I thought that might be helpful.
Well, I'm just following the agenda as it is at this point, and it's up to council if they want to try to adjust things, but we haven't had a lot of luck with that in the past, and have had a lot of debate about it and not much movement. So I'm just going to continue on here unless there's a motion to entertain. So Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very supportive of this report, and I appreciate the work from staff. I'm going to be brief and just get straight down to business because I know we have a full agenda. I am proposing an amendment that I have sent into the clerk that I think has been brought up there, I hope. Yes, and essentially it speaks to adding a shared scooter program to the pilot that staff are proposing for the summer of 2021 in our submission, and the council decision that has to be taken to the province in order to enable us to participate in that work. And I think the rationale behind it is that what we've heard a lot today, both on the climate report and the transportation report, that we need to reduce emissions 5 times as fast in order to stay on track. We need to build back better. 36% of people in COVID are planning to drive more. 43% do want to walk or bike more. People need options. We've seen that there's a lot of learnings that have happened, and scooter programs have evolved. They're present in a number of cities. There's a lot of best practices we can learn from. I'm primarily concerned about equity, as well as the investment, which is not insignificant of the dollar value in this report the city is putting into the Slow Streets program to give us some good data to trial. But I think about equity and the fact that this is so much more affordable. I was browsing a couple of local sites of coming up at a minimum of $1,000 that I could find for a reasonably reliable scooter, and going up to $3,000, $3,500, and I couldn't afford that. So I would be precluded from participating in a pilot, let alone people that are much worse off than I am in the city. I think that we do see higher numbers of people of lower means riding them. We see higher numbers of women. The safest way to make our streets, or the best way to make our streets safer, I think, is getting cars off the road. And I do think that there's some good data that has shown that these can support bike share, that people are multimodal, that they can support transit. We know our transit system is suffering greatly, and they can get people outside. I'd also note that council received, I know we've got a lot of correspondence lately, but we've got letters of support in from 5 of our business improvement associations, the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, West Forth, Broadway, Mount Pleasant, and South Granville. And we know that our businesses are desperate for economic recovery, and people are looking for outdoor ways to get around as they recover and regain their confidence with COVID-19, and we don't want to see them get back in their cars. I also step out the timing, and if I think staff had mentioned earlier that if we had any type of scooter or micromobility pilot in summer of 2021, which is what this report works towards, we would get a report back in 2022, and then stepping that out in terms of time to potentially work with providers and set up shared mobility options such as scooters. We could may not even see that in 2022, could step out even further to 2023. So I think this is the moment in time to really take advantage of the opportunity and get people into positive modes and not back into their cars. And I'd also note too that TransLink recently at their AGM, the CEO, Kevin Desmond, spoke very eloquently. And he said, on transit, there is no first class, no business class, it's all just coach. Every one of us has the exact same right to the space. And that's how I feel. I think his words are very profound about this pilot, that it's not just be for people that have the luxury of being able to afford a scooter, and that TransLink has made public comments around the fact that we need to embrace additional modes to connect people to transit for those first and last mile, and specifically mentioned micromobility, and the need to move forward on that at the AGM also. So that is the spirit of the amendment.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
And I will leave it, put it on the floor. Thanks.
So I'll start an amendment queue. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'm obviously very in support of this report from Council. I don't support this amendment at all. I know we've received a lot of correspondence from various sort of lobbies for the e-scooter groups. I also note that our staff advised against this very notion earlier in their report back and in some of the responses that we had received as a council. You know, I think amongst all these replies that we've gotten from or entreaties we've gotten from the lobby groups for the e-scooter mobility, we also got a pretty cogent email from Dr. Megan Winters at the Faculty of Health Science at SFU, Researcher Center for Hip Health and Mobility, that really illustrates some significant concerns around how these roll out, and that e-scooters and shared e-scooters, there is a lot of science left to be done on this. There's a lot of work to study, and we know that our staff are undergoing that work now. So I don't want to second guess our staff and actually burden them with extra work at a time when they're already struggling with an increased workload. But I also want to point to this amendment references the Calgary model. I looked up the Calgary model. Calgary has e-scooters operating on sidewalks. Now, I don't know much about Calgary, but I did take a look at the Calgary walk score, and it's 39. Vancouver's walk score is 80, so out of 100. So we have a very successful approach to walkability in our city. Obviously, Calgary does not. And I don't want to jeopardize what we're doing right with walkability by entertaining the possibility of adding e-scooters onto sidewalks, as is outlined in the Calgary model. I will also note that the Calgary model is only now just entering phase 2 as of a couple of weeks ago. So there may be opportunities for us to learn from Calgary, certainly, but I don't want to emulate Calgary at this point. And we'll also sort of challenge the idea that this is an equity-based piece as far as affordability. I think it was Councillor Swanson who earlier asked a question about what it might cost to go from her place to City Hall. And that's certainly a lot more expensive than a bus. And it's also more expensive than a Moby bike kind of situation. So I think that there's perhaps more work to be considered around how equity works. We have a pretty successful equity program built into our Moby that allows people with limited incomes to get access to Moby. I think that those are some of the considerations that would have to come on the heels of any kind of public scooter share. And I would also caution that, you know, we know that these can create a significant hazard for pedestrians, not just as they're moving down streets. And I will acknowledge that Calgary does throttle some of the scooters as they're moving down sidewalks in certain areas, and that's certainly commendable. But at the end of the day, they still operate them on sidewalks, but they also deposit them on sidewalks. And they have some limited corrals, but I think there's a lot that could go wrong with this. I appreciate that staff are already working with the province on an e-scooter micromobility pilot, and I support them in doing so. I think this is a little premature, though, and I won't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Sorry, I'm just wrestling with a person here on the speakers list as they have control of my computer. Just 1 second. 1 second, Council. I've got Councillor DiGenova next. I'm just going to try to start your timer. Councillor Dejanova, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I lost where we were for a second because I was remembering a number of doctors that also came to speak to us against a pilot on alcohol. And I think that it's important sometimes that we remember this is a pilot. This is something that is being considered as a pilot. And if we want to talk about cost and equity, maybe, you know, an electric scooter share would cost more than a Mobi bike. Maybe it would cost more than the bus, but it would still cost less than a cab. And I don't hear anyone, nor am I suggesting that different modes of transportation shouldn't be welcome, depending on people's abilities and as well as their needs. That being said, you know, I think this is a thoughtful amendment, and as people look to distance themselves, I think that it's all about the education, and we need to be able to educate people just as we would with the 30 kilometers an hour. And that's why I asked what the budget was on that one, because I want to know how we're communicating this to people. I don't want them coming back to council and saying, I didn't know you did this. Where's the signage? We didn't understand it was no longer a playground zone. So I think that it's really important that, you know, we look at this as what it is. It's a pilot. That being said, just as we've considered other pilots through the lens of equity recently, I think that it's important that we do so with this one. And with an electric scooter share right now, for, you know, the example was used, sorry, Councillor Swanson, but you had said you asked how much it would cost you to get from your home to City Hall. Well, right now it would be $400 to $500 because you'd have to have a private scooter. You'd have to own your own, or have, I suppose, I don't even know if you can borrow them or if they're specific to an individual person. But for that reason, and for the fact that there is an equity lens that needs to be put on this for people who want to use these for fun, for recreation, as a mode of transportation, I think that, you know, requiring them to get their own right now when there is a such thing as a scooter share, just as we have considered Mobi bike shares, I hope that we'll move forward with with e-bikes, and also moving forward with other modes of transportation, just as the City of Vancouver has with car share before. So for that reason, I do support moving forward with this pilot, and I appreciate the amendment that's been put forward. I will be supporting it, and I urge others to support it too, because if we're really looking at this through the lens of equity, if this is just a pilot and we can weigh the outcomes of the pilot along with the expert advice that we're given, I think that that's important. So I will be supporting this, and I urge others to as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Swanson.
I think the staff presentation convinced me that plus my own experience in LA, convinced me that we should go the slow way and start out with just people using their personal ones and see how that works, make sure we can get helmets. And if we go forward to some other form of shared ones, I think it would be good to look at a co-op model or a non-profit model rather than a big corporation model for shared scooters. If we could do that, I think it would be great. And also if we go to the shared, if the going with just the owned ones works out okay and we get some good rules, and then in the future, if we go with the shared ones, if we work out some way of making sure that there are passes or lower rate ones for low-income people, like they have in Los Angeles, actually, I think that would be good. So, yeah, that's where I'm going to go with this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We're on to Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I mean, Councillor Fry made most of the points that I would have made, so the only thing I'll really add, because Edmonton, the City of Edmonton and the City of Calgary were used sort of as good examples of the popularity and the success, I note a quote from Mayor Nenshi, who talks about public health is our primary priority, and because they paused the program during the winter, they delayed for 4 months, November to April-ish. They delayed March. They delayed restarting the program because public health is a primary concern right now. And I appreciate that we're sort of in this unknown around our own recovery and the second wave of COVID. But I can sense that there's a public health, protection of public health is something that we're all mindful of. And the stats do show that when these programs start up, there's a real increase in e-scooter related injuries, and quite serious ones, and not just for people who are riding them, people who fall over them, may have limited eyesight and what have you. They don't see them, and so I think there's a risk there to our seniors population. And as Councillor Fry pointed out, we have a very, very high rate of people who walk in our city, and so I think that is a concern. And I believe that we have such a robust bike lane network and user of bikes that, again, the uptake in other cities is, I think that they don't have that like we do here in Vancouver. And I think, bikes are well used in our city. So, and I'm concerned about the speed of them and the safety for people. Yes, we have some really great bike networks, but we also have some very small bike lanes where, as a cyclist myself, I'm navigating amongst other bikes, imagining something trying to pass me constantly or vice versa. It can get very, it's just, there's a lot of uncertainty around it. And I think the final point is, I know a lot of people with e-scooters. I think the fact that we're going to allow privately owned micromobility devices on our bike networks and in certain sidewalks and roadways is a really great move and a really good way that's unique to Vancouver, that's different from Edmonton and Calgary, that we can try it out. And certainty from staff that at any point in the future, this doesn't pass, it can come back, and the province is very much open to working with the cities across the province to do what's right and best, depending on the nuance and appropriateness, depending on the municipality. So I'm not going to support this at this time. I think it's interesting, but I think there's still a lot to learn. And we've seen cities that have acted in haste around e-scooters have to pull back significantly. And so I just would say that we ought to learn from that and work with private and then move to a shared service if that seems like the right move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just appreciate the information provided to us by staff on this issue, and I think that they did a thorough analysis of it, pointing towards not approving such a program at this time. And thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward the information about Calgary, which does have far fewer people who walk as their main journey. And I live in the West End, where the walk to work numbers, I think, are the highest in the city. The last time I checked, 50% of people walk to work. There's a lot of seniors in the West End too, and they're already exceedingly nervous even about bikes. E-scooters would add greatly, I believe, to their nervousness and potentially accidents. And I do just want to finally note that this whole program, this set of programs, is around safety. The motion that was put forward at first by Councillor Fry was focused on the 30K zones and safe streets. That is a key goal of our transportation plan. So for that reason, I won't support the amendment.
Thank you. We're on to Councillor Kirby-Yung. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I think you've already spoken, though, on this list.
I have. Do I have time still, though?
I don't.
We do have the ability to speak to amendments. That's been our practice. We haven't.
Yeah, that's right. But you did speak to this already. I'm just wondering why it didn't show up on your timer. How about I give you a minute?
Yeah, Sure, I'll just provide some quick comments and hearing the dialogue and the perspective. And there's comments around, for example, people ride on sidewalks. These are not to be ridden on sidewalks. Those are the rules. People ride bikes on sidewalks. They're not supposed to. In terms of pedestrian and other areas, they are intended, would be mandated to be ridden, just to clarify, in protected bike lanes and slow streets. So very specific criteria around that. I just want to also mention that we heard from staff earlier they didn't feel there was a capacity issue in the reports we received with respect to taking an additional number of folks traveling in our protected bike lane. So we heard that also. And I think, too, that the equity piece, I think, is a really important consideration. I think that they, right now, the only way you could ride a shared e-scooter is travel to other cities. We can't actually travel now during COVID. And I think that we are missing an opportunity when we hear numbers from staff that people are looking to potentially drive more. And that's really what we're trying to avoid. So I just want to provide some alternate perspective to some of the comments that have been raised. Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be supportive of the for staff to advance design on the pilot. I think that's what this is asking for, is just to advance the design. I think that we've seen in the past that our staff is really competent in ensuring that they do this with the safety of the residents of Vancouver in mind. I think that they can look at what are the best practices around the world and what works and doesn't work, and agree not on sidewalks. But my goal is that if we're reallocating 11% of our street space, there's an ability with more of these calm streets and side streets that there will be an ability to use different modes of transportation to really change the way we move. And I think this is one direction that we could look at. So I'm looking forward to getting a little bit more of information back from staff on what it would look like to have one of these. And I think great pilot places would be like the Fraser River, where it's a part of the city that most people don't get out and enjoy. And I think being able to go down to Marpole SkyTrain station, get off and riding a scooter down by the Fraser River, and really being able to open up the city for the residents of Vancouver, I think is kind of critical. So I will be looking forward to a report back from staff if this gets passed, because I think that it is important. And if not, I know that staff will be slowly working and ensuring that this does become part of our mix of being multimodal. So I am supportive.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, I think you've already spoken on this as well?
No, I haven't, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, so I'm pleased to support this amendment, and for a number of reasons. I appreciate the dialogue around this because I think it's an important conversation. Is one, I really value the shared model. I do think that we've talked about the equity perspective, but also enabling some diversity. There has been commentary in the past that some people may be not as able-bodied, and so cycling may not be an option. I mean, I'm an avid cyclist, love it, but I realize that may not be accessible for everyone, and so it gives people other options. My neighbor has a private e-scooter that he uses, and so I do like the shared model approach. Councillor Wiebe took the words out of my mouth in the context of talking about street reallocation. I actually think there's an opportunity as we're exploring that in the concept of slow streets. We've already, staff have already moved on with some of our existing greenways to make those shared use, and so that pedestrians can use the street and not just cyclists. And so I think there could be an opportunity for shared use where e-scooters are using that space as well, along with cyclists, pedestrians, cars. And the last point I'd like to make is that TransLink is incredibly supportive of this because they see it as a part of the mobility network and being that last mile connection for people. And so as we try to rebuild and recover our public transit system, which I think is critically important, and I'm, again, a huge advocate of and user of, that it could be an enabler of that, of helping people, get home. And so for those reasons, I'm supportive of it. It's a report back and to have staff explore that as well as they explore the privately owned e-scooter approach. So supportive of the amendment.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be brief and just wanted to say I think this may be an interesting thing for us to explore at some point. I too am interested in how we get more people out of their cars, absolutely, and reallocate more space towards zero emission types of transportation. And for me, the question here is about timing. We've been throwing a lot at our staff as part of the COVID recovery, and I appreciate that everything feels urgent, but the reality is that we can only do so many things at once unless there's a plan to dramatically increase the number of staff we hire, and again, that doesn't seem to be part of the budget. So we can't do everything all at once, and in the weighing of priorities, I would also rather that we start to test out what e-mobility looks like or micro-mobility looks like, and how we can create proper rules and safety systems to make sure it's not increasing trash, it's not decreasing accessibility, all these types of concerns that we hear from people, and then look at how we equitably roll out some kind of shared program in a way that learns from the most equitable aspects of MOBI in terms of the low-income path and other really valuable pieces of that learning. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment at this time. I hope it's a conversation we have down the road, and I think we need to be really realistic about what the most pressing things are that we can be doing coming out of this pandemic, and not try to do everything at once when we know it's not actually possible.
Thank you. That's it for speakers on this amendment, so we'll call a vote on this amendment. And that has failed with Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, Council, so we'll go back to the main queue. Anything else, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've sent in 2 additional amendments or recommendations for consideration. So maybe the clerks could bring up the first one. Thank you. And so this is to have staff explore and report back on a more streamlined process for residents to identify and submit input on road safety improvements, such as the need for pedestrian crossings, signage in residential areas near schools and bus stops, and further that we prioritize pedestrian crossings near bus stops. I want to speak to the first one, and I appreciate that we do have avenues. If you go to our website and look under streets and transportation, for people to provide impact on lights that are out, to pedestrian crossings, to speed humps. But it's actually really hard to navigate. And I don't know about other councillors, but I have solicited many calls and emails from the public saying, you know, I'm concerned about this particular crossing. I know we direct people to 311, but there isn't a clear sense to the public that that information is getting through and it's going to be acted on or considered. And also, it's just like it took me I went through about 6 web pages to find, you know, just the one link to sort of, hey, I want to provide input on a pedestrian crossing. And so I'm really actually trying to not be prescriptive about what this could look like. I'm not saying it should be a portal. I'm just saying I would really appreciate staff looking at this from the end user perspective. I'm a member of the public and I'm coming to the city website for the first time, and I have a concern about safety in this particular area. And how could we make it easier for the public to interact and know that that is being, and how that's going to work, the information about the process and how we actually come to these decisions and make recommendations as staff and council. And then the other pieces in response to residents' feedback around looking at pedestrian crossings around bus stops, because obviously those are places where people are getting on and off and will be often crossing roads. And so just to have that considered as part of our prioritization.
Great. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Or Councillor DeGenova first. Okay, so I've started an amendment queue. Councillor DeGenova.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have heard about this from people, and I've experienced it myself. So very much appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward. And I just did have some questions. Just a point of information, if I may, with my time, just to staff as to how this would work into to what we're sending them away to do and the recommendations that we're asking them to execute. I just want to make sure that, in allocating anything, as Councillor Card mentioned, to this, which I very much support, that there aren't unintended consequences that we're pulling from something else also. And I understand that not to be the case, and I appreciate this. And again, I'm supportive, but want to make sure that I'm asking those questions for transparency so that it doesn't seem like it's an either or thing here with certain communities.
Okay. Staff have a response to that?
Yeah, sure. Just to be clear on the question, was it how would we implement this?
I think that's the question.
I wanted to know from this amendment, what would that direction to staff be specifically? Just and maybe that's also, I'm not sure if this borders on a question sort of also working with TransLink or other partners here, and if there's any funding that would need to be attached to this. I'm supportive of it. I just want to make sure, as we do have a specific amount of funding in this report, and there were a number of questions about what the funding, what funds may need to be allocated afterwards, what the lens that staff has put on that is with any extra amendments.
Okay. Yeah. At this point, I don't believe there are any additional funds that would be required. Really, we already do this. Residents can get on Van Connect and request it, or they can call 311. It's very, very simple, and we already prioritize the factors that are outlined. So this is pretty aligned with what we already do.
Okay, great. No, that's fantastic. Thanks so much again, Mr. Mayor. I know we have a long agenda. I'll just say that I'm supportive and appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor DiGenova did ask a question I would have asked also of staff, given that response, since it is work that they are already doing, may be redundant, but having been involved in a number of cases where there have been a number of calls around the need for more safety, especially around school children and near corners where they cross streets, and also from the point of view of pedestrians in areas especially close to bus stops in the West End particularly, I'm familiar with, and how long and how many emails go back and forth between the public, myself, staff, other councillors, I'm sure. I think the streamlined process sounds like a good one, so I will support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the councillors who spoke in support. And I just wanted to add one last comment. It's just that I hope that it's taken with the view of not being redundant, because I'm not bringing it forward with that in mind. I'm not bringing forward something because I think it's already underway. I'm actually bringing it forward fundamentally because I think we can continually look at service improvements and service to the public and to residents, and to make it easier for them to interface. And I think that Van Connect and 311 are fantastic, but I also know that it's not easy sometimes to find this information and to have a sense of how it gets triaged and prioritized. And so I really want it to be taken and understood. So with that, I don't bring it forward lightly. And so that's the spirit it's bringing forward. I think that we can continually be looking at how do we make it easier for the public to interface with us on these issues. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. No other speakers, so I can call a vote on this. Councillor DiGenova. Thanks. That's unanimous. Thank you, Council. Back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else? Councillor Dominato, anything else?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a second amendment. Hopefully the clerks can bring that up as well. And it is just in follow-up to my question around the neighborhood traffic management program. Very appreciative that there's going to be further work and consultation done around ADNAC. That was certainly top of mind for many residents in that area. But I also wanted to reflect that there has been significant feedback from residents and businesses over time around looking at more broadly the Hastings Sunrise neighborhood, and I've provided in the amendment sort of the boundaries. And it stems in, and for those who do know the area, the interface of being adjacent to the port access, as well as the 3 or 4 freeway entrance and exits, that area does see high traffic volumes for those reasons, because of the arterials, because of the port, because of the freeway. And so hoping that a second phase might look more closely at traffic flows and safety. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the amendment up, but I'm hoping it's coming up.
Clerks, we could just try to get that up if we could.
Yeah, so it's simply a report back for the feasibility of doing a further traffic management plan for that area. It also came up just in context around the MERP, the 2 MERP buildings that were approved around Boundary and Hastings as well. That subject came up from residents and neighbors there around traffic flows.
Okay, and we got this. There we go. That's up. Okay. Do we have a seconder for this one?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Okay. I heard Councillor Fry first, so now we're on to an amendment queue at 20 after 3. Anybody else want to speak to this one? Anybody want to speak to this amendment? If not, I will call a vote. Councillor DeGenova. There we go. That's unanimous. Thank you, Council. Back to the main queue. Anything else, Councillor D'Amanato?
Simply to say, I'll just speak to the main report and recommendations. I just want to thank staff for their work on this. This is very near and dear to my heart, 2020, around the transportation conversation and mobility, and really appreciate that the report is responsive to concerns that we have, both the motions that have been brought forward around slow streets, but around school zones. As we are focused on more complete neighborhoods and encouraging people to get out of their vehicles and to walk and to cycle and move about in different ways. Safety is really top of mind for people, at least I know it is for me, but I also know in talking to other residents. And so I think that this report is responsive to that, and I think it is really important that we are thinking about, at the end of the day, the most vulnerable people on our streets are, when it comes to mobility, are those who are walking or cycling. They have the least protection. And so that we are thinking about that and putting that at the forefront of our decision making, I think, is really important. And so I wanted to just recognize the work the staff put into this, and it's very much valued and valued by residents.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. Just really briefly, I also wanted to thank staff. I think that this is a really good and comprehensive report. I've been supportive of amendments that have come forward, but was happy to support the report as it currently stood also. I think that, in looking at the context of how do we maximize the partnerships that we have with TransLink, and I've learned a lot, Mr. Mayor, not only from our staff, but also, from TransLink and the unique partnerships we have and the funding that's provided. I know that you participate in several ways on the Mayor's Council, and in sometimes going at your request as your alternate. I've learned a lot about that. I also see that this is also making sure that we integrate within and consider a regional approach, and the people using transit and who may in fact be contributing in other ways. When we talk about safer and slower streets, when we talk about other modes of transportation, that we're looking at this locally but also regionally, and really did want to thank staff for that. Was trying to keep my comments short, but again, at the same time, really think that staff do need to be thanked for this, because a lot of work and effort has gone into this. And I see a number of council motions and amendments that have also been executed. So ticking those sort of off the list as well. So huge thanks to staff for doing this and considering your already very busy workload. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. You have a full clock there, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And I certainly won't take 5 minutes. I do want to really thank staff for the work on this. Reflecting on my own life, two of the biggest impacts in my life have been results of humans meeting cars. Once when I was hit by a drunk driver in 1992 and didn't walk for a year, and then the second when one of my best friends, Paul Tynes, was hit by a car as a pedestrian at Princess and Pryor, and never recovered from the massive brain injury that he sustained, and it later cost him his life. So, that's always been top of mind. The latter really was sort of the impetus for me to even get involved in politics. So this stuff is really meaningful to me. I know it's meaningful to a lot of Vancouverites, and I know it's meaningful to this council because we've all come together to support a lot of these initiatives that we see reflected in this report before us. And I'm really pleased to see the movement going forward on the pilot with the province. I know the province have really been dragging their heels on enacting this, and I know it's been a real frustration because I know our staff have been supportive of safer, slower streets, but we're really hamstrung by the notion that we would otherwise have to put 30K signs on every block of every street on our local residential streets, which are probably 75 to 80% of our road network. So I appreciate that that is a challenge to implementing, these objectives. And with this opportunity that the province is putting forward to us, I think it's great that we're taking advantage of this pilot. And I really wish us, I hope that the province is paying attention. I know that there's other local governments throughout our province that are very interested in this, and I know they'll be paying attention. So I'm hopeful for all the success on this pilot, and thanks again to staff for making it happen.
Thank you, and that's it for the speakers queue. So we can move to a vote on this motion, this report. Councillor Kirby-Yung. There we go, Council. That is unanimous. Thanks so much for all that work, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. And now we're moving to the next report, which is alignment of occupancy limits between buildings and fire bylaws. So that was held, I believe, because we have speakers. Councillor Weeb, I know you declared a conflict on this one. We can just put you in the waiting room. You don't have to exit and everything, so I'll let clerks do that.
I'm excited. Never been to the waiting room.
Yeah, I hear it's comfy in there. Okay, so we have this one, and it's just been held, so there's no staff presentation. City Manager, do you have folks there to answer questions?
Yeah, happy to answer questions.
Okay, right. So we can go straight to speakers first. Clerks, I don't have my list right in front of me, but if you could let the first speaker know.
Mayor Stewart, the first speaker is in person, and she's just getting ready to the podium.
Okay, great.
Point of procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There were two councillors waiting for questions. Are you now doing them after speakers? You asked if there were questions.
The clerk said we could. The clerks said we could proceed right to questions right to speakers because nobody held this one. It was held because of speakers.
I actually held report 5, also. But we will have a chance to ask questions after then.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Clerk, is the first speaker ready?
Yes, she is.
Oops, sorry, you're a bit faint there.
Yes, the speaker is ready. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today about today's motion. My name is Laura Balance, and I am a spokesperson for the Hospitality Vancouver Association, which is an organization that represents bars, pubs, restaurants, retailers, and nightclubs in our city. Together, our businesses contribute in excess of $750 million of economic impact into Vancouver annually and employ over 10,000 people. We consider ourselves Vancouver's other 9 to 5 economy, and beyond contributing significantly to the economic health of Vancouver, we are impactful contributors to the cultural health of our city as well. Our HVA members would like to thank Council for the unanimous vote last month that requested staff to look at this issue that has brought us here today. The motion before you is an incredible step forward in our decades-long plea to bring a common-sense approach on how we balance venue capacity with respect to nightlife with the need for vibrancy, culture, and entertainment in our city. We are in support of the motion, but feel the need to clarify some key areas of the report in front of you today. With respect to increased costs, our organization and our members have advocated in writing in 2019 and again as late as March of this year to increase our application fees for occupancy reviews in order to offset costs associated with any staffing requirements related to approval of this motion. We believe that applying fees of $2,500 to $5,000 per application will more than cover those staffing costs. Secondly, we are also on record as voluntarily suggesting a certified professional review and stamp on any occupancy applications in order to minimize, where possible, any staff time required for the process. Requiring certified professional stamps on the occupant Form 1 prior to submission would reduce the number of applicants to a fraction of the number included in the staff report. In fact, we estimate with respect to liquor primary establishments, we are talking about less than 1,000 seats total across the city if 100% of the liquor primary establishments applied and were able to receive the code alignment increase. Additionally, when I spoke at the special council meeting in June, I urged the realignment to the BC Building Code be applied citywide, allowing all of the nighttime economy establishments to fairly compete with those neighboring cities such as Burnaby, Coquitlam, Richmond, as well as every other city in the province, is imperative in our position. By not revoking or suspending the outdated moratorium areas, which were imposed as early as 1991, virtually all city licensed establishments I represent would not be able to apply for this occupancy realignment. Essentially, the motion acknowledges that the building code alignment is needed, but the irony is that it then takes away virtually all ability to apply for it. Since the moratorium areas were created nearly 30 years ago, Vancouver has lost dozens of bars and nightclubs, and the net loss of liquor primary seats is significant across the city. The moratorium and distancing policies in Vancouver are, in our opinion, old, outdated, and punitive, and make the viability in this sector, specifically in the city of Vancouver, unreasonably tough. The motion and revocation of the moratorium area for a one-time occupant load increase, if approved by Council, means Vancouver will be brought in line with the rest of the province, not in front of, but parallel to all other cities in British Columbia. Approval of this motion will allow businesses to have long-term viability past the COVID crisis, which is currently decimating our sector. Finally, the occupancy, distancing, and moratorium area protocols in Vancouver have negatively impacted the nighttime economy in our city for more than 2 decades. COVID has brought our industry to a standstill and our businesses to their knees. It is no longer a matter of months or weeks, it's days or hours for many. Our own estimates say that if we can't get relief through common sense motions like the one in front of you today, 80 to 90% of our sector will never reopen. That's a minimum of 8,000 to 9,000 Vancouver jobs lost and hundreds of millions of dollars into our economy annually gone. Imagine the impact not only to our industry directly, but to the city without a nightlife and what that will do by extension to our tourism and creative economies, among others. We are happy with the motion to accept the realignment to BC Provincial Building Code, but respectfully request a one-time occupant load increase for existing liquor establishments in Vancouver be considered, including those within the moratorium areas, and for these establishments to be able to apply without the current distancing regulations. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the members of HVA today, and we sincerely thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much. You have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, Ms. Balance. Thanks for being here.
Thank
I just
you.
want to reflect back what I heard because this has been a really interesting report to go through. And that is that essentially your concern is, am I correct, that if council passes the report as is and amends the Vancouver Fire Bylaw, the BC bylaw, to say that on paper we can have the same capacity, that without an amendment for a one-time adjustment or consideration of lifting the moratoria, it will be moot because operators just will not be able to take advantage of this synthesis of the fire code. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. It will eliminate one problem that will be preempted by two other pieces of very outdated policy, in our opinion, and will make it virtually impossible for all but less than a handful of businesses to apply with respect to the liquor primary businesses.
Okay, and then for clarity, I have prepared an amendment which I shared with staff, and I just want to see if this is something from an industry perspective addresses the points you said and make sure I've got this right. That if council were to give direction to staff to review the lifting and steps required to cease the moratoria to enable those additional liquor seats, and did that in conjunction with consultation with yourselves, the Vancouver Police Department, business improvement areas, etc., to enable that one-time expansion of the occupant load capacity to align with the BC Fire Code, that would be an appropriate amendment. In your view, that's what you're looking for explicitly, is that right?
Yes, that would address this secondary piece of outdated policy and allow members from businesses from across the city to apply. They would still be subject to provincial liquor regulation and the elements within the BC Building Code, which this motion, as proposed by staff, does address, which is bringing it in line with BC Building Code with respect to exiting and water closets will make it so that many businesses won't be able to apply, but your amendment will allow many to.
Okay, but some of them may still be listed just by the configurations of their building, just pragmatics, right? I have one other, is that a yes? Yes? Ms. Balance, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, and one final question is, just to respond, because you had mentioned that you estimated that this might be less than 1,000 seats across the city if everybody applied, and how do you come to those numbers, and can you give us a bit of sense about it to address the concern that this could result in this rampant number of applications coming forward and a huge increase in liquor seats?
Because BC Building Code so highly regulates how a space is used specific to two key areas of life safety, which is exiting and as well as washrooms, that many businesses will not, because the physical layout of their space would not be able to apply regardless. If there was a requirement of these businesses to have a certified professional pre-calculate and stamp off, just like every other aspect of building code changes with respect to any business in the city, we believe the vast majority would be predetermined not to be able to even apply for this. But what it will do is, in cases, it may be 5 seats in a restaurant, but in a liquor primary, but given how dire the situation is for these businesses, 5 seats could make the difference and certainly may be a light at the end of the tunnel.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Balance, for coming to speak to us today. I just wondered if you could add a little bit more depth to the conversation around distancing that you mentioned, and the impact that would have on your membership?
Right. So back when these same policies were developed, beginning in the late 80s and into the early 90s, there was a restriction or a policy established specific to distancing, which meant certain types, size establishments had to be a certain distance from each other. It is our belief that that policy is very outdated and that businesses should be judged on the quality of the business, not a mathematical calculation that makes winners and losers block per block. So say, for example, some of our establishments in a community such as Yaletown might have 50 seats. They may wish to apply or for this one-time increase, but because there's another business of a similar size in the liquor primary space within a certain distance from them, each will be automatically excluded. Whereas we believe that it should be, like most businesses, be assessed on the quality of the business and their proposal, and not a strictly mathematical calculation as it currently is. And we think that's integral to getting good quality businesses. And like I say, in many of the cases, it being a handful of extra seats, but it might be the difference between living and dying for these businesses.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Council. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just have a COVID question.
Mm-hmm.
We're hearing that our cases have spiked a bit because of a strip club outbreak, and now we're hearing that there was an outbreak at the Belmont Hotel, both of which are serving liquor. So I'm wondering if, in light of COVID and that there seems to be an increase in outbreaks with liquor serving establishments, is that something that you are considering, or what kind of things are happening to try and prevent that?
Well, I can tell you that a lot of our members, in fact, all of the members that are part of HVA are working incredibly hard to implement at considerable expense anything related, any suggestions, any regulations, or items put forward by Coastal Health in order to be able to fully comply with COVID. A lot of our members are open with respect to some aspects of their business, and doing very well. I think continual improvement is something across all areas of our businesses that this group is highly committed to. And there's many examples in the city of these businesses doing very good work with respect to COVID. As we continue to work with Coastal Health and individual restaurants, pubs, bars within our space, we'll need to continue to take those recommendations and take that oversight and apply it into their own businesses. And it is something as a sector that we understand the implications and the need to ensure that that it is applied across the board, whether it's as staff and guests to these establishments, so that we can keep everybody safe. I will tell you that Vancouver is a city of business operators who tend to live in the city. They are part of this sector because they love it, and they are highly committed to having a successful business across all areas. They are already very, very highly regulated, and I think for the most part, Vancouver is known as a city where these owners do very good work. It's unfortunate to see any situation where there is a step back with respect to COVID, but I do believe that the vast majority are working very hard to ensure that they continue to implement everything possible to prevent any spread of the disease or the virus, and we'll continue to provide information. And I will say that the sector is working very, very closely together. Traditional competitors are working closely together to share best practices and information, so that as a sector and as a city and as a province, we can continue to perform so well and to be able to return to normal as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thanks so much for coming in today. Next is Simon Fallick, who I believe is also in-person clerk. Is that correct?
Mr. That's correct. We're just waiting for the transition. So give us a minute.
Right, and it's a 5-minute presentation, but 3 minutes for questions from council.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is ready.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Fallick. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Thanks for having me speak today. My name is Simon Fallick. I'm one of the owners and operators of The American. I've got about 20 years of working in the bar, restaurant, and nightlife industry in Vancouver. Myself and my business partner, Patrick, are very much in support of this motion, and we want to thank Council for being proactive and working to modernize liquor policy in the city. At the best of times, our business runs on incredibly thin margins, and obviously the last few months have made things even more difficult. We view this as something that is a step towards the future, not a step forward right now. Unfortunately, our business is located in a neighborhood that's currently in a moratorium area, and as such, currently we would be precluded from these changes. I just want to state that the downtown east side has some of the most well-recognized and highly regarded restaurants, music venues, pubs, and cocktail bars throughout Canada. It is a neighborhood that, while it has its difficulties, is incredibly vibrant and incredibly important to the city of Vancouver. We view a seat in a liquor establishment as a seat in a liquor establishment. And what I mean by that is, regardless of what neighborhood it belongs in, it should be treated equitably. We believe that if this policy were to go forward with certain neighborhoods being precluded, it would be close to a death knell for ourselves and a lot of our friends in the industry. Currently, we are in negotiations with our new landlords at BC Housing to renegotiate our lease for another 10-year term. As things are currently situated, we don't know if we would be able to move forward given the, quite frankly, devastating impacts of COVID, as well as not being able to expand our capacity because of certain outdated and, frankly, antiquated policies that exist with the City of Vancouver. What we would ask is that please consider the impact of not extending these changes across all businesses in the city and continue to work towards doing some great work in modernizing liquor policy in the City of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Just checking here if you have any questions. I don't see anybody on the list asking questions, so I just wanted to thank you so much for coming in today. Next on the list is, I think we have Blaine Culling, who's phoning in. Whenever you're ready, clerks.
Mr. Culling,
Hello.
are you?
Yes, I'm ready. Hello.
Please go ahead.
Can you
Up
hear
to
me?
5 minutes whenever you're. Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes
Okay,
whenever you're
thank
ready.
you very much. From the Granville Entertainment Group, which is the owner and operator of the Roxy Nightclub, 932 Granville Street in downtown Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of today's motion. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Mayor and Council for actually for getting us to this point and for understanding the importance to our industry of this realignment of the Vancouver and provincial building and fire codes. So thank you very, very much. I would also like to say thank you to staff for producing what I believe is an excellent report that was open and honest, and you could see quite clearly how a previous administration had literally gerrymandered the fire code for social purposes and whatnot, and that now you can see that as it was made very clear in the report. I'd also like to say thank you very much to the Vancouver Police Department, which has been really, I think we're very lucky to have such a group of men and women that devote their lives to helping and protecting the people of Vancouver. In our industry, we work with them each and every day, and we see this dedication. I'd also like to thank the men and women of the Vancouver Fire Department and for their also dedication to helping and protecting the people of Vancouver. But most importantly here, I'd like to say that the realignment of these fire and building codes is so absolute essential that without it, I really think that a great many members of our industry will not survive. We're talking about COVID. And it's this light at the end of the tunnel that will keep us going and allow us to know that once we've gone through this, we then have an opportunity to be successful in our industry and not have to deal with these outmoded rules and regulations. Like the Roxy, for example, employs somewhere between 75 and 95 full and part-time employees year-round. And on top of that, we have another 25 to 30 DJs and sound techs and live musicians. And because we have live music every night of the week. And we also are home to 3 or 4 young Vancouver bands that also use the Roxy stage to showcase themselves. So, you know, we really, I think, provide the music culture of Vancouver a real outlet. And so that's why it's also very important for us to be able to do that, right? And I just wanted to mention all of us who were lucky enough to be here in 2010 and to see how exciting the city of Vancouver was and how everyone came together and worked hard to showcase Vancouver to the world. The result is that in the last 10 years, Vancouver has been one of the most popular destinations in the world for tourism and whatnot. And now, 10 years later, COVID has put us in a situation where we can't allow any international visitors and where we're struggling to stay alive. So we're really asking you how important it is that when this is finally over and we can open ourselves up again to the world, that we can do so at full capacity and are able to really be successful. I would also ask very much that you support this one-time only or perhaps total abolishment, if you choose, this moratorium, which again is something that was put in place, I don't know, at least 10 years ago, if not more, and also all of the rules around it that were pointed out where you can have one large place here and one small place there, and oh, no, you can't have one of these here because you have it in a different block. That kind of regulations are really totally counterproductive to the modern entertainment, nightlife, and whatnot here. So I would like to urge each and every council member to vote in support of this staff realignment and to vote in support of the relaxation or abolishment of the moratorium on additional seats. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much for calling in, and there is no one on the queue for questions for you, so that's it today, and thanks again. Over
Thank
to
you.
Corinne Leah.
Hello?
Rio. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for calling in, up to 5 minutes.
Okay.
No problem. Whenever you're ready.
For some reason, it keeps going on speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's going to have to be on speaker. It's stuck.
That's okay.
Okay, my name is Corinne Lee, and I am the owner-operator of the Rio Theater, and I'm in support of this motion. And although I don't believe this issue actually affects the Rio Theater, I am here as an ally to my colleagues in the industry, and I'm going to keep it very short. I just want to really, I've been advocating as much as I can to really let people know how hard COVID has hit our industry, and that we really need whatever support we can get so that we can get back to keeping Vancouver a vibrant cultural city that it is. I'm very concerned about the businesses that are not going to make it, and so whatever we can do to help support them in their ability to stay in business is really important. And other than that, that's all I have to say. I support the previous speakers and hope that you will consider their points that they've made today.
Thanks so much for calling in and participating. No questions for you, so I'll move on to Vince Marino. And Mr. Marino, if you could just let us know, I keep forgetting to ask, but our new procedures that we ask if you're a Vancouver resident.
Yes, I am a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, and then up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Afternoon. My name is Vince Marino, and I am a resident of Vancouver. And I'm also a co-owner of Hightower Management. Hightower Management operates two of the city's gay venues on Davie Street, the Junction and the Pump Jack. I'm also a co-owner of Donald's Irish Pub on Grenville Street in the 1000 block. First, thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion. And secondly, I would like to thank Mayor and Council and the staff for their time and work for bringing this report and motion forward. This has been an item that I have been personally involved in and advocating for more than a decade now as a member of Bar Watch and Hospitality Vancouver Association. That said, we are in full support of this report and the motion that is before you. This report and motion, which we hope will be unanimously approved today, will assist our two venues on Davie Street to be in line with all of the other liquor licensed venues in the province. However, our venue on Grenville Street, due to the existing and continuing moratorium remaining in place, the venue will be disadvantaged and not be on a level playing field with other liquor licensed venues. We are strongly urging that Council reconsider this position and add an amending motion to remove the moratorium so that Donald's can be part of a level playing field to the other venues. Since opening on July the 6th, 2017, Donald's has become an Irish cultural and entertainment venue showcasing live music 7 days of the week, as well as sponsoring sports teams and community groups. We are strongly urging Council to lifting the moratorium at this time so that we can continue to reemploy staff and add new staff, continue to support both established as well as up-and-coming artists. Lifting the moratorium will allow the venue to continue to contribute to the culture and vitality of Grenville Street and the City of Vancouver, and allow the venue to continue to succeed during this trying period of COVID-19, and to give us hope that this change will continue to assist our recovery as and when we come out of the current health situation that is affecting all of us as individuals and businesses. To conclude, this realignment of the occupancy limit is for the future vitality of the businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, and there are no questions for you, sir. So we'll move on to the next speaker, Paul Stolan. Sorry.
Hello,
Stoylan?
Mr. Mayor and Council. Stoylan, yes.
Hi there. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes. We can.
My name is Paul Stoylan, and I run a company called Safe and Sound Entertainment in downtown Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak about this extremely important topic today. I am in support of this motion because our three nightclub businesses, along with so many others, depend on it more than ever due to COVID-19. The business issue related to the occupancy load calculations in Vancouver dates back many years, but never before has this issue been so important for the survival of our industry, which drives the Vancouver nighttime economy. Our sector of liquor primary licensed establishments has been fighting to stay alive for years due to many issues, including but not limited to lack of transportation options, rising cost of rent and insurance, and most detrimental has been the unfair process of how the capacities of these liquor primary establishments have been calculated. To put things into a BC perspective, one of our businesses, Bar 9 Nightclub in Yaletown, which has been around for 28 years, has a capacity of 237 people, including staff. If we closed down and opened up the exact same business in a similar space in Whistler, for example, we would have a legal capacity of 296 people because the BC Building Code takes into account the specific areas within the establishment, such as dance floors and other standing room only areas. This is unlike the blanket process used here in Vancouver, which uses the same formula for dining spaces and cafeterias with fixed seating as it does for nightclubs and any other liquor primary establishments that have large dance floors. Now, to put things into a national perspective, if we put Bar 9 in downtown Toronto, which is where many Vancouver operators have recently moved to, we would have a legal capacity of 468 people, almost twice as many customers as Bar 9 is currently allowed to accommodate. Even though it would be great for our business, today we are not asking to be like Toronto, but simply want to be able to accommodate as many customers as other similar businesses do throughout BC. Passing this motion will not only help liquor primary establishments stay in business after COVID-19 restrictions are lifted, but it will also help stimulate Vancouver's nighttime economy and its cultural identity as a fun, safe, and vibrant city. Vancouver's licensed establishments, as you heard before, represent $750 million in annual revenue and almost 10,000 jobs. And this motion should help get our sector closer to $1 billion in revenue, which will create new jobs to serve the additional customers resulting from your support. Regarding public safety, this motion will undoubtedly make Vancouver a safer place to be on busy Friday and Saturday nights. These are the two busiest nights across the city, and for most businesses, they are the only two nights to generate revenue. The demand on these two nights always outweighs the current supply of patron space under the current occupancy calculations. And when people get refused entry due to capacity limitations after they have saved up and dressed up to go celebrate a special occasion, they can become angry and act out on the streets or in neighboring areas. Putting more people inside controlled liquor primary establishments will significantly reduce the number of incidents that VPD has to deal with on a nightly basis. It is also very important, as you've heard today, to note that the areas and businesses affected by the antiquated moratorium and distancing policies be included in this motion, as they only act as a hindrance to viable business. If this motion does not include the areas and the many businesses that operate within them, Vancouver's hospitality and entertainment industries will be decimated. We, as Vancouver nighttime economic partners, have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make Vancouver the most desired place for all businesses to operate within, and for people from all over Metro Vancouver and beyond to visit. Any further deterioration of our hospitality and entertainment scene will negatively affect this opportunity through significant losses in jobs, spin-off economies, and most importantly, the cultural identity of our beloved city. I appreciate your time today and support of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, and I'm just looking here. I don't see anybody on the queue to ask you questions, so appreciate you participating in this today. And that's all. I think, Clerk, that is our last speaker, if I'm not mistaken. Anybody else on the queue there?
Mayor Stewart, that was the last speaker.
Okay, great, thanks. So now we're going to move to questions to staff. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, on point of information, I understand that Deputy Chief Howard Chow is on the line, has indicated he's available for questions.
Okay.
I am on the line, yes.
Did you have a question for?
I do. I'd like to direct a couple questions I could to the
Sure.
Deputy Chief.
Okay.
Couple of points. One relates to in this report that we've received, and I think some of it dates back sometime to when the moratorium was put in, I think in late 90s. It does seem to indicate that VPD is vehemently opposed to lifting of moratoria. I wonder if you could comment, Deputy Chow, if that position has changed or evolved, or you see it differently now, given the discussion we're having around aligning the fire codes.
Yes, it has changed. I mean, I think it was last revisited some 3+ years ago, and I've heard all the comments as well from the speakers. So thanks for that. And my position now, our position is that we would be open to revisiting this and look at some of the options that are available for all the reasons that were mentioned, as well as most certainly to help some of the businesses that are trying to struggle through everything that's going on. Some of the issues that were identified, I think the landscape is clearly changed relative to some of the problems we were seeing down in the Granville Entertainment District. I mean, we're still having some of the problems, but the factor that, it's more of a restaurant lounge feel to a lot of the establishments relative to the nightclub and that aspect of it has definitely changed. So these are some things that, we'll work with city staff and others to see how we can revisit this aspect of the moratorium
Okay. And just for the interest of time, so you are sort of open to that, and you are seeing the changing nature of the street with different businesses like the Rec Room and some of the problem children, if I can call them that, some of those bars that are not there anymore, that that were sort of specific issues when the moratorium was put in place.
That's correct. Yeah, those were some of the issues that we're having to face with. So that part of the issue.
And do you see any benefit? One of the speakers made a comment around, people lingering outside or waiting to get in because of capacity issues. And do you see there being a benefit to somebody being inside a licensed establishment and easier to manage than opposed to leaving folks on the street waiting outside? Is from a policing point of view, is that a positive or not?
Yeah, and it is, that's certainly an issue. This is something we've seen in the past few weeks with the bars and some of the pubs opening back up. We'd rather see those individuals in seats inside of a bar where they're, or a pub, where they're being supervised, monitored, and not outside where they're getting into conflict. So it makes sense to us.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's it for me right now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I had a question for staff also, and I'll let the city manager direct this question. And it's regarding specifically wondering if staff, in terms of COVID-19, I mean, looking at this separately, this has been an issue that's come up for many years. As we've heard from many of the speakers, I remember it from the liquor policy update, it being raised, but also just wondering if, in terms of COVID-19, is there any concern that staff have? Is this an issue that maybe needs to be revisited after we're out of, or we're farther along in a phase of our new normal from the pandemic?
Are you referring to lifting of the moratorium, or are you referring to the
lifting of the moratorium? My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think if council asks us to review it, we will. You've heard me say it before. It's a very limited number of staff that are doing all of this work. So at this point, my primary concern would be with just our staff's ability to conduct this review. We're just implementing what's in today's report is a very considerable amount of work and will take us time. So my primary concern is with just our ability to do all of this work. And we would be prioritizing what's in the report today rather than the review. So unless council's going to tell us to not do what's in the report today and to prioritize this review instead. But ultimately, very small group of staff, very, very overloaded right now with approving all the patios and all the other changes that we're implementing.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have about questions to staff, about 2 minutes left. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
No, I'm fine for questions. I'm going to wait until questions are finished. I do have an amendment.
Questions are finished now, so we need somebody to move this.
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, seconder. Okay, so I've got, you can go on the queue then. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I do have an amendment that I had shared with council ahead and recirculated today, and it is an addition to the staff recommendations. And there's 4 paragraphs there. I think we spoke to it in some of the commentary, but I'll just recap here. It is essentially to direct staff to review the lifting and what steps would be required in order to cease the liquor moratoria in consultation with the Vancouver Police Department. And I think we heard that they're willing and open for that discussion, the Hospitality Vancouver Association relevant BIAs, and prepare necessary bylaw amendments that would enable these establishments to benefit essentially from the realignment or synthesis, I should say, with the provincial fire code. And then recognizing some of the good learnings that we have had from the patio licensing, for example, where we were able to provide a blanket approval to the province and the workload on staff suggests that perhaps consideration could be given to using a similar approach here, which is the second clause. And then the third one also indicates the willingness that was raised by a number of speakers, Ms. Balance being the first one, saying that the establishments are more than willing to pay increased fees to cover the costs of staff time on doing this. And so that puts in consideration there. And then also the additional component, and again, in an effort to streamline the process around looking at the consideration or potential to require using a registered professional prior to an applicant submitting their application. so that would help to streamline those applications, and people that realize that they weren't able to do so and take advantage because of the building code, they wouldn't come in, and hopefully reduce the amount of workload on staff, and also make it a streamlined process for applicants.
Okay. Thanks so much. And so we need a seconder for that.
Fry will second.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting my deck up here. So we're okay. So if you want to speak to this, you can put yourself on the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, happy to speak to this. I actually also just submitted an amendment to this. I'm very much in agreement with the spirit of this motion. I think that looking at cost recovery methods is critical in this conversation. And I think, and the white paper that the Hospitality Association had provided earlier indicated that the industry was indeed comfortable with sort of paying their own way on this and offsetting some of the impacts on staff, and similarly the piece around getting a stamped certification. My challenge, and I don't generally support the liquor moratoria as it stands now, but my challenge with the amendment as it's supplied is it sort of presupposes that we're going to just eliminate it altogether. And in its list of people to consult with, it curiously omits people like Vancouver Coastal Health and community members, because of course the moratorium in the downtown east side was largely driven by the community. And in fact, I think Councillor Swanson was even involved in that work many years ago. And I think that there's definitely a more fulsome conversation, but I do recognize that currently the moratoria is not very fair to liquor primary, in particular in the downtown east side, where there are many liquor primary outlets that really are destination locations. I'm thinking, like the American Hotel, like the Rickshaw, like the Imperial, like the Fortune Sound Club. And I want to be fair to them as well. So I think where I'm hoping that this is an agreeable amendment in the spirit that Councillor Kirby-Yung has supplied her own, but it's really not quite as prescriptive, and especially in who it consults with, and it leaves it open to have a more robust and wider ranging consultation around the moratoria, while still leaving it open to specifically allow those liquor primaries to take advantage of this recalibration of the occupancy codes right now. So you have it. That's it for me, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, my mute was on. So we need a seconder for this amendment to the amendment.
Second, Councillor Blythe.
Okay, Councillor Blythe. So I'm going to put us on an amendment to the amendment queue, which is essentially just a strike through in that first paragraph from Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment. So if you want to speak to the strike through, please put yourself onto the amendment Q2. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote then on this strike through. Councillor Fry. There we go. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor DeGenova. Just waiting for Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Dominato. Councillor DeGenova?
Just a moment. My panel's just loaded again. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to vote assist? There you go. Okay, thanks. So that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. So we'll go back to the, anything else, Councillor Fry?
No, good, and thanks to Councillor Kirby-Yung for the original supplied amendments. Agreement in the spirit of this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if through you to staff, if I could ask what they think of the so far resulting amendment.
Okay. So through the city manager, does the deletion of that amendment ease any of your concerns?
Or just the rest of the amendment too?
Oh, okay. Any comments from City Manager on this one?
Oh, yeah, thanks. So, Councillor Swanson, are you asking for an assessment of generally, do we support doing this review?
Yeah, do you support the amendment?
My primary concern is just, as I mentioned a moment ago, is the staff capacity and continuing to load more work onto a small group of people. We did a pretty thorough liquor review a few years ago, and so we're kind of, in some ways, asking them to repeat that work. So that's I guess would be my concern. I don't have a concern with the content of reviewing the moratoria. I will make a note. You heard from Howard Chow earlier from the BPD. I think we spend about $1 million a year on a special task force that deals with the GED. And so, we're having a lot of financial constraints, recognizing that we are policing the GED. It does cost us additional money to do that, and allowing for more drinking in the GED could exacerbate that. But presumably all of that would come out in the review. So it's really more a matter of the amount of time that it will take to do that review.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think that's, sorry, I'm just making sure. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we now will vote on the amendment as amended. Councillor DeGenova? Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. Now we're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have anything else to say? 3 minutes.
Yeah, and speaking to the overall report, I appreciate this coming forward, and I appreciate the original motion by the mayor in terms of listening to our hospitality industry. I think that in the midst of COVID, it has provided us with a real opportunity to put a zero in with a lens on economic sustainability and really see where the issues were, because COVID exacerbates the cracks, and it also exacerbates the issues to a great degree. And it's sort of like when people are home and you're working from home a lot more, you start to see that maybe the paint doesn't look as fresh as you thought. And I think that that's what we're doing here in terms of trying to evolve to being much more business friendly and responsive. I look at the work that staff did really heroically in responding to the needs for our restaurant sector previously with patios. And I think what we're hearing loud and clear here, and I think it was stated that they're looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. This is beyond COVID, and it will take some time to do a review. That's why I was a little concerned about how broad the review is, when I think we've heard pragmatically that the nature of business is going into Granville Street has changed quite a bit with the Rec Room and Colony and others. People are changing into sort of more of, pub styles. You're really seeing a lot of shifts there. And quite honestly, nightclubs will have to evolve their business models and be different, and they won't make it, because they're ones that just simply are not able to operate in the same way right now. So this is really about giving hope, I think, and trying to cut down some of our red tape and just make it an easier place to do business in the city. So I'm glad if we're able to move it forward. I was worried about the report when I first saw it, because I thought that it really neutered the recommendation, would have rendered it moot. But I think with this addition, it will actually allow businesses to take advantage of it. I'm just hopeful that that review is not so extensive that it doesn't take a long time, that we can try to have something that comes back in conjunction with when we're pulling out of recovery, that these businesses, when people are allowed to get back in and safely gather, will be able to take advantage of those upgraded occupancies that do align with the fire code provincially. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I actually have an amendment I just sent into the clerk, and it is really with Councillor Fry's amendment to be less prescriptive and to ask staff to report back. We heard from Ms. Balance, our first speaker, the importance of looking at distancing, and I'm hoping that while staff are looking at the occupancy, they're able to also look at distancing, which essentially is how many liquor primary licenses with different classifications are near each other, and I think that that's a limitation that there's classifications from 1 to 60 capacity versus 60 to 150, and so there are some nuances there all the way up to 6 classes. And I mean, I do appreciate staff's time, but I'm hoping that given the recent update a couple of years ago and then the amendment that's just passed, this can be something that can be added on and is responsive to what the membership is looking for, and enabling businesses to be able to recover in time from, you know, what really is triggering an unplanned second look at something that staff has recently done that work on, which I do appreciate is unexpected, and as is the pandemic. So looking to be responsive, and that's the amendment. Hope for support.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Councillor Fry, anybody want to speak to this one? I don't see anybody on the list. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Yep, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Point of information for you, if I might, Mr. Mayor, to staff.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering if staff can provide some clarity, because I'm not sure I'm fully understanding in terms of the impact of a potential costly reclassification. Can you describe what that might look like for an establishment for us? I just want to be clear that I'm understanding.
City Manager.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to do that at this point.
Okay.
So, can you speak to what the different categories are? For example?
No, I'm not. I mean, I think that would be the kind of information we would report back with.
Okay. Can I ask the question a different way? Does staff understand clearly what they're being asked to do in this amendment? Because I'm not fully clear, so I'm asking if staff understands.
Maybe you should ask the mover.
Yeah, that's right. No. You can ask a point of information to the mover if you wish.
Well, no, my question was for staff, and I think we've asked this before. Just is the direction clear in terms of what is being asked of staff in terms of the work? That's my question.
Yes, I believe staff are understanding what the direction is.
You're not able to articulate that to me? I guess I'm just looking for help and looking for some clarity here. Okay, perhaps I'll try a different way, and then I'll ask a question of the mover of the motion. If you can provide a little bit more explanation of an example of how this would affect a business.
Sure. So happy to. So right now, there are liquor license capacity, location policy, and guidelines. So for an establishment that's classified as Class 1, their seating capacity is up to 65. They can't be within 50 meters of another Class 1. Class 2 is up to 150, not within 100 meters of another establishment of the same class. Same for Class 3, up to 300, Class 4 up to 500, Class 5 up to 950, and Class 6 exceeds 950, not within 500 meters of another Class 5 and Class 6. So it's complex, as you can probably tell from that, but that is the table, and I've just actually sent it to all councillors to reference. So we've heard from the hospitality industry that this is a two-prong approach, and this is the second prong that's not been addressed in the First Amendment, which is to look at a one-time reconsideration of what these classifications and the impact of businesses being able to increase their occupancy, and then their ability to be located next to other businesses with similar or capacity in excess to what's allowed currently under the policy. So while the staff are looking at the first part of the amendment, this really does provide direction to look at the other part, which we've heard are concerns from the membership.
Okay, so follow-up question to the mover then, if I might, because you've got language in here that says in the immediate future. So you envisioning that this takes priority over the other work in terms of reviewing the moratoria?
No, not at all. This was written without, this can be done at the same time. I imagine it would be done commonsensically by staff at the same time the other work's being done.
Okay, so you wouldn't be amiss to review removing immediate future then for clarity?
If that made you feel more comfortable, I'd be happy with that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise I'll move on to Councillor Dejanova.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor. Just
Sorry.
quickly wanted to,
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken, go ahead.
Thanks. Point of information to staff. I'm just hearing I understand that Councillor Bly's intention is to provide clarity and to consider staff workloads. I understand Councillor Kirby-Young's questions were around what does this amendment what does staff take this to mean? What would their work be on this? And then, this is significantly different than the original recommendation that we're looking at. I'm just wondering if I can ask staff if they would see it favorable to refer this back to them at this point for further consideration. I know that the city manager is
kind of a tricky question, Councillor Deschanel asking. That's more of a political decision for council than.
But the city manager, in all fairness, has stood up before and said that he'd rather we refer things back if they change significantly, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just trying to remind myself of that, and it's happened a few times in council. So you're the chair of the meeting, but I was just suggesting that as I don't have any amendments here, but just wanted to make sure that there were no unintended consequences from this. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take a crack at that.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. My sense is the direction that we're already getting is a considerable amount of work, and my sense would be I'd prefer to get the direction and to be able to come back and answer the questions properly rather than do a ton of work, come back with some conclusions, and then be directed to additional work. So my sense is if there is a desire to effectively redo the liquor policy review, it's to some extent like let's do it all at this point. So I guess
no, let's not do it.
I'm not recommending that you refer this one component. Councillor Bly's back.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Not quite sure how I'll vote on this amendment, but I do know how much work and time and consultation staff spent on that liquor policy review, and I believe it was 35 or was it 36 recommendations that were included in that. So very aware that staff are moving through that at the pace as quick as we can, especially considering pandemic also and less staff. So thanks very much for that answer. That's all for now.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just comment on the proposed amendment and coming from the context of when I was doing my research around having a fulsome night economy strategy, this came up as a topic of conversation amongst business owners and the HVA and others around distancing requirements and wanting to see this looked at. Appreciating the fact that, to Councillor DiGenova's point, there was a fulsome review done a few years ago. However, this was one of the items that was brought forward by industry as wanting to have this looked at. And I appreciate that right now, staff are focused fully on still pandemic response and reopening, and there isn't as much focus right now on some of these broader policy strategies like the night economy. However, I do think this dovetails with that, and there's no specific date in here in terms of a report back. And so I could see it being part of that, or if staff decided a different date. But I just wanted to reflect that this is something I did hear very clearly from industry that they were hoping would be looked at, and they certainly were hoping it would be looked at as part of the night economy strategy, which the report back date on that was put quite far out into 2021. So perhaps it could be parceled with that is, I guess, what my suggestion would be. I'm not going to move any amendments. I just wanted to say that I support the amendment, and I think it aligns with that policy work that is being undertaken by staff. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nobody else on the list, so we can call a vote on this amendment. Just waiting for Councillor Boyle. And that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, Council. So we're just closing in on 4:30 here, and we're back to the main queue. Councillor Bly, anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Great. I've just put myself on the queue. Just to say, I just think of all the folks that are being hit hard by COVID-19, and I'm especially thinking of young people and the 9,000 jobs that are in this industry now, and the few hundreds more that these changes might eventually add. And I just think of them trying to enter in the job market, and how a lot of us probably started our careers in liquor primaries or restaurants, and just to help out. You talk to bar owners and folks in the industry, and just how hard hit they are. And I think one of the speakers said it very well. This provides a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, because it won't just be getting people back in up to full swing. It'll be also recovering from the months, if not years, of lost revenue. So I think this is, we got to think about the ways we can help, and this is why I put the motion forward originally and called the special council meeting, but did want to thank both Councillor Kirby-Yung and Councillor Bly for their thoughts and thoughtful amendments. So I'm hoping we can pass this and and support, again, continue to support businesses as much as we can, because in a lot of cases we're all they've got, and I think we've got to do everything we can, and I think staff, I know there's a lot of burden on staff at this point, but I think these motions are written in a way that that there are no really hard deadlines, and so hopefully we can pace these reviews in a way that we can all manage. So again, thanks for everybody for going through this debate, and with that, I will call the vote on this report. And clerks, if I just get you to leave the vote up once it's called. Councillor Dejanova? Great. Council, that has passed unanimously. And again, we get clerks to pull that up on the screen. That would be good. There it is. Thanks very much. Great, Council. That's done. And now we're moving on to the last item that was held under reports, which is the Community Housing Incentive Program grants. Councillor Dejanova, you held that one.
Yes, I held that for questions, Mr. Mayor, but before that, a point of parliamentary procedure and
sure.
A motion. I wanted to move a motion that I'm just suggesting, I don't have a member motion on this agenda, but that member motions, new business, inquiries, and other matters would if we didn't get to that, obviously we break at 5 p.m. and we have public hearing tonight, that would all go after item number 2 and be moved to Wednesday after the committee, to Wednesday at the committee. If we need to move and second those motions, I'm not sure, so I'm asking you for a suggestion there, if we have to reconvene in council and then reconvene again in committee, but looking for a suggestion there, but that's my suggested path forward.
Well, I don't have a lot of suggestions. We still have bylaws to get through, administrative motions, and then 6 members' motions. So I suggest, just the way this we've been proceeding today, that still may take some time. So I guess what I'm looking for is a specific motion.
A specific motion would be to move all unfinished business after 5 p.m. All unfinished business or business that we have not completed on this agenda to a meeting tomorrow. And I suppose that would be, I'm not sure if that is council or if that is a committee meeting, because I know there are also speakers to those members' motions.
Yeah, I'm going to need a motion. I mean, there's a lot.
So the motion would be to move all items that aren't finished after 5 p.m. to the Standing Committee of City Finances and Services tomorrow which is July 8th. So
Right.
all business is not finished after 5 p.m. And the reason I say that is I'm not quite sure that we'll get through this report by 5 p.m. So I'm just
No,
trying to
and the thing is, we can't move any of the motions to after the beginning of the standing committee because none of them have been sent there. So that's why that won't work. So they have to be done in a regular council meeting. So
Okay.
your motion's actually out of order.
Okay, all right. So I was looking for some suggestions. I know it's been suggested before. So I suppose I could move it to a regular council meeting.
Yeah, and that's the plan, that this would all move. If we don't finish it now, we will reconvene on Friday. I believe it's Friday morning at 9:30 to. I think it's in your calendar now, held in your calendar now.
I'm just wondering why we wouldn't do it after tomorrow or after item number 2 tomorrow.
Because it's out of order, we can't do that.
No, but if we were to move it to a meeting of council, we couldn't do that. We couldn't have a council meeting tomorrow after the standing committee. We always reconvene.
No, it has to be before. The standing committee meeting in order to move it. And again.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. I was just trying to be helpful.
Okay. Thanks. I see Councillor Carr on the list. Did you have anything, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering how late we can delay the public hearing and still be within legal parameters. That's a question, point of information.
Half hour is the latest.
Right.
So we could start at 6:30, but what I'm concerned about is just everybody's health. Going straight through without breaks is very difficult on us, and I think we have quite a packed public hearing this evening. So that would be my, people can move whatever motions they want, but my concern as chair is just people's health and giving you 45 minutes or an hour just for stretch your legs and a little bit of mental break.
No, I'm thinking of a motion, Mr. Mayor, that would take our dinner break from 5:30 to 6:30, so that we can get through as much business as possible. So I will move that motion that we continue this meeting to 5:30, take a dinner break from 5:30 to return at 6:30 for the public hearing.
Okay, I believe that is okay for us to do that. We're not. So we could do that. I would need a seconder on that one. We have a seconder on that? Pretty quiet. I guess that's a no.
Swanson.
Oh, okay. Councillor Swanson. Okay, so if anybody, I'm going to just clear this queue, and if anybody would like to speak to this, Councillor Dejanova, I've got you on here.
Thanks,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Well, that would mean that I couldn't ask maybe some of my questions or vote on this report as I have some childcare issues parenting issues that I would have to sort out, considering my child is at childcare, and I was planning for a break from 5 to 6 to be able to facilitate a pickup. So that being said, I just wanted to make sure that the same would apply, that there'd be no decision made. I mean, I'm fine to vote in favor of Councillor Carr's motion. I just wouldn't want to miss a vote on this, considering our schedule.
Couldn't guarantee that. We may not get through any items, but we have, the bylaws is just voting really, and none of them are held at this point. So there would be a series of votes.
I won't be able to do it. I don't know if anybody else is in the same situation as me, but I'll be voting no for that reason.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this? If not, well, let's have a vote on screen with this one. And that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, Council, so we're just going to proceed to item number 8, which we do have one speaker for.
Mr. Mayor, I was on the queue for a point of parliamentary procedure.
Oh, I don't see it. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
I was actually just seeking clarity from the clerks around when there was a request about referring the member motions and speakers to tomorrow's council meeting following the standing committee. My understanding was that that's not possible, but I'm trying to understand why, if we can refer it to Friday, to a council meeting on Friday, I'm trying to understand what's the criteria
Oh, well,
for that.
we won't be hearing speakers tomorrow, right? So like if we don't get to that business now, if we don't get to the to the members' motions now, we have to wait till Friday. Then we'll have to pick a date after Friday in order to hear from speakers. So that's kind of where we are at this point. So if we don't refer them till tomorrow before 6:30, as we've just extended, then we won't be we'll be hearing all those motions at a future council date, or future standing committee date.
Okay. So for clarity, we can't refer them to the council meeting, the motions and the speakers, to tomorrow's council meeting or to a Friday council meeting. I'm just really not clear on the procedure piece of this.
So motions can only be introduced at a regular council meeting. They cannot be introduced at a standing committee meeting. And our standing committee starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So unless we started our council meeting either after our public hearing or before our standing committee, there'd be no way for us officially to send them to the standing committee tomorrow. So now that if we don't make them through them by 6:30, we deal with the members' motions on Friday. Those will be referred to some future standing committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'll just follow up by email with the clerks.
Okay. Thanks.
Point of procedure.
Sure. I have Councillor Dejanova though on the list here first. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything? Might be on mute. No? Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, my point of procedure is, does council have the ability to waive the introduction of the motions, the actual, in terms of the preamble and the questions of the movers?
I think it requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay, so that is procedurally we could do that in terms of expediting the business?
I believe so, yes. We'd vary the procedures, and so we'd have a 2/3 vote to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, right, I've got nobody else on the queue, so we're going to go to we do have a speaker to item number 8. I just asked the clerk, is the speaker available?
Yes, so we have not been able to get a hold of the speaker. We contacted her around 4 o'clock, and she did indicate she was going to call in, but we have not heard from her.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Swanson, I have you on the queue. Councillor Swanson, do you have any questions on this one?
Point of privilege?
A point of privilege, yes, go ahead. Councillor Dejanova?
Point of privilege.
Yeah, I've been saying yes. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
My screen has gone completely blank. It says reconnect. But I was on the queue because I'd held this report. Oh, sorry.
Sure.
I've been trying to get on there.
Okay.
I even tried phoning in, but it actually just disconnected me. Sorry about that.
You're on, and Councillor Swanson first. So go ahead. You are on the queue. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes. Councillor Swanson.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make some points about this before voting on it. So
sure, that's allowed.
That?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this looks like it's. I'm going to vote for it. I'm glad we have the CHIP program. I'm glad we can make social housing more affordable. But just to go through this, there's 269 total units.
Just a second, Councillor Swanson. I've actually made an error. This is still questions to staff. It hasn't been moved and seconded yet, so I'll let you know when that happens. So, so if you don't have any questions, I can just advance Councillor Dejanova then, and then we can move and second it, and then you can make your points. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova? You might be on mute. Clerks, have we lost, I can just check here on the screen.
Mayor Stewart, we don't have Councillor Dejanova on the line.
Okay. Not sure what to do. I think I'll move on to Councillor Kirby-Yung if you have questions of staff Please
I
go
do.
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple questions. My understanding, and I'm just looking for clarification here, that in voting, if I was voting in favor of this report, that the funding would be coming from the empty homes tax and DCLs, and that if we approve that, that is inherently the case in that report. And given that these are the first grants awarded under this new CHIP program, that the majority of those funds would come from the EHT. Is that correct?
Over to the city manager for that one.
Yeah, thanks. We have another report coming in about a week and a half that will allocate the next tranche of this program. So we expect to use both the capital funds and the EHT funds.
Okay, but they are EHT and DCL. Is that correct?
No, they're EHT and capital.
Okay, but for this particular report, would these grants and the total that we asked to approve here, would this come from the EHT component? And I'm asking the question in the context of the fact we have a budget update tomorrow, and we're going to have to be pretty prudent about funds.
The funds are for this program are EHT and capital, and we expect to utilize both of them, all of those, with this report and the one that's coming at the next council meeting.
Sadu, it's Sandra here, Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. We do have Rob Evans, Senior Manager, Financial and Business Strategy, who could answer more specifically if you're interested.
Great,
Okay.
thanks. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, the program, this is the first tranche of the $25 million that was approved by council in October 2019, and it's funded by the empty homes tax and DCL reserves allocated to housing. And so none of these specific grants associated with the CHIP program are funded by tax-funded capital.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was looking for. And then my other question is why, normally, like when we get arts grants, typically there's a process. All of the applicants are reviewed, and we get a batch back that says these are the number of applicants that applied, these are the ones that were accepted, who they were, these are the ones that were accepted, these ones that were rejected, and a rationale. I'm just wondering why we're not getting this as one collective report where we can actually see who applied, and I know the city manager reference, we're getting the next one in a week and a half. Why are we not doing this work together so we're able to see the overall interest in the program and how many of the applicants we were able to support?
Yeah, great. Sandra, do you want to answer that, or do you want Celine to?
Sure. Actually, I have Joyce Rautenberg, our Planner 2 and Affordable Housing Programs, who's queued up to talk about the process and the rolling intake that we implemented here.
Great.
Hi, yes, this is Joyce Rautenberg from Affordable Housing Programs. So when we proposed the CHIP program framework in October, which was approved last year, we did propose a rolling intake approach, which is consistent with the previous housing infrastructure grants. The reason being is that each social housing project will come in at different stages in the development cycle. So we wanted to recognize that not all programs or not all projects would be seeking funding at the same time, and they may be seeking external funding sources elsewhere. So we wanted.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump in the interest of time. I appreciate that, but what's going to change dramatically in a week and a half? Because presumably that's a pretty short time in terms of project readiness. I'm just really not clear. If it was months apart, I would understand that rationale, but a rolling intake and they're a week and a half apart? What am I missing?
Sorry, I can clarify that that we had planned on bringing this report earlier in the summer. We got delayed, and we now just had to decide to delay the July report until the fall. So you will be receiving the next rolling intake in the fall.
Okay, and will that contain, at what point will a list of the applicants be made public as to who applied and who received funding and who did not?
Joyce, could you speak to that?
Yes, so as soon as projects receive their regulatory approval, so if they have to go through a rezoning process or development permit, that's when that's our trigger then to bring forward the grants to council for approval. So that's why it does come on a rolling basis, and you will receive them after they receive some sort of regulatory approval.
Joyce?
Okay, so we would not, for clarification then, just in the interest of time, we would not provide public announcement of who had been recommended for funding pending their regulatory approval? I'm looking for transparency throughout this process. That's the spirit of my question.
Yes, we're not anticipating to do that at this time.
And is there a reason why we would not?
Just 10 seconds.
Celine, is this something that you could speak to?
Sorry, I'm on mute there. I think it's something we could take away. I think because we could bring forward the list. We could report back on the list. I think because there is a rolling intake, it's not necessarily that we are denying applications. We're assessing them as they come in based on where they are in the project. But we could bring forward a list of applications that we've received.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up on a question just for clarity. I heard there's another report with recommended funding in a week and a half, but then I also heard that there's a report coming in the fall. So, and this report is delayed. So can I just get clarity? Is there another report coming in July with recommended?
Sorry, yeah, I can speak to that. I didn't realize it had been delayed. I thought it was still coming forward because of the rolling deadlines. This one had gotten delayed. I thought they just got bunched up, but it sounds like the report that I was referring to as the next report is going to be coming this fall instead. So that was my mistake.
Okay. No, it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I did want to follow up on what the evaluation criteria is that we use. I appreciate the rolling intake. I've seen that before with other grant programs, but I'm just curious about how we're evaluating that these projects would be recommended for council approval, these grants.
Yeah, so it's Joyce again. So the first thing we would look for is how far along they are in the regulatory process, because that will determine when we can advance it for council approval. The second key item that we would be looking for when we're evaluating is that the projects exceed the city's minimum affordability requirements, so projects that go beyond the 30% social housing bylaw. And then we also look for alignment with other council objectives, so such as reconciliation and whether the projects serve other household or target client groups that may experience greater barriers to achieving affordable housing. And then finally, we do prioritize projects that exceed current family unit targets.
Okay, thank you. I recall, and I'm just trying to pull it up from my report, was that there was mention of looking at supporting projects that had federal and provincial government funding. And I know there's a project here that doesn't have federal provincial funding, and I'm just curious if that was a consideration. I think it might be the Finnish project. I don't see any federal provincial dollars allocated for that. And I guess the way I read the report is that we would be giving priority to projects that had federal and provincial funding attached to them. So maybe you could just clarify. So I think the other ones do have that. They have.
Yes, that's correct. Chip, there is an emphasis on partnering with other levels of government. The reason we're advancing the Finnish care home is that it is grandfathered under the previous Housing Infrastructure Grant Program. We received the application in 2018, and it's only now that they were able to achieve their rezoning and development permit. So they are seeking competitive financing and potentially funding from CMHC, but they will not be going for BC Housing at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then just because council approved this in the fall, and I recognize it's a new program, reiteration of an old one, but how do we communicate that to the nonprofit sector in terms of this being an option to secure grant funding for housing projects?
Strip again. We did host a CHIP launch after council approved the overall framework. So we did a panel with BC Housing and CMHC, almost like a funding workshop. So it introduced all of the different funding opportunities available from each level of government and how the programs can kind of complement each other. So we do communicate that through consultation and events, as well as regular communications through BC Nonprofit Housing Association.
I'm not sure what my time is like right now. Sorry.
About a minute left.
Okay, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
We can. Yep.
Great.
Go right ahead.
Thanks so much. A few questions for staff. I've always really appreciated and continue to appreciate the work that staff have put into looking at some of the struggles that nonprofits face with housing. Again, I think it's hard for me to make a decision on this without having the information that we normally would get with a grants report as to what if organizations applied and who was and was not successful. So unless I've missed that, please let me know and understand if that's not information that needs to be shared on the floor of council. But how quickly can that come to us as council members?
Councillor DiGenova, Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. We did respond to a similar question earlier. So this program was set up as a rolling intake program and approved by council as that earlier in the fall, and it's the same rolling intake approach that we had with the previous housing infrastructure grant. So this is not a new approach to supporting affordability and housing projects for the city. We'll take back the feedback and bring forward a list of the various applicants so that council can see who is applying.
All right. It's just hard for me to make that decision today without sort of having that as we typically would with grants. So I had never said my apologies if I was saying that this is not something that has, this is new. I'm saying that some of our other grant reports specifically note the organizations that applied that were not funded. I did want to ask a question on sort of when I sit at a public hearing in a rezoning, and this question that's been brought up by other council members, we waive DCLs. So we're giving a waiver to an organization based on them meeting our housing policy criteria, and we waive DCLs on one side, but then they apply for these CHIP grants on the other side. Are we literally giving them double exemption? Because I would hope that benefit was already going to them. And when I looked back specifically, at previous reports, it was like $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a door, and we're talking significant funding: $890,000 to the Finnish Canadian Rest Society, $655,000, $910,000, $6,255,000. So I'm just wondering. When we consider the significant funding, is there a reason that their application for this funding, would they not be able to make their projects work without this, considering we've given almost each of them have a DCL exemption here?
This is Joyce Rautenberg. So typically when we get these social housing projects in the door, they are exempt off the bat from DCL. So that wouldn't be factored necessarily into their project pro forma. And because these projects are delivering significant affordability beyond what we would typically require from a social housing project, there is the need for additional capital grant money in order to make the project viable.
Okay, so I did look back, just as another councillor just mentioned, at the policy reports for the Finnish Canadian Rest Home Association. It doesn't say in there that they need this CHIP grant to make their pro forma work. So without this money, will they be able to make their pro forma work?
This is Joyce. So they, from my understanding, they would be able to make the project work. However, there might be challenges in delivering the affordability levels for the rent geared to income component. So with CHIP, they are able to target lower income senior households and able to offer rents at that level.
Okay, and then just one more question, and I only have 30 seconds. So I wanted to know why the empty homes tax is not noted in the report at all.
Oh, it's Sandra. That's probably just I'll ask maybe Rob Evans to speak to that.
Okay, I have about 20 seconds left.
It's factored into the capital budget, so that's probably the way we wrote it. Rob?
Yeah, that's probably entirely my oversight. I referred to the funding for the original program. I should have elaborated in the report that the $25 million was made up of $17 million of for the original program was made up of $17 million of EHT and $8 million of DCL. We don't know. We assume we'll be prioritizing deployment of the HT, but the program overall is expected to use both.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that we are still in a pandemic and have a potential second wave coming upon us this fall, and we are down $124 million in revenue, and I'm very concerned, even if this money is coming from empty homes tax and capital, that we should be thinking very carefully now about our outgoing cash. So my question is picking up on that breakdown of the funding for this program generally. You mentioned $17 million in empty homes tax and $8 million in DCLs. The DCLs are then just, this is not, I just want to confirm that this is not coming from our borrowing or debt capacity from the capital budget. Is that correct?
Correct. These are both both of the amounts are funds that are currently held by the city in reserves for the housing purposes.
And given the timing, it was mentioned, I think, by Ms. Singh that this was coming late to us, although we are just still in the beginning of the summer in July. Are there any implications of delaying this until the fall, once we've had a chance, as we are going through a financial and budget revisiting process? Is there any tactical or strategic impediment to pushing this out until the fall in the next cohort?
Yeah, the only thing I would say about that is my understanding these groups are waiting to hear whether they have this funding, because it obviously impacts their projects. So that would be one implication, is just the challenge that it might cause for the nonprofits. The other thing I just wanted to say is that the EHT funding must be used on affordable housing.
Understood.
And DCL funding is collected, as you probably remember, in tranches. So we collect a certain portion of the DCL money for affordable housing, and it can't be used for other purposes either. So neither portions of the funding that are being used here can be allocated toward anything else other than affordable housing.
Understood, but we do try to keep things in balance. So the answer to the question is the only really negative consequence would be to the beneficiaries of the grants, not to the city.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, some of these groups have been waiting a long time, and they're obviously delivering very important affordable housing. So we would be concerned about delaying their project a few months, obviously.
Yeah, well, concerned about the city too, but thank you. That's my questions.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. And seeing as no one else is on the queue, I'd like to move the motion, and then if it's seconded, I'd like to.
I'll second. Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thank you. Put us on the main queue. Anybody like to speak to this? Sorry, Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. We need a 2/3 vote for that.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
We just need a seconder first.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay. Hey, Councillor Dejanova, what's your parliamentary procedure?
I understand that call the question is debatable. Last time, at least, it was.
Yeah.
So
I will check with the clerk. I think it is debatable. Clerk, do we have a debate on this one?
Mayor Stewart, it is not debatable and not amendable.
Not debatable.
And you do need 2/3 vote.
Great, thanks very much. So I'll call a vote on this. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato? Okay, that has passed. And so we're going to move right to the vote, with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. And we're going to now move to the vote on this grant.
Mr. Mayor, I hear some typing. Maybe if everyone could mute.
Yes, just waiting for the clerks to reset the vote. There we go.
Mayor Stewart, that is the vote. It has completed.
Oh, is that that's the call the question vote? But now we're calling the question, right?
Mr. Mayor.
Just wait a second, please. With the clerks, we had a vote to call the question, but we actually haven't voted on the question yet, I don't think.
Yes, this is the question this is the vote that you're calling for the report recommendation. This is the second vote.
That was the second vote? I don't.
Point of privilege.
Yeah, Councillor Dominato.
It's Councillor Dominato, and if that was the case, then I have not voted appropriately. If we were voting on the staff recommendations, and I would ask for reconsideration.
Clerks, I do just remember voting once, and it was. So I don't think we've had a vote on the second.
Could we redo the vote just to be on the safe side?
Just want to check with the clerk here.
Mayor Stewart, the call the vote was passed with 2 councillors in opposition, and this is the second vote that you are seeing on the screen. So we can do reconsideration if council wish to do that.
Yeah, I think we should because I didn't actually click anything. So
I would echo that. Councillor Dominato, I did not vote.
Young. Yeah,
wait,
I
there's
did
just
not vote
people talking. Okay, just wait a second. So we're going to have to reconsider it, clerk, because there seems to be some error. So I'll ask somebody to move a motion to reconsider this vote.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, I guess we have second. So, and a reconsideration is just yeas and nays, correct, clerk?
That's correct.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
It has to be unanimous.
Has to be unanimous. Okay.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
So we're in the middle of a vote now on.
It's a point of privilege.
I know, but you don't get to do anything in the middle of a vote unless you can't. If it's personal privilege, yes, but.
It is.
Okay.
I have no voting screen up. The only voting screen I had up was for the call the question. That was the only voting screen I've seen. I'm sorry. I just wanted to note that because I can't vote.
Just 1 second,
I also
please,
have a point
Council.
of privilege as Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, just one second, please, Council.
Mayor Stewart, we haven't called the question yet, so that's why councillors are not seeing the screen. I'm just waiting for your direction. Mayor Stewart, are you on the line? I think you might be muted.
Yeah, clerks, I'm just going to have to jabber you for a second, and I'll get right back to Council. Council, I have had a discussion with the clerk, and we do agree that there was some kind of technical error, so we'll just proceed to take the vote without a reconsideration vote on the actual report. So the vote that we did do was to call the question, which I have done now, and now we're going to vote on the staff report. So that should be coming your way right now. So the screen is activated.
Mr. Mayor, it's on a point of privilege. It's Councillor Dominato. I'll get a vote at this because my screen isn't working in favor of the report.
Great, thank you very much. And if clerks can pull that up, that is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. So that's passed, and now we're moving to bylaws. So we have 5 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Council members who are not present must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing of July 11th. Councillors Dejanova, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung were absent. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed the proceedings, and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will, and I'm happy to move it.
Councillor Dominato?
Yes, I have.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
I have not. I will not be voting.
Okay. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or for conflict of interest? Just verbally tell me.
I'd like to hold one.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about it. I just want to vote against it.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Let's vote on bylaw 1 then. We'll have to do that on screen. So this is on bylaw 1. And
Mayor Stewart, we need a seconder.
Sorry, seconder?
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova was the mover, so we need a different councillor to move.
Yeah, Councillor Carr, second.
Thank you. And so we're still, there we go. Councillor Dejanova need a vote, and Councillor Dominato. Okay, great. That's passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Now we'll have bylaws 4 to 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I have somebody move that?
Move.
So
Councillor
moved.
Carr.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Okay, and we'll do yays and nays on this. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
So then we have to go back and do, so could you please indicate Councillor Hardwick as opposed to all bylaws to 2, 3, 4, 5, clerks?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, a list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. There is one administrative motion, approval of form of development on East 36th Avenue.
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Do we have a seconder on that one?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, well, the yeas and nays again. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks, Council. So that's passed unanimously. Now we have 6 council member motions. The first one is an easy one, the request for leaves of absences. Councillor Weave for civic business for meetings between 9:30 and 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday, July 15th. Councillor Weave for civic business Wednesday, July 22nd between 9:30 and 4:30. And Councillor Dominato for personal reasons for July 14th and Thursday, July 16th. Somebody like to move this?
So moved, Councillor
Mr. Mayor, I'm on the procedure. queue. It's Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of folks on the queue, and I've got Councillor Boyle first. Does it pertain to this?
Yes,
leave?
to the LOA.
Okay. Did you have an adjustment or an addition?
Yes, I have an adjustment to July 17th.
Do you like to add July 17th?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we can have that moved then?
So
anybody? Okay, thanks.
That's Hardwick.
Councillor.
Hardwick.
Okay, thank you. Yays and nays then. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. And Councillor Domino, if you could just email that into the clerk, that addition that we approved. Okay, so we're on motion.
Mr. Mayor, point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor.
I just wanted to note that the queue hadn't been cleared at all. So I don't know what kind of queue we're on right now.
I don't know what kind of queue we're on either. So maybe I'll just go through it. Councillor Boyle, you're on the queue. Did you have anything before we proceed? Okay, Councillor Dominato?
Nope, that's a holdover. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Point of procedure, did we deal with administrative motion
We did.
1?
We did. Good. Okay. So I'm going to now hand the chair over to Councillor Fry, who will chair while I introduce my motion.
That sounds good, Mayor.
Okay, great.
All right, folks, council. Motion 2 is ending street checks in Vancouver from the mayor. I'm taking over as chair here. So, Mayor, if you'd like to introduce your motion.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. First, I just want to thank the thousands of Vancouver residents who have made their voices heard on this issue over the last month or so. And I think it's critical that we can do everything we can as a city to ensure all residents are treated with respect. And I think it's critically important for us to acknowledge that right now there is a call for change in the city. So a few weeks ago, I announced my path forward on policing in Vancouver. And at that time, I called on the province to initiate a province-wide review of how we structure, fund, and monitor policing in British Columbia. And really, I did that because the province controls the vast majority of the levers when it comes to reforming the police and how we deliver police services. So really grateful that the province has launched the review, but there are things that we can do at the police board level, and one of them pertains to street checks. So that's why I'm putting this motion forward today. I have sat on the police board since I was elected. Have sat through a major study on this, and we have, to the police board's credit, there were some reforms earlier this year that have resulted in a 91% decrease in street checks. So there's but other statistics that came forward saying that Indigenous folks represent 16% of all street checks conducted, although they're only about 2 or 3% of the population, and where Black members of our community are subject to about 6% of the street checks, even though they're only 1% of the population. So there are good reasons to abolish street checks. One is to do with how they're unequally applied, but the second is how they're really they're not used very often in the current context since the changes in the spring. So that's why I put this motion forward today, and I think that this is, although we can't address this issue on council, the police board does have to listen to the direction of council. That's in the Police Act, and so that's why I think it's important for council to say that we would want to eliminate this tool to get rid of street checks from being practiced in Vancouver. And I think it's good for us, and it'll also send a signal to the rest of the country that we take reform seriously, and we want Vancouver to be a place that works for everyone. So thanks very much, and I look forward to council's debate about this.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Is it still a minute to introduce a motion?
It's 2 minutes to introduce. It's 1 minute for questions.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I had time. Good.
Swanson, second.
Okay, actually, Councillor Swanson, first, I'm obliged to ask if there are questions for the mayor, unless there's an interest to vary the agenda.
I have questions.
Councillor Fry, I am on the top of the queue.
Yeah, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Boyle ahead of you on the queue.
Okay. I'd like to move, in the interest of time, to refer this rather than have questions, knowing councillors can ask questions through the chair when we're debating. And particularly, I would like to move this.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
I believe I still have the floor.
I believe this is correct.
I'd like to move to refer this motion to the council meeting following the standing committee meeting tomorrow for a debate and decision. I know there are a number of speakers lined up for this and other council motions, and as the mayor noted, we have been hearing through correspondence and through a variety of means from a huge number of residents on this motion, and I believe that it's in the best interest for us to act as quickly as we can on it, and for that reason, I'm suggesting that we refer it to make a decision tomorrow afternoon rather than hearing from speakers. Again, noting we have been hearing from people very strongly on this motion already and can continue to over email.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Sorry, 1 second. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, is there a seconder for this referral motion?
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay, so Councillor Swanson seconds. and seconded the original motion. Councillor DiGenova, your point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, which I understand can be asked at any time. I can send that over if we need to do that, Chair Fry. But I did have questions, and you had told me that Councillor Boyle had questions before me. So I don't know. Am I speaking to motion, or am I not allowed to ask questions anymore? And after this, could you please clear the queue again, because it seems the queue hasn't been cleared in a very long time.
Okay, so I'm going to just offer one point of clarification here for everybody. I don't have control of the Creston panel because I'm just subbing in for the mayor for this particular item, so I can't control or clear the queue.
Could you ask the clerk, please?
I will, but I'm going to address this referral motion first, which, as Councillor Boyle alluded, would afford the opportunity for all councillors to ask questions when this goes to debate and decision. So with that being said, and because there's a seconder to Councillor Boyle's referral motion, I'm going to call the vote for that.
No, there's debate.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the queue for questions on the referral motion.
Okay.
As are there a number of councillors appear to be.
These are all questions to the referral motion. Okay.
Correct.
Councillor DiGenova, then you have the floor. Clerk, if you could advance the queue for Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to I have a question. I suppose it's a point of information for the mover, that's Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, are you suggesting we should amend our procedure bylaw to not allow questions to be asked of the mover of the motion any longer?
No, I'm not suggesting a permanent change. I'm suggesting we try to be efficient and not run out of time, as we have embarrassingly in a number of other council meetings.
Yes, well, I agree with you on that one. However, I do think that maybe what's done for one should be done for all. So I also am just wondering, Councillor Boyle, are you suggesting that we hear speakers on this? So you're moving this for not just debate and decision, but are you moving speakers to the meeting on Tuesday?
No, as I think I said very clearly, I'm moving that we go straight to debate and decision in the council meeting following standing committee meeting tomorrow.
Okay, well, I won't be supportive of that. I think that the public who has signed up to speak has done so, making sure that they're following along not only today, but has probably allotted some time for that. And it was important to them to speak to this motion. It's one of the reasons I think that the virtual process has worked so well, and that's what I've been hearing. So I will not be supporting a motion to move forward without hearing speakers at this time. It's just reminiscent far too much of last term. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. And for the other questioners, just to preface, I am holding this to the question period question rules, so it's a minute for questions.
I'm sorry, there's no point of parliamentary procedure?
Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
This is a motion to move something to refer. It's a referral motion. There aren't questions unless they're through points of information in your allotted time for debate. Is that correct?
I'm just getting some feedback from the clerk. I was going to rule as a chair, but the clerk is telling me that because it's the main queue, you can continue speaking. Should that be your desire, Councillor DiGenova?
No, that's it. I've said I'm not going to support it. I know if we go over 5:30, it gets moved anyways, and probably without speakers at this point.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I'm actually going to speak against the referral, and I'd like to propose amending it from referring to the future council meeting following standing committee to referring to standing committee so that speakers can be heard. And the reason being is that it troubles me to suggest that the outcome is clear when we as councillors are actually required under the charter to keep an open mind. We haven't heard from those speakers. They have a right to be heard. And as a councillor, I certainly have not made up my mind until I have a chance to hear that input from speakers that are coming to speak to us. So I'm moving to amend the referral motion that it be referred to the standing committee meeting tomorrow so that speakers can be heard.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Okay. I'm going to just quickly check with the clerk that this referral can even be amended. So hold on a sec, folks. clerk is telling me that this referral can be amended, so now we're in amendment queue. And we're moving to an amendment queue. Would anybody like to speak to the amended referral? And Councillor Kirby-Yung, if you could just kindly repeat that just for everybody's...
I will, just finishing that off, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's really important that we have a consistent application, tripping on my words, a consistent application of process, and that when speakers sign up to speak to motions, they have an expectation that they should be heard. And I think that that's really important, that as a council, we committed to that bona fide, real public engagement. And I think that's the primary reason. I certainly want to hear from speakers and hear what they have to say. And additionally, too, I'm governed by the fact that, we receive lots of information on many topics going into various agenda items, but we are required to keep a full and open mind until we receive all of that information and make a decision accordingly. And so I'm troubled by the inference that it's been pretty clear on this one based on the correspondence we've gotten. It's not clear yet because we haven't heard from the speakers in my mind. So that's
okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'm wondering if you could just repeat the actual language for us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that we refer the item to the standing committee tomorrow in order to hear from speakers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
I just wanted to second it, and
That's
then
it?
I will call the question.
Okay.
I'd like to call the question.
Clerk, if you could pull up a voting queue on the amendment to the referral motion to hear this tomorrow with speakers.
Chair Fry, we will need to have 2 votes, one to call the question and the second one on the amendment.
Okay, so the first vote then is to call the question.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Dom Nato.
Councillor Bly and Mayor Stewart have not voted.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just lost my panel.
Point of personal privilege. I voted, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carr. I voted before it was clarified that this is a vote on calling a question, not a vote on the substantive issue.
Councillor Carr, you can still change your vote. We have not ended the vote.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Bly. Okay, that passes unanimously. We're now calling the question on the amendment to the referral motion, and the amendment is to hear speakers and debate decision tomorrow.
Councillor Wiebe have not voted yet.
Councillor Wiebe. Still waiting on Councillor Wiebe's vote.
I get voted to sustain.
And Councillor Wiebe vote assist for abstain. I believe that fails with Mayor Stewart, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Bly in opposition.
It costs money to...
Folks, I'm going to ask you to mute your mics. Councillor Bly.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, and we are back to the referral motion from Councillor Boyle as unamended. Councillor Boyle, I'm wondering if you might just do us the favor of reiterating your referral motion so everybody's clear.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure.
Chair Fry, we have 3 minutes left to get through this meeting to refer motions for speakers who possibly are waiting. So I would just like to move. I'm not sure how we would stop what we're doing right now to make sure we get through some of the other motions that we have on the agenda here. But in interest of hearing speakers, I'd like to do that.
Okay. Well, are you relinquishing your spot on the queue, Councillor?
Well, I'm asking you, can we just can we deal with all of this? Can I move a motion to extend the meeting to deal with the member motions?
We can recess until July 10th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
But
I won't be supporting this because we won't be hearing from speakers, so I'll just leave it at that. Thanks. You can take me off the queue, and I don't need anything reiterated considering the time.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, 2 minutes left.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I didn't speak before. I had to step away because my daughter just got home, but I was actually really looking forward to hearing from speakers on this item, and so I can't support the amendment on the floor, the referral, simply because I actually think this is an important issue, and I've actually been spending a lot of my time, which I think, like many of yours, is limited in trying to educate myself and do some reading, consulting, and I take it pretty seriously, trying to do my due diligence, and earnestly wanted to hear from the speakers. A lot of people signed up who wanted to speak to this, and they felt it was important, and so I'm really struggling with this one. And so I just wanted to relay that and reflect that. I was prepared to listen, and I appreciate that doesn't seem to be the will of council on this one, but I did want to say I was really looking forward to hearing the speakers on this item, and so I won't support the referral.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
Yeah, I thought we were trying to get through the members' motions, everybody introducing them and asking questions so that we could move them into the standing committee tomorrow for speakers, which is our normal protocol. I'm disappointed that we're not following that protocol because it seems to be selectively cherry-picked, for want of a better word. And so I guess part of my response here is a question. What are we going to do with the remaining members' motions that were supposed to be introduced and then carried through to the standing committee tomorrow?
At this point, we run out of time and the meeting is done.
I don't know what else to say.